He lost everything, his dream, his career, even the strength to draw a bow. But in the virtual world, no one knows his past. With perfect aim and the name Almond, he's ready to make his comeback. He doesn't miss, doesn't hesitate, just aim in silence. And you know what? One shot, one kill. Every time. What happens when the best aim logs back in? Let's find out. The story began with the commentator announcing that there was one last arrow left. In front of them was the youngest participant of the championship, Yoo Sung-gyun, the protagonist. Every shot he fired hit the center, didn't he? The second commentator agreed with him and asked if his final shot would be just as perfect. The MC took good aim and fired the final shot. The arrow hit the target exactly in the center. All the spectators watching this cheered happily. The commentator noted in surprise that he hit the bullseye. He masterfully pierced the center of the target. This is a true genius, a gift from above. Today is the birthday of the youngest champion of the national competition. After a while, papers flew into the protagonist's face. The director shouted furiously, "What was he thinking about so hard?" The protagonist apologized and began to collect the papers from the floor. The boss exclaimed in displeasure, "Let him redo it." And this is what he calls documents. Stupid criminals, why do they need a brainless archer with an injured hand? The MC, hearing this, remained silent and left the office. He sighed heavily and noted that another day was over. Sometime later, already at home, the protagonist was reviewing the video from the national championship and asked, "Has it been 10 years already, right?" He thought that 10 years ago, archery was everything to him. But this sport required serious financial investments. He lived with his grandmother, and the only way out was to get a scholarship. So he devoted himself entirely to training. Year after year, again and again, he continued to shoot. How great it was to be a promising young talent. Archery was his only calling. He believed in his destiny and a cloudless future. If the coach had not arranged for him to work in this company, he could have remained unemployed for life. MC, after these thoughts, said that he should stop indulging in memories. He would rather look at what was going on with the streams. The protagonist opened the site and thought that almost everyone streams immersive games. Well, they are at the peak of popularity now. Full immersion is an advanced technology that allows you to feel like you are in the game world. To play, you need a special device called a capsule. That's why they're often called capsule games. The problem is that the capsule costs a fortune. An ordinary office worker like him can't afford it. He's probably lucky that he can at least watch the broadcasts, and thank goodness for that. MC opened the broadcast of streamer Bubblegum, who received a donation asking him to kill a boar with a bow in 15 minutes for 100,000 won. He put 3 arrows into the bowstring at once, and happily noted that he could do it with ease. Thank him for the 100,000 won. Bubblegum fired, but not a single arrow hit the target. The viewers in the chat immediately began to mock him. A moment later, another donation came, saying that he didn't even know how to handle a bow. Why did he even take that? The streamer replied with displeasure, "Let him shut his mouth." He thought that everything was possible in the game, that's why he chose a bow. The capsule is just old, that's why it hangs. MC, watching this, asked, "Everything is possible in the game, right?" He thought that he would be lying if he said that he doesn't envy them. No matter what these streamers are, the crowd, including him, is crazy about them. In the past, he was ready to give everything to achieve universal recognition. Okay, time to go to bed. The protagonist turned off the computer and went to sleep. The next day at work, the boss, seeing the dismissal document, said that they are restructuring. He was told that if he leaves quietly, he will get a good severance pay. But if he is fired during the restructuring, he is unlikely to get even that. The director asked if he is serious now. MC agreed and asked, "He already said that if he leaves now, the severance pay will be decent, right?" The boss noted that he was a quick learner. Since he had already made up his mind, he should apply today. He shouldn't worry about it so much. He got here through connections anyway. The employees here had been through a lot. University, writing a resume. Some even went abroad to study, because English alone was not enough. They didn't really have a choice. The protagonist started to leave and replied that he understood everything. After a while, he came home, lay down on his bed, and staring at the ceiling, thought that he was 28 years old. 10 years ago, he was the youngest participant in the national championship. However, he was a kid who had just graduated from school, who had nothing to write on his resume. He couldn't go back to the past, so what should he do now? Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone that streamer Bubblegum was starting a stream. It immediately dawned on the MC and he thought that anything was possible in the game. After some time, he typed a request on the internet to find out how to stream. He thought that if everything is possible in the game, then he too will be able to shoot a bow. And what if he shows it on stream? But will it become popular? Bubblegum, whose streams he often watches, does not play very well, but it seems that this is exactly what the viewers like. Looking at him, one can't help but wonder, Are there many top streamers? The protagonist began to look around the streaming platform and was surprised to think that there were more of them than he expected. There are much more experienced streamers. And in addition to those who show their skills on streams, apparently, many also want to improve their skills after watching. Just like in the world of sports. In reality, there are too many variables. School acquaintances, friends from your hometown, relatives, a whole range of unpredictable factors. But this world reminds him of the life that he liked in his youth. A life where you need to compete, improve yourself, and gradually rise higher and higher. This is a simple but fair world. Maybe even he can do it. After some time, MC met Kim Joo-hyuk and told him about his plans. He asked in confusion, was he going to buy a capsule? The protagonist agreed with a calm face. The guy shouted furiously. Did he really want to waste all his money on these games? Has he completely lost his mind? He has never played this. And when was the last time he held a bow in his hands? Does he think that if he is good at the game, he will be able to buy a capsule? The protagonist calmly answered that he is serious. Everything will be fine in this. Joo-hyuk asked discontentedly, how does he know since he has not tried? Stop talking nonsense. Let him come down to earth. MC wondered, why was he so nervous? What is the problem? At his previous job, where no one could be trusted, this guy was the only normal dude. His life is the complete opposite of his life. He is the elite of the elite, a rich kid from a wealthy family, and is on a fast track to success. Every time he chats with him, it seems like all his problems are evaporating. Joo-hyuk asked if he was even listening to him. Maybe it would be easier for him to go to Gangwon land? The protagonist replied that he was not good at cards. He replied, confused, that he was speaking figuratively. And how much does the capsule cost? The MC replied that it was 4,000 won. The guy took out his phone and noted that the capsule itself was 4,000, but he also needed all sorts of extras. And he would also have to fork out a pretty penny for electricity. The protagonist asked in bewilderment if he needed anything else besides the capsule. Joo-hyuk agreed and asked if he really thought one box would be enough. The MC asked in shock, so that would be about 1,000,000 won? He replied that even if he had a car for 100,000, he would still have to cut money. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed that this could not be. Joo-hyuk replied that he should wait here until he finished his business. After some time, they came to a place where capsules were rented out. The protagonist, climbing the stairs, wondered in bewilderment. Did they rent capsules here and not sell them? He, on the contrary, needed to buy them. Joo-hyuk greeted Kang Soo-kyung with a smile. He introduced himself with a smile and asked if they wanted to buy a capsule. He thought that they could offer them the remaining models at a reduced price. The guy grabbed the door handle and called them with a smile. MC thought that he was the owner of a capsule rental. What else to expect from the elite? After a while, they entered the room. The protagonist was surprised to think that there were capsules everywhere. Hung approached him and asked if maybe he should check before buying. The protagonist excitedly agreed and thought that he was too close. The seller happily grabbed him and said that first they need to know a little about him. Let him come here. To use the capsule, his biometric data is needed. After a while, Hung noted that it was almost ready. Let him be patient a little longer. Joo-hyuk approached him and thanked him for his help. He replied that he was just getting rid of used goods. To be honest about his friend, if he were in his place, he would try to dissuade him. There are a lot of people like him now. They watch top gaming streamers, and their heads are blown away. Capsule games are not a cheap pleasure these days, and many people mistakenly think that they will be able to fully demonstrate their talents in the game. But in reality, everything is not quite so. Joo-hyuk wondered if capsule games, even with full immersion, were that different from reality. Hyung agreed and added that he didn't use his physical body there. When there were no physical limitations, logic and common sense faded into the background. Ultimately, it all came down to willpower. He said that his friend had been fired due to problems at the company. Maybe he would quit after the first game. If that happened, let him support him, okay? Joo-hyuk remained silent and thought that it would be better than spending all the money on the capsule. After a while, Hyun approached the main character and noted with a smile that the game he would be immersed in was called Real Olympic. Considering his experience in archery, he had set it up accordingly. Let him please look at the score first and then decide. And now he was closing the capsule. The MC plunged into the virtual space and thought about how unusual it was. The body is here, but the mind seems to be carried away somewhere. Suddenly, a white flash appeared, and a moment later, he found himself in the game world on the training field with a bow in his hands. The commentator noted that Sung-yoon appeared on the field. He had been incredibly gifted since childhood. The protagonist thought with wild surprise that he could not believe his eyes. It was like in reality, down to the smallest detail. It felt like he really was at the Olympics. The commentator announced that the first shot was about to take place. The protagonist remembered Joo-hyuk's question about the last time he held a bow in his hands. He excitedly wondered if he would be able to do it. His hands were shaking badly. At this time, a friend who was watching what was happening asked why he was not shooting. Hung suggested that he might be nervous. Beginners often behave like that. Juhyuk thought that he was calm in life. Why should he worry? At this time, MC, having inserted an arrow into the bowstring, thought that everything was different here. The tension of the bowstring, the grip of the handle, the sensations were completely unreal. But now his hands were no longer shaking because it was unreal. The protagonist made the first shot and immediately hit the center of the target. At this time, Hyung and Juhyuk exclaimed with great surprise that he had scored 10 points. The commentator noticed that player Sungyun was quickly lowering the bowstrings and scoring 10 points. The protagonist began to shoot even more, and each arrow hit the center of the target. The commentator added that each of his arrows hit the bullseye. Juhyuk asked in bewilderment, "Is this really archery?" He said that capsule games are different from reality, right? Hyung agreed and guessed that he was probably just adjusting quickly. No, wait, something was wrong. He looked different. Who the hell was he? After a while, the MC returned to the normal world. The capsule seller was surprised and remarked that this was something. Letting him buy a used capsule was like committing a crime. What did he think? Juhyuk said with a smile that he did a great job. What happened? Was he okay? Maybe he got a little seasick? The protagonist began to cry silently in the capsule. Hyung, watching this, asked who he was before. Juhyuk explained that he was the youngest gold medalist, most likely the best in the world before that unfortunate incident. He really wants to help him. He loves archery with all his heart. Juhyuk remarked that it had been so long since he last shot a bow, so much so that he doesn't even remember, right? The protagonist tearfully asked, how could he forget such a thing? He remembered everything down to the smallest detail, as if it were yesterday. That unfortunate incident, the cold, indifferent look of the doctor, the dream that had to be said goodbye to. Juhyuk tried to calm him down, but the MC told him not to come near him. He felt a little awkward now. After some time, the protagonist brought the capsule home and noticed that the capsule connection was complete. The program was installed. He climbed inside and exclaimed that everything started. Looks like he can start the stream today. Well, the installation of the capsule was problematic. The protagonist remembered how Hung tearfully said that he was deeply touched by how reverently he cherished his childhood dreams. He thought that he hoped that he had not sold the capsule too cheaply. The MC opened the broadcast tab and noted that it was time to stream. He chose the game Kingdom Age and thought that the events of the game take place in the Middle Ages. The plot revolves around the life of a mercenary, realistic and tough fights at every step. Maybe that's why this game is not very popular. Hype games are usually crowded with streamers, so Kingdom Age is a well-known game, but due to its high complexity, there are not many streamers in it, so for a beginner, this is the best. A system window appeared, which said that the character's appearance setup is complete. Full immersion will begin in 5 seconds. A moment later, MC woke up in the game from the screams of Roman, the captain of the mercenaries. Let him open his eyes. He wondered in bewilderment, where is he? Is this really a cart with horses? The protagonist looked ahead and saw a fierce battle. He wondered, are they really in the middle of a fight? Roman screamed furiously. Is he still not coming to his senses? Maybe he needs to be punched in the neck to bring him to his senses? The protagonist apologized and thought, was it he who hit him? It really hurt. The captain exclaimed that he was a stupid insect. The bandits are advancing, let him grab a weapon. A system window appeared, saying that he needed to select a weapon. The MC began to understand the interface and thought that everything had frozen. Is this some kind of selection menu? So, there is a spear, a sword, but why can't you see a bow? This weapon is on the list. Suddenly, he noticed that 5 viewers had connected to his stream. An anonymous person asked in the chat, does he want to complete a challenge with a bow? The protagonist wondered in surprise. Where did the viewers come from? Are there really only 5 of them? Did he really choose the right game? If they call it a challenge, then it's not great. He asked, what kind of challenge with a bow is this? What's so bad about this weapon? 2 new messages came in the chat. Is he a noob? It's easy to miss with a bow. Arrows bounce off enemy armor, and you have to keep track of the number, so he might not like it. The main character thanked him for the information and said that he would take the bow. The chat immediately started flooding with messages that he was a daring and charismatic newbie. He chose a complex weapon himself. Most likely, he will screw up completely now. Noob streams are always the best. MC, seeing all this, thought that they seemed friendly to newbies. He asked what bow he chose, but where is it? Suddenly, a dead body of an ally flew near him, and a bow fell from the air. He took it in fear, and system windows appeared, which said that he received a bow, as well as 20 arrows. People in the chat wrote that he even jumped. It always happens when a player chooses a bow. Suddenly Roman called out to him and asked, can't he control himself? Let this pathetic bastard pick up a bow and go into battle. With this approach, he will not hit anyone. There were messages in the chat that he should not listen to him. The captain, as always, was sharp-tongued. MC silently took aim and made an accurate shot at the enemy's head. In the chat, viewers wrote that beginners are lucky. The protagonist thought that this is similar to the game Real Olympic, but different from traditional archery. Something in between traditional and modern shooting? He is already slowly getting into it. In the game, the protagonist wondered if arrows always kill with one shot. A user named Ruby Sword answered that this is not so. He can kill with one shot only if he hits vital points. The game is quite realistic, imitating the real location of organs. There is a headshot mechanic, so if it flies into the head, usually one shot is enough. MC wondered what it means that there are headshots here. He thanked the user for the explanation and added that he would use one arrow per enemy. The chat was filled with messages containing laughter and the fact that he was a self-confident noob. The protagonist took aim again and thought that they did not believe him. Well, he would have to prove it in practice. It was all about shooting skills. There were about 20 bandits here, and he had exactly 20 arrows. One arrow per target. He began to quickly kill each enemy with an accurate shot to the head and noted that he would quickly deal with them all. After some time, MC hid behind a fence and thought that, unlike static targets, the enemies were moving, and he was afraid of missing. But everything turned out to be much easier than he thought. The next enemy was a shield bearer. It would not be easy with him. What if he should take a risk? If only there were enough arrows. At this time, Roman was fighting the shield bearer. At the moment when the enemy was forced to slightly remove the shield, the protagonist made an incredibly fast and accurate headshot. After that, he noticed that it seemed that the bandits were gone. The shield bearer was the last enemy. Noticing that there was nothing, MC wondered in bewilderment. Was the chat frozen? Apparently, the shooting did not impress them much. Suddenly, the audience just burst out and started to appear in wild surprise. One of them asked if he really killed the boss. The protagonist asked excitedly, "But what? You can't kill the boss?" The viewer answered that it is not forbidden, he just doesn't die. The protagonist noted that he said that everyone dies from a headshot. Ruby Sword agreed and asked, "But bosses usually can't be headshot, right? And how did he do it?" The MC asked in confusion how to understand his question. The viewer explained that the boss has a shield. He moves quickly, so if the shot force is not enough, he will dodge the arrows. The protagonist thought, "Force is when the bowstring is pulled to the maximum?" He asked the viewer, "Does he mean shooting with the bowstring fully pulled? But it is not difficult." Ruby Sword wondered if aiming was a problem with such a tension. Did he really shoot at full tension every time? Suddenly, Roman came up to him and asked admiringly if he really made that last shot. After some time, the protagonist went to the forum where a topic was created about him. He opened it and saw a replay of the stream where he skillfully destroyed all the opponents with accurate headshots. Roman admiringly said that he was truly amazing. He had never seen anyone shoot like that. In the comments, there were messages that viewers had never seen the mercenary captain talk to anyone like that. He is really cool. He's an extra-class player. The protagonist decided to leave a comment too and asked who this streamer was. He does not remember such a streamer. He was immediately answered that his nickname was highlighted at the very end of the video. MC skipped the replay of the stream to the very end and saw how Roman asked his name and noted that he really wanted to know his name. He will report it to the mercenary commander. The protagonist at that moment answered that his name was Almond. The captain happily said that he would remember. After a while, the protagonist thought that the forum of the game Kingdom Age, known as King Chaman, had the same dull atmosphere as the game itself. Although most users were devoted fans, due to the lack of interesting events and communication, the forum turned into a room where the same questions were repeated like an echo, until one post turned everything upside down. Roman praised a complete noob. In the comments under this video, people were perplexed. Many people began to argue about what was happening. Maybe this is just a pro player passing a test with a bow, or maybe this is a second account. Well, of course, it is a second account. You can just create a new body, that's all. Yeah, you just need to rewrite all the fingerprints and change the iris scan. The author of the post noted that this player is a complete noob. The stream title was generated automatically. MC, seeing how it was being hotly discussed, said in bewilderment that he would not have guessed. It's good that people on the forum sent a link to the account on the video hosting site. This will help him with promotion. One of the users wrote in the comments, "Didn't even seasoned players like Electron find it difficult to kill a boss with a bow?" The protagonist noted that this was the same one. He saw this name in the tops when he was looking for streams of pro players. He heard that this player was a former pro, the legendary pro and first-class streamer, Electron. Under this comment, people wrote in bewilderment, "How did a noob who only created an account yesterday manage to do this?" Electron doesn't play this game anymore, although he used to take challenges with a bow. He's too cool for this game. The protagonist was surprised to think that he was now being compared to Electron. He streamed one day, and now he's being compared to a top player? More comments appeared. What if he leaves this stream if they continue to compare him to him? Yeah, comparing a noob to a world-class player is a bit harsh. MC happily asked if all this was real. After a while, Juhyuk called him. The protagonist picked up his phone and asked why he was calling so early. He accepted the call and greeted his friend. He asked if the stream went well yesterday. The protagonist replied that it was all thanks to him. Juhyuk noted that he was glad to hear it. Is the capsule working normally? Boss Hyung is just worried. MC replied that everything is fine. It seems to be working as it should. He asked if he had any viewers. The protagonist said that by the end of the stream, there were about 20 of them. The guy exclaimed in wild surprise, 20 viewers? What did he do on the very first day that so many of them came? The protagonist replied that he had simply chosen the right game. Juhyuk asked why he had joined them with such talent. The protagonist asked if someone offered him a transfer to a large company. Would he not agree? After that, they talked for a while, and then the MC noted that it was time for them to finish. He needed to get ready for the stream. He asked if he streamed after dinner. The protagonist explained that he no longer had lunches or dinners. This was his new job. Juhyuk smiled and noted that he had never worked hard at the office during lunch. Suddenly, Park's manager came up to him and shouted at him how he could eat at such a time. Was he even listening to him? After that, Juhyuk said goodbye to him and hung up. The MC noted that the manager was still the same. After a small snack, he went to the capsule and wondered if maybe he should have eaten something more filling. But even when he eats, he feels like he's wasting his time. He just wants to get started as soon as possible. Ever since he read that forum, his heart hasn't calmed down. The pressure of comparisons, the tension of being discussed. How long has it been since he felt this way? He can't believe that he's so inspired by people's interest and appreciation. The protagonist climbed into the capsule and said with a smile that it seems like he's a true athlete at heart. He started streaming, and a moment later, messages immediately started flying in the chat. The MC was confused, wondering if it was his imagination or if the chat was moving faster than yesterday. How many people were watching him now? He looked at the statistics and saw that there were 189 people on his stream, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist was surprised that the number of viewers had increased 9 times in just one day. He didn't expect that forum to make such a big splash. He'd never been in a situation like this before, so he was a little nervous. When he's stressed out, he just imagines that this isn't real life, but just a game he's playing from a third-person perspective. And when he goes into an illusion like that, the nervousness disappears like magic. The MC calms down with a smile and says that they'll continue where they left off yesterday. Meanwhile, Juhyuk, sitting in the office, thinks, they say that even a dog shouldn't be disturbed while it's eating. Park's manager, that bastard. Okay, he needs to calm down. He saw a message from the protagonist thanking him and buying him a drink next time. The guy smiles and thinks that it's nice to see him working hard. He's always been a responsible person, right? He called him because he wanted to tell him something, but completely forgot about it. He wanted to talk about the capsule, right? Suddenly, another employee approaches him and warns him that he has a meeting in the third conference room. Juhyuk replies that he'll be right there. He thought, what was he supposed to tell him? Something about body optimization or something, right? After a while, the MC, lying in bed, thought about the fact that last night before going to sleep, he did some research and surfed around on different sites. Mostly, they were about how popular streamers manage their audience, about controversial situations, about some common taboos and such. Mentioning the number of viewers can ruin the engagement of his audience. It encourages competition with other streamers. That's what they wrote there. He shouldn't let his audience think of him as just a streamer if he wants his streams to seem more personal. Like someone watching their friend play a game. After a while, the main character decided to start the stream again. He listed yesterday's viewers and thanked them for coming to watch him again. Greetings and surprises poured in the chat. Did he remember their nicknames? This is the same night streamer. Night Owl's on the second stream. Is he a streaming genius? The protagonist, reading this, thought that calling him a genius is somehow wrong. He said that it was time to play. A system window appeared, warning that full immersion was being initialized. After some time, MC woke up in the game and thought that the game began right on horseback. And he immediately does what he is good at. The protagonist wondered if this was because he finished the stream yesterday and played some more. He asked Roman to introduce him to the leader of the mercenaries, and now he has a new quest. He thought that first he needs to sort out the boring nonsense. He needs to briefly explain everything to the viewers. The protagonist opened the quest window and explained that there is nothing special in this quest. He needs to escort a nobleman. He thought that mercenaries were supposed to fight on the battlefield, but it felt like he was a bodyguard. People started writing to him in the comments that the game was so realistic. They were just mercenaries. Except for a couple of normal guys, the mercenaries were originally just bodyguards. MC thought that the game was incredibly realistic. It was as if he was really riding a horse. Suddenly, Roman called out to him and asked if this was his first time riding a horse. The protagonist replied that it wasn't, but he hadn't had many opportunities to ride one. He wondered if this was a scripted phrase. He said it completely naturally. The mercenary captain warned that in that case, he should get used to it as soon as possible. The protagonist was perplexed. Was this another caustic comment? Roman added with a smile that he would have to write it a lot in the future. People in the comments were perplexed that this was the first time they saw him like this. What did he do with this character? MC excitedly wondered what he did with him. After some time, one of the viewers asked in the chat what quest he was doing. Was there one like this at the beginning? Shouldn't bandits on horses appear now? They should have already appeared, right? The protagonist asked again in confusion. Bandits on horses? Suddenly a group of mounted bandits appeared in their path. Roman furiously shouted, "Let the mercenaries attack them." The battle began, in which the bandits quickly broke forward. The captain of the mercenaries excitedly shouted that the vanguard is a pack. Damn it. Let them defend themselves. Let them help those standing at the end of the line. The protagonist, watching what was happening, calmly noted that they really appeared. It seems that they are now in a bad situation. Trolling began in the chat. His first quest is related to mounted bandits. How many quests did he miss? MC thought that they like it. There are those who doubt him or want him to screw up. This is a typical reaction in the sports world. He is used to it. It is quite easy to shut them up, but the opponents are really fast. There are about 50 of them. Let the result shut them up. The protagonist took out his bow, took aim, and noted with a smile that this time it was not even an ambush. Why do these mercenaries always lose? People in the chat began to support him. The protagonist released an arrow and said that he would first deal with those in front. The arrow flew past the allied mercenaries at lightning speed and flew straight into the head of the bandit leader. Everyone was in complete shock. Viewers began to write in the chat that this was impossible. Did the leader really die from one shot? MC, seeing all this, asked what was wrong with them. He looked at the number of viewers and thought that he shot him because he was riding in front, and he turned out to be their leader. The chat just flies, despite the number of viewers. They are probably delighted, he is flattered. The battle is not over yet. He is happy enough that he will leave the battlefield as a winner. The protagonist began to shoot his bow again and hit all the opponents in the head with incredible accuracy. People in the chat rejoiced and wrote that they thought it was a fake, but it turns out it is all real. The bandits, seeing how the archer destroys them one by one, are afraid to run away. MC again pulled the bowstring and noted that he will not let them run away. He made several shots again. One of the viewers in the chat asked if they thought his pose had changed. Roman, seeing that the bandits are running away, shouted for them to catch up with them and finish them all. The protagonist noticed that the task was updated, and he needs to finish everyone. He said that it was time for them to catch up with them and finish this quest already. After some time, streamer Acorn Jelly went to the game forum and, seeing a post about the player Almond, noted that he came here to see if there was any news about him. But who is Almond? He turned on a replay of the stream and asked if he was holding a bow in his hands. Was this really a bow challenge? He wondered who this idiot streamer was that wanted to play this unpopular game. So it was this freak? Acorn Jelly turned on the recording of the stream and thought that maybe he looked like him. Seeing his highlights, he threw the table back in wild surprise and exclaimed, "What is this?" The streamer thought in wild shock that all the bandits were killed with one arrow to the head. A simple headshot is not enough to instantly finish someone off, and they died in an instant, without even realizing what happened. Is this a perfect shot? In the game Kingdom Age, an enemy will instantly fall if you hit his vital point. But this only works for enemies of a certain level. In other words, if the player is facing a boss, even a critical hit will not defeat him in one go. Everyone knows this, but in fact, there is a hidden system in the game. The only skill that can surpass a critical hit, which has higher accuracy than a headshot, is a perfect shot. But most players do not even know that this exists. Even old-timers argue whether it is in the game or not, all because no one has ever used it. Is it even possible to fulfill such a bad activation condition? To attack in the first second and a half and hit the exact center of the enemy's vital point? This stream, apparently, not only managed to do this, but every subsequent shot is perfect. Is this some kind of cheat? No, who needs this slag? Only idiots play this. Does he only play Kingdom Age? What exactly does he do? Is he an Olympic champion? Acorn Jelly began to search for information about the main character with great interest. After seeing his stats, he was completely confused and thought, is he really a noob? At this time, MC, sitting on a horse, chased the bandits. Roman asked if he was really going to shoot from a horse. He thought that spears or clubs would be better. People in the chat started writing that this was true. It can be difficult to shoot from a horse. The protagonist thought that he was right, but he liked shooting. He calmly replied that everything was fine. Roman noted with a smile that if he was confident, then everything would work out. People in the chat began to complain. What kind of discrimination was this? One of the viewers wrote that he felt like a dude, in whom a girl spat, and then smiled sweetly at a handsome man. The protagonist thought that he had never ridden a horse before, and this was the first time he would shoot at a moving target. But he knew that he could do it. Yes, no matter how much he imagined, his hands were still shaking. But he can't give up. MC pulled the bowstring and made a precise shot at the enemy. People in the chat started writing that he was crazy. The protagonist thought that he was aiming for the head, but hit the neck. This won't do. He needs to adjust to the horse's rhythm. He needs to shoot faster and more accurately. The protagonist pulled the bowstring again and made a quick and precise shot at the head. A viewer with the nickname Ruby Sword noted that now that crazy headshot, it seems that he has become even cooler than before. The protagonist began to shoot all the opponents with precise shots to the head. After that, Roman noted in surprise that he cannot believe that so many enemies can be killed in the blink of an eye. He is an archer sent from heaven. Yes, in his entire life he has never seen anyone shoot like that. How lucky they are that he joined them. One of the viewers in the chat noted that for the first time he sees mercenaries so emotional. He's really not that simple. Why is he such a talent in Kingdom Age? How did he end up in this lousy game? Suddenly, a notification came that streamer Acorn Jelly sent him 100,000 won and noted that all the shots were perfect. A system window appeared notifying that he successfully defeated the enemy. The mercenary commander said that he would definitely remember his name. MC, not listening to anyone, thought that a notification about a donation had arrived. He received this for the first time. And judging by the reaction in the chat, the streamer is quite famous. Viewers began to write, why is he not reacting at all? He is probably shocked by the donation amount. Let him at least give some kind of reaction already. The protagonist excitedly asked what he should do. He was told in the chat that he should pretend to shoot. The protagonist raised his bow up, aimed and shot into the air. People began to wonder, is this a reaction? Let him at least warn before doing it. What nonsense, he just shot an arrow into the air. The protagonist spread his arms with a smile, when suddenly the same arrow flew into his head and a message appeared saying that the game was over. All the viewers in the chat began to laugh furiously at this situation. MC thought that when he was an athlete, he shot blunt arrows. He was glad that they liked it. Suddenly, his game capsule turned off. The protagonist asked in confusion, what happened? Besides, he just died. Is this all because the capsule is an old generation? There is also no cooling system. And what's with the stream now? He excitedly took the phone and saw that the broadcast was over, but the chat did not close. MC explained to the viewers that he was thrown out of the game because the capsule was old. They began to write that he is a legend. Let him return to the game. The protagonist, reading this, thought that they reacted better than he expected. One of the viewers noted that he had incredible talent. He thought that maybe for a streamer this is good. He also likes it when it happens on a TV show. Well, this is all-tube video hosting. That's good. He probably doesn't need to explain it. The main character warned viewers that there would be no more streams today. After a while, people started making fun of this situation, that he just went and ended the stream. This is the only streamer who uses a bow. He literally sent himself to the next world. He received 100,000 won and ended the stream. He's everywhere now. Let him be careful, otherwise he'll get banned. What the hell is he hyping up a streamer with 200 viewers for? He just received a donation from Acorn Jelly. MC, having read all this, decided to look up who this streamer was. He entered his nickname into the search and, having seen excerpts from his streams, noted that he was amazing. The bow challenge is somehow not very good. And are the other videos normal? What did such a streamer forget with him? Suddenly, he received a message from Acorn Jelly himself on his phone, containing a greeting. The protagonist was surprised to note that this streamer was not just a master of Kingdom Age. He was a versatile gaming streamer, and he wanted to become one too. It was much more profitable from a financial point of view, but what should he answer? Acorn Jelly wrote that he had been playing mostly Kingdom Age lately. He liked his game right away. Let him not think anything like that. He still likes girls. Anyway, he wanted to ask if they could meet up sometime, exchange life hacks, or if he could film his reaction to his game, he would be happy to meet him. The MC thought that out of the blue, he was offering a collaboration. He's not pressuring him. If he has any questions, he should feel free to write, Acorn Jelly added. The protagonist wondered, what kind of pressure were we talking about? He's a versatile streamer, which he also wants to become, so their collaboration with him would be very relevant to him. If he agrees, it might seem like he's taking advantage of his fame. It's stressful, and there's no one to consult with. Suddenly, Juhak calls him and mentions that he just watched his stream. He's Almond, right? The MC replies that it's really him. He asks if people reacted normally. The protagonist calmly agrees. Juhak asks, what kind of answer is that? He's more nervous than he is. The protagonist replies that he's an archer, so he needs to be calm. He's been called a genius since he was a child, so he's used to this kind of attention. Did he even call to talk about this? Juhak happily announces that he quit. The MC asks, frightened, why did he suddenly decide to do that? He takes a sip of his drink and explains that he just got into a fight with Park's manager. He should have thrown an ashtray at him when he was leaving the office. The protagonist wonders in surprise, does that mean that he as an elite is now a free agent? If that's the case, what if he asks him to be his manager? Joo-hyuk wondered. He also knew, right? He'd been patient for too long. Manager Park was really an asshole. The protagonist thought no, he not only couldn't say such nonsense, he didn't know if he could pay him, and what to do with him either. Joo-hyuk added that, in any case, it had already happened. Starting from today, he would be his manager. He was looking forward to working with him. The MC, completely shocked, asked what he just said. Joo-hyuk wondered, does he really not want it? The protagonist excitedly replied that he really wanted it. Doesn't he have 100,000 won in his account? He replied that he only had a few hundred for now. And they needed to talk about the capsule. He cried the first time he tried it. The protagonist shamefully exclaimed, why the hell did he even bring this up? Joo-hyuk explained that when he saw him like that, he thought about it. He thought that he really liked archery. When he saw him, he realized that he had never done anything like that. He also wanted to find out what he liked. The MC excitedly replied that if he did that, it would affect his career. Joo-hyuk wondered why he cared. It would be fine if he took a year off before looking for a new job. And if they did well, they would be able to get a great contract, so he shouldn't worry about it. Or maybe he wasn't sure? The protagonist asked with a smile. Who wasn't sure? He would let him roll in money, so he should quit right now. Well, now the manager can start working tomorrow. Joo-hyuk asked in confusion, just like that? Why all of a sudden? The protagonist told him what had happened to him recently. He happily exclaimed that he had been offered a collaboration. Choosing offers is his specialty. The MC asked if it was okay. Joo-hyuk agreed and asked that they couldn't pass up an opportunity like this, right? The main character noted that he does not impress people. He replied with a smile that he should just leave it to him. He had one thought in mind, so they needed to show everyone what they could do. After a while at a cafe, Nayeon, the manager of Acorn Jelly, asked if it was okay that they had set up a meeting in such a dump. Jae-mok, a streamer himself, replied that he chose him because he thought he had potential. But he was still a superstar, right? The manager pointed out that he almost fainted last time he collaborated with some streamer. He asked with displeasure why she brought it up. He had the best physical abilities in the country, and someone like him was an investment in their future. Nayeon said that, in this world, people only look at abilities. Had he met him in person? Jae-mok answered with a smile that he had not. She asked with displeasure if he was really a pro. What if he was wrong about him? He can only whine if his stream crashes. Suddenly, the protagonist came up to their table and asked if he was Acorn Jelly. The guy agreed, and when he turned around, he was shocked by his appearance. The MC had dressed up for this meeting in a chic tuxedo and had done his hair well. He introduced himself with a smile and noted that he was Almond. He was pleased to meet them. The streamer stood up in surprise, shook his hand and introduced himself too. Suddenly, Joo-hyuk came up to the protagonist and, holding a business card in his hands, introduced himself as his manager. He gave his business card to the streamer and the girl. Jae-mok thought excitedly. He thought that he was the most experienced in this field, but for the first time he saw such a sociable person. What kind of person is he? The guy read the card and was surprised to see that he was great. The MC was confused, wondering when he had time to prepare the cards. Joo-hyuk replied that it was nothing. And who was that girl next to him? Nayeon excitedly exclaimed that she was just an ordinary manager. She was not like him. The girl bowed her head and excitedly noted that she was looking forward to working together. Acorn Jelly said displeasedly, let her not overdo it. Do they want to sit down? They should start discussing already. When everyone sat down at the table, Jae-mok took out a sheet of paper and noted that the stream sequence was listed on this table. They needed to agree on what questions would be asked. After a while, they discussed everything. Acorn Jelly said that they needed to discuss the financial side of the issue. The MC replied that since he was new to this field and really needed his help, he could do without payment. Did he like this offer? Jae-mok exclaimed in confusion that this was not possible. They're not living in the era of slavery. Nayeon added that if they did that, they would get it in spades. The protagonist began to speak, but Joo-hyuk interrupted him with a smile and said that, given their experience, the proposal for compensation makes them feel awkward. But if they insisted, they could pay them the minimum. Jae-mok explained that in this industry, wages are not hourly. Then how about this? You would give them half of the donations they collected from their joint streams. What would they say about that? After a while, already outside, Joo-hyuk, holding his phone in his hand, asked with a smile, this is already not bad, right? They would get half of the donations from the stream. The MC guessed that this amount must be huge, right? The manager agreed with a smile and added that he looked into the information. The minimum donations from one Acorn Jelly stream in the last month is 2 million won. They will get at least 100,000, that's a lot. The protagonist was puzzled and asked where he found all this. Joo-hyuk sent him a recording of their conversation on his phone. The protagonist excitedly asked if he had saved the recording of the conversation. The manager happily replied that it might come in handy. He had to be fully prepared. The MC thought that people like him eventually become heads of conglomerates. Jiuk added that, regarding the division of money, if he ends up earning more than 300,000 a month, he would like to take 20% of the amount. The protagonist exclaimed in confusion and noted that he hadn't even earned the minimum yet. Is he sure that this would be enough? The manager replied with a smile that he had a lot of savings and had a plan for everything. The protagonist said that he trusted him. He thought that even though he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he was still so generous. After some time, the MC started the stream and greeted everyone. Suddenly, one viewer in the chat asked if he had heard that he would be collaborating with Acorn Jelly. Was it true? The protagonist thought that the rumors had already spread. It seemed that there were more viewers than usual today. He started to fool around and asked what a small fish like him could do. The protagonist thought that for now, he should pretend that he didn't know. MC started to log into the game and said that today they would go after the bandit leaders. He would try to destroy them all. A message came in the chat that bosses don't die from headshots. The protagonist thought if they don't die from one shot, he noted that Durka died right away last time. People started correcting him in the chat that this character's name was Burka. This was too much. He was just something. He was an elite mob, not a boss. The real bosses from the game were much bigger. He will immediately understand that there is a boss in front of him as soon as he sees him. The protagonist thought that this was a problem. He shouldn't have bragged that he killed the boss with one shot. Suddenly, the user Ruby Sword sent a donation of 10,000 won and signed that he gives 100,000 won for killing the boss with one shot. The protagonist calmly accepted the offer and thought that bosses don't die from one shot. Even if the mission is impossible, this is a good scenario. A large reward for the task will remove the psychological barrier for subsequent donators. He will be simply shameless. The MC thanked him for the donation with a smile and said that they will just take these 100,000 won. After that, more and more users became enthusiastic and began to send donations. The protagonist thought that if donations determine the course of the stream, such communication will become an excellent source of constant income. He hasn't even entered the game yet, and donations are already coming. For some reason, this is very nice. He happily thanked them for the donations and added that he would do everything in his power. MC loaded into the game and noted that last time they ended up in this place. Suddenly, Emilia came up to him and thanked him for saving them from the bandits. She doesn't even know how to thank him. In the chat, the viewers, seeing this girl, immediately began to be touched. The protagonist thought that this was probably the main character of the game. His answer could change the course of the game. He had a choice of further dialogue, and in the chat, everyone started writing for him to choose option 2. MC chose the first option and answered her, "No need for thanks. This is their job." The viewers began to write that it was boring. Emilia thanked him again with a smile. The chat began to pour in messages that this girl was beautiful. One of them wrote that they were all ignorant. This is the kingdom of Rosanita. The protagonist, having read this, thought, is this the second heroine? Suddenly Roman appeared, bowed his head to her, and noted that there was a risk that the remaining bandits were scattered throughout this mountain range. How about sending a special squad to eliminate them? Emilia agreed with a smile and added that she would be very grateful. The mercenary captain ordered the guards to stay here and set up camp. Sometime later, when it was already dark, the mercenaries went on reconnaissance. They discovered the enemy camp, and Roman whispered that they would get as close as possible and simultaneously strike from the rear. Let everyone go to their places. The protagonist thought that this was more unnerving than he thought. The feeling of full immersion from reality is almost indistinguishable. He can't brush it off as a simple game. Suddenly, mercenaries ran out to attack from the rear. The bandits shouted in fear that this was an ambush. Where did they come from? MC began to deftly kill each enemy with a shot to the head. The bandits began to fearfully wonder where this archer was. One of the bandits pointed towards the protagonist and noted that he was there. Let them kill the archer first. Suddenly, a system window appeared, notifying that he had fulfilled the condition of 3 headshots in a row and unlocked the skill sequential shooting. The protagonist was surprised to note that there were such skills. One of the viewers wrote in the chat, "Did he always open them so quickly?" MC pulled the bowstring and said that now they would try out a new skill. He began to shoot each arrow in turn at lightning speed and hit only the head. The viewers were shocked and began to write, "Wasn't this skill useless? And yet he still hits the head." No, even if it is consecutive shooting, it shouldn't be that fast, right? It's not that the skill is fast, it's Almond himself. Having finished with all the enemies, the protagonist looked at the chat and, seeing the joy of people, asked that the bow turned out to be cooler than he thought, right? The viewers answered him that only he thought so. Suddenly, a donation of 1,001 came from the user 30-year-old with the signature, "Let him please say that he does not have a girlfriend." MC thanked him for the donation with a smile and replied that he does not have a girlfriend. He thought that this was fun. It was not only about money. The realistic feeling of full immersion The reaction and joy of people, it was too addictive. Suddenly Roman took him by the shoulder and happily noted that he was truly beautiful. At this rate, he would soon become the best in the empire. The protagonist calmly replied that he was flattered. Suddenly, another donation of 5,001 came with a question. Why is it already over? Where is that boss? The protagonist began to look at the chat in bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries called out to the commander and noted that there seemed to be a corpse of the boss. The dead leader of the bandits was lying on the ground with an arrow in his head. A system window appeared, notifying that the boss was dead. People in the chat started writing in wild shock that this couldn't be. What happened? Wasn't it a headshot? No, it couldn't have been just one headshot. Bosses definitely don't die like that. The MC was confused, wondering if that meant the 100,001 quest had failed. Suddenly, Acorn Jelly donated 100,001 with a caption that it was just one headshot. A perfect shot can even defeat a boss. The main character wondered in surprise, what kind of perfect shot is this? The commentators were outraged. He's talking about this again. What is a perfect shot? How does it work? Isn't this just a rumor? Most likely, this is some kind of nonsense. In general, a lie. Acorn Jelly slammed his hand on the table and thought, if only he could show them this. I wish Almond would explain it. The protagonist looked up and asked, what is a perfect shot? He saw a notification that Acorn Jelly sent 10,001 and attached a message. He doesn't know what a perfect shot is? He confirmed it by asking, what is this? He thought that he had been doing this all this time, and now he's pretending. He put his hands to his head and said, this man, how genius is he? He's a real pro, and the timing is right on point. Then he donated 100,001 and added a message. He says the perfect shot exists, and he will prove it to them. A viewer asked, Almond, maybe they can stream together tomorrow? He noticed this message while the rest of the chat was messaging, so the rumors were not empty. A collab with a top streamer just 3 days after starting his streaming career, what an incredible talent. The protagonist thought he is subtly trying to suggest a collab. Maybe he should play along. Then he sheepishly asked, a joint stream? Commenters wrote that he should refuse. If he joins Acorn Jelly, he will be damned. He thought that people are worried about new members joining, but at the same time, everyone is secretly waiting for a joint stream. There must be a right moment. The next second, Ruby Sword donated 100,001 and attached a message that if he could prove on a joint stream that the perfect shot exists, he would throw him another 100. The protagonist thought, right now. Then he thanked the donor and said that there would be a joint stream. It was an honor for him, Acorn Jelly. Then Acorn Jelly sent him 10,001 again and wrote, cool, he is grateful. He will contact him later. After that, Sang Yoon looked at the pop-up messages again and thought that he knew they would take it well. He went so far as to make up a story about some perfect shot just to get famous. Oldies really know their stuff. Then, he noticed the message. Wait, he donated more than 120,000 and didn't get any respect? The MC said, that's right, but he had already left. The viewers were writing. One of them realized what he was hinting at. No, he can't end this damn stream. Please, he can't end it. The protagonist grabbed his bow and thought that he had killed the boss and planned a joint stream. The perfect moment to end the stream. After that, he aimed his arrow upward and shot. He thanked for the 120,001 and then the arrow flew down, hitting him right in the head. After a while, he walked to the bathroom mirror and sighed, saying that he thought he was going to die from the heat. He thought, but isn't it dangerous to be thrown out of the game every time like this? He feels like it's bothering him. Then he noticed that a message came to his phone. He read a message from Juhyuk, who said that he liked his stream. They are meeting tomorrow, right? Where does he want to play? The protagonist was surprised. A meeting? He asked what he was talking about. They are not meeting online? He sent a sticker and added, does he remember what they agreed on last time? They agreed to do an interview and play on stream. He put his hand to the back of his head and said that he forgot. Interview. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought, interview. Thinks that it is not worth bothering. Then he replied, okay. Then they will meet at Cheonggae Station. After that, he went back to the table and thought, now he will look at what reviews are on the site. In the comments it was said, Acorn Jelly, this damn perfect shot. Almond ended the stream with his own death again. Today Almond had Acorn Jelly on his stream. Sang Yoon was surprised to see a video of Almond taking out a boss with one shot. One of the commentators sent this and added that it is true that he did it with one shot. He slowed down the part with the boss. Viewers wrote, even in slow-mo it is not clear. It seems there were 2 shots in a row. Did he really stagger after the first shot? Too far away? You can't tell. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and thought that even he was shocked. The message said that everyone was discussing this. Everything will become clear on the stream tomorrow. He agreed, and he really did. The commentators wrote that they will see Almond's face tomorrow. He must be a nerd for sure. protagonist, ignoring the comments, looked at the alarm clock and thought that he needed to eat. A few moments later, when he managed to go to the door, he received a call from Joo-hyuk. Turning around, he went back to the table and, answering the call, asked why he was calling. He asked in response, did he see the video on AllTube? It collected over 40,000 views in an hour. He asked in response, they don't have an account on AllTube, right? He answered that Acorn Jelly posted a teaser of their joint stream on his channel. He opened the video and started watching. It said, awesome, he can do it, Almond. He saw the arrow from his bow fly forward quickly, hitting the boss's head. It said, does the perfect shot really exist? They will find out tomorrow on a joint stream. Under the video, the commentators were perplexed. What kind of nonsense is this? The archer, is it really him? How is this even possible? Is this the game that Acorn Jelly has been playing all this time? Is this newbie really that cool? One of them asked in bewilderment, is this really how they shoot a bow in Kingdom Age? His friend replied that it was an edited video. Everyone who watched the video that day was delighted with the joint stream. And the next day, Acorn Jelly's stream recorded a record number of viewers on all of AllTube. After some time, Acorn Jelly looked at the main character and said that they will start soon. They will show their faces and greet everyone. He does not mind, right? He replied that he does not mind. He said that it was great. Usually 3,000 to 4,000 viewers show up at the very beginning of the stream, so he could just stand to the side for now. Joo-hyuk then pointed out to him that he needed to adjust his clothes. He then sat down in his seat and wished him luck. Then he said, well, the stream is starting. Acorn Jelly waved and greeted everyone, and the chat started to cheer. The number of viewers increased to 10,000. He thought, confused, 10,000 from the very beginning? Have they already broken all the records? Then he said that he was happy to see them all. He thanked Sardine Pizza for subscribing and asked what he had for lunch. Sang-yoon, standing to the side, looked at him and thought that he was chatting with the audience until more people came running. Then Acorn Jelly said, those who saw the video on AllTube already know that they have a special guest today. They will do a joint stream and a short interview with him. And more importantly, at the end of today, they want to prove the existence of the much discussed and controversial perfect shot. The viewers began to laugh and said that they had been waiting for this for a long time. The number of spectators increased to 38,620. Soon, the numbers increased to 40,000. And he pointed to the side and shouted, now they will invite him. The popular genius archer, please, they must welcome Almond. The viewers in the chat were surprised. Something is coming. Will he show his face for the first time? Let him be scary, please. At this moment, the main character greeted the others and introduced himself. Donan Aniljil donated 1,001 and attached a message, so handsome. The commentators were amazed at his beauty. The donors were also amazed. One of the viewers wrote, the best streamer on earth, Almond. Acorn Jelly pointed at him with his hand and smiled and said, he's a handsome guy, isn't he? He was also surprised when he first saw him. The viewers were in solidarity. They asked, is he trying to improve his face? Acorn Jelly asked, are they going to do an interview first or play? The viewers wrote that they just want to look at his face. They have to play. Judgment Day for Acorn Jelly. He invited a newbie to show off his face. Then he smiled and replied that he knows they can't wait, but they have a guest. Please, they should respect each other. The protagonist, looking at the screen, thought that the chat was just flying. He couldn't even read anything. Then Acorn Jelly turned to him and said that he heard them. Are they going to start? The MC agreed with him and he asked, what is his optimization code? The protagonist asked what it was. Acorn Jelly looked at him in confusion and said, the code to optimize the capsule to adjust it to his brainwaves and body. He replied that he was unaware. Is it important? Acorn Jelly thought in surprise. Does he really not understand? What? He played this all this time without optimization? Wouldn't it feel like he was carrying a heavy bag of sand? Is that even possible? At that moment, Joo-hyuk, clutching his head, whispered a shout. Naeun looked at him in surprise, and he thought that he forgot about it. After that, he whispered to Almond and, approaching them, said that he really was unaware. He forgot to tell him. In response, he was surprised. What? Joo-hyuk added that it was true. He answered, that's how it is. He even felt a bit ashamed. The viewers were surprised. Is this Almond's manager? Why? He has to tell them. What happened? Something with the stream. Does he really not know about this? This is too much, Almond. What happened? Is this possible? Acorn Jelly explained that Almond bought a used capsule and he was just playing, not caring about the details. The protagonist sat and wondered, what was going on? The viewers continued to wonder, what? He is a true legend. How could he play games without optimization? Is this why he was kicked out of the game? Acorn Jelly looked at him and asked, has this happened before? He confirmed it and added that this happens all the time when he dies. Acorn Jelly cried out in confusion. What? Then how does he continue playing after death? The viewers wrote, doesn't he start all over again in this game after death? Then he just shouldn't die. He never actually died, he just got shot in the head, a switch like that. He said in bewilderment, so he really is a genius. Sangyun, with an awkward smile, agreed with him. He thought, unbelievable, he really is something, the typical genius that everyone wants. Plus, he looks like he has experience communicating with people, great for streaming. Why does he like this so much? Then he smiled and asked, then maybe they should make the optimization code first? The protagonist said, awesome. After a while, they appeared in the game space, and the protagonist thought, is everything ready? He looked at the system window that appeared with the optimization code. He thought it would take a long time, but it was done quickly. Acorn Jelly appeared next to him and noticed that he was already finished. How is he feeling? He replied, fire. He clenched his fist and added, so this is what it is, a virtual space, as if there is no body at all. Acorn Jelly said, because this world is their consciousness. Now that everything is ready, we need to find out if this legendary perfect shot actually exists. The audience wrote, it's finally going to happen, let's go. He shouted, let's go. The system reported, Kingdom Age launch. MC thought, does this even exist? After a while, they were standing near the NPC, and one of them said that he would explain today's quest. The audience wrote, did it synchronize with Almond's progress? Acorn Jelly is behaving clumsily. The boss is finished. The NPC explained, the young lady Amelia gave them another task. Not far from here is a goblin cave that is causing trouble for the farmers. They will find this cave and destroy them. It has been a long time since they received such an incredible task, so they need to try hard. Is everything clear to everyone? They answered in the affirmative. After a while, they got on the carriage and set off. Acorn Jelly, sitting next to the protagonist, offered to tell him about the conditions of the perfect shot. There's a scoring system in this crazy game. He has to imagine a circle on his forehead, and in the middle of it are smaller circles. Different points are awarded for hitting different circles. The first condition is to hit the exact center. The protagonist thought, like in archery. He asked, then what is the second? He sighed and replied, the second condition is incredibly difficult to fulfill. He raised his index finger and added, the first condition must be achieved on the first try. The protagonist looked at him and replied, I see, damn it. So that's why they call it a perfect shot. Acorn Jelly was surprised. What kind of reaction is that? Like he doesn't care at all. Well, he can make a perfect shot, so it probably doesn't matter that much to him. At that moment, Roman hit him on the head. The audience laughed. Roman became himself again. He clenched his fist and shouted, why isn't he coming out? They just arrived. Acorn Jelly, clutching his head, apologized to him, and he shouted, he shouldn't talk to him. He wants him to cut him in half? Where did he even come from? Then he looked at the main character and said, and Almond, you need to successfully complete this task. Acorn Jelly asked disappointedly, why him and not him? The audience wrote, this is their Roman. Roman is carrying this show. After a while, they approached the cave, and Acorn Jelly asked, well, are they ready, kids? Then, before he could finish speaking, when Roman punched him in the head again and whispered, if he wants to help, then he should shut up. The audience laughed at this action, and then, turning to Almond, he told him to show this newbie what a surprise attack is. Turning around, he looked at him and replied that he understood. Acorn Jelly indignantly asked, for what? The audience wrote, this is discrimination. And then Sangyun grabbed his bow and, sitting in the grass, thought, because the character was optimized, it became easier to move. That unpleasant feeling completely disappeared. In that case, with that in mind, he pulled back the bowstring and took aim. Acorn Jelly, watching him, thought in bewilderment, does he want to shoot from this position? No matter how impossible it may seem, since it's Almond, he's sure he can do it. The next second, the arrow pierced the goblin's head, and the commentators wrote in surprise, wow. The shot looks different when they see it. Then MC reached for the next arrow and hit several more goblins right in the head. Acorn Jelly, despite him, thought it was incredible. He became even cooler than before. He even made his shot quieter to shoot from an ambush. Amazing. In addition to his monstrous physical attributes, he has a special trait that can be seen in his speech and behavior, as if he is standing in the rays of light. Then another goblin fell, and the protagonist sighed in relief. Acorn Jelly thought it would be easy to shoot. The next second, the system reported that he had destroyed all the goblin guards. A spectator asked, is this the right way? Roman, turning to the players, said that he did well. Almond, great, time to move on. Acorn Jelly thought this was incredible. The spectators wrote that this place should actually be covered in human blood. The protagonist reached for another arrow, and Acorn Jelly thought, usually all the mercenaries have to work together to get through this stage, and he cleared it all solo? Turning to the comments, he whispered, they saw this, right? Isn't a perfect shot really insane? Instant death, not at all like a normal death. The commentators wrote, what is he saying? This is literally a headshot. Not at all like a normal death. Then he ordered to collapse the entrance to the cave and make a fire. The others laid out some hay and set it on fire with a torch. He added that in this case the rest of the pack would not be able to get out and would die inside. Roman looked ahead, when the next second the knight was surprised to see a huge monster approaching them, shouted that he was here. He fell to the ground in fear, and the system reported that he should get rid of the goblin champion. The viewers wrote, "Wow, a huge boss. Will he be able to perfectly quickly and kill him? He must destroy him with a perfect shot." And then he turned around and told everyone to get ready. Acorn Jelly agreed with him and approached the monster and called Almond. On the first try, perfectly right in the center. The viewers wrote that now they will know for sure whether it was a perfect shot or not. He should just shoot the boss. Sangyun, taking aim, thought what? Then he lowered the arrow, and the viewers wondered why he stopped. Is he worried because he needs to hit on the first try? Almond is also a human after all. The protagonist understood that this was a problem. This creature had an iron mask on its head, so it couldn't shoot. There was no point in aiming at the head. Maybe he should choose another spot? No, the head was the most vital spot, easy to hit, no comparison with others. In this situation, the next second he lifted the weapon over him and shot up. The viewers were confused. Did he want to end the stream again? Who donated him 100,000 won? What kind of nonsense is this? And then the arrow flew down, and the protagonist understood that for a perfect shot you only need to hit a vital spot, which means it doesn't have to be done through the forehead. Then the arrow hit the open part of the monster's back head, and the commentators were confused. Wow! Is he a human fortress? Did he really kill it? Really? The next second, the monster fell to the ground, creating a hole under itself. There was an awkward silence, and then Acorn Jelly, clenching his fist and raising his hands up, shouted joyfully. The viewers were puzzled and wrote, "Wow! Acorn Jelly, his wish came true. He did it." They congratulate him. Ruby Sword sent 200,000 won and congratulated Almond on his victory. The protagonist, turning to the system window, thanked the donator, and then turned his attention to another system window, and thought that he received so much. The donations continued. The viewers expressed their admiration. Perfect Shot believers sent 100,000 won and wrote, "Perfect shot. Dreams come true." After a while, MC, pulling his sweater away from his body, sat in the capsule. His face was covered in sweat, and he walked forward and thought, it seems that even the top capsules do not have a normal cooling system. Acorn Jelly at this moment, with tears in his eyes, turned to Nayeon and shouted, "Did she see this?" He took her hands and added, "He finally did it." She replied that he was great. "The server is overloaded, so the stream got cut off. He knows, right?" He confirmed it with a smile. Come to think of it, it all stopped because of the chat and donations. This is the first time something like this has happened. Juhyuk raised his hand and added, "The game glitched, but the stream is still running. They can get donations if they do an interview." What does he think? Acorn Jelly smiled and replied, "Great, they will do that." And then the main character extended his hand forward and asked them to wait. "He needs to dry his hair." Nayeon shouted, "No way, he looks great." He asked, "Really?" After that, they returned to the stream and greeted the viewers at the same time. The commentators wrote they started again. The stream cut off because of the wild discussion in the chat. This will go down in history. It was awesome. Then Acorn Jelly greeted everyone again and introduced himself. Sangyun added that he really didn't know anything about the perfect shot. The audience wrote, "He is really incredibly beautiful, the appearance of an NPC, but the skills are powerful." One of the viewers asked Hyung after the screen went black, "He was crying, right?" Acorn Jelly indignantly told him to shut up. That did not happen. Then several more donations of 100,000 and 50,000 won came. Acorn Jelly, putting his hands in front of himself, said he will not be able to read all the donations. Viewers wrote that he should open his mouth, they will feed him money. He thanked everyone again and the donations continued. He continued to thank the donators without stopping, and Juhyuk, watching what was happening on the screen, thought that more than 1,000 people have donated. How much did they receive? The next second, Sojia sent 1 million won. Acorn Jelly, perplexed, shouted, "She just sent 1 million. He thought perplexedly, 1 million won? Then the streamer thanked her, and the viewers wrote that this is crazy. Acorn Jelly, putting his hand to his chest, added that he sees this for the first time, and the message, please, he must pass on to Almond, that he is very handsome. That's what was written. Of course he is not sleeping? She donated to them twice? Does she have infinite money? Then the protagonist said words of gratitude again and bowed. The viewers wrote that everyone will donate to Almond. This is all for him. He is something special. He is really handsome. Please, he must continue to work hard. Then Acorn Jelly waved his hand and said, "Enough, it is time to start the interview." He made a list of questions based on the vote on his website. He looked at the winning questions and indignantly shouted, "Well, what kind of questions are these?" The viewers laughed. Aren't most of Acorn Jelly's fans girls? The protagonist calmly began to answer the questions. He does not use any special care and does not apply tint either. Acorn Jelly shouted, "Why is he answering like that?" And he continued, "He doesn't have a girlfriend." He thought that he was a little embarrassed, but all this attention warms his heart. He likes it. Playing games on stream, he thinks it suits him. After a while, they thanked each other for their hard work. Nayeon, handing a towel to the lead character, said that he sweats so much because he doesn't have a proper cooling system. He replied that he has the same capsule. Then she turned to Acorn Jelly and asked, "Is there a problem?" He thoughtfully answered, "Not really. Isn't it because he concentrates well?" But in any case, he is grateful for the work. He has never seen such dedication on stream. Juhyuk, holding a gift box in his hands, thanked them for taking care of them. "It's a small gift. Please, he should accept it." Acorn Jelly opened the box and asked admiringly, "What is it?" Nayeon thanked him again and said that she would love to eat it. The MC looked at his manager and thought that he would never think of something like that. He is really good that way. Acorn Jelly then suggested that they talk while Nayeon prepared everything. He showed them a tablet and said that this was the total amount they got today. The protagonist and Juhyuk, perplexed, opened their mouths, looking at the screen, exclaimed, "This is it." On the screen it was written, 5,360,000 won, total revenue. Sangyeon asked in surprise, 5 million? His manager added, "Wow, where did they get that much?" Acorn Jelly pointed at the tablet and said that this was actually his first time getting that much. Nayeon came up to them holding a tray of drinks and said, "Then if they split it in half, it would be 2,700,000 won." Protagonist thought, almost 3 million. Then he and the manager bowed and thanked them. Acorn Jelly put his hands in front of him and exclaimed, "No, he should be the one thanking him. Even 500,000 won is already considered a jackpot on a joint stream." Juhyuk looked up at him and thought, so donations are not the main source of money. He then asked if he could ask how he gets money. He smiled and answered, "Of course. Advertising is the main source of income. Tribe's advertising income is proportional to the number of viewers. It's like a salary." Nayeon added that she also attracts third-party advertisers. She pointed at the streamer and said, "These are mainly advertisements for games or products. For example, clothing, streaming equipment, and capsule sponsorship. These clothes are all ready from sponsors." Acorn Jelly showed the writing on his sweater, and Juhyuk punched his hand and said, "Oh, this is very similar to what celebrities do." Nayeon smiled and said that was true. Well, really used to attractive people getting 90% or more of their income from donations. And since he looks like this, he has no choice but to act like a celebrity. Acorn Jelly yelled indignantly, "Is there something wrong with him? And in this industry, the one who looks funnier wins." She added, "Quite funny." She then turned to the protagonist and sheepishly said that it was just her opinion, but she thinks he can partially act like a celebrity. Acorn Jelly asked why that was so different from what she said before. The MC took a sip and then put the glass down on the table and thanked her, adding that he wanted to be a gaming streamer. She said, "Of course, she was just talking about income strategies." Acorn Jelly added, "If he was doing streaming, hobbies and the number of side activities are also important. For example, like Horn Ramen, who used to be a cartoonist. While he was streaming games as his main content, he also worked in the entertainment industry, such as appearing on various shows. By the way, AllTube is usually the main source of income for such people. He can consider streaming as a fan service for communication." The protagonist thought that this did not sound so bad. Acorn Jelly then added that streamers can be divided into two groups. The main mass, focused on creating content for AllTube, and then there are streamers who occupy a narrower niche, since they are clustered on Tribe's streams. Nayeon raised her index finger and, turning to the protagonist, told her to advise him to consider moving to a wider field. For his information, they are closer to the niche field. Edited videos have a significant impact on AllTube, so it is very important to find a good editor. Acorn Jelly then asked Juhyuk if he once did something like this. He awkwardly scratched his neck and replied that it was not so. He did not have such experience. He replied, then he needs to find someone else. Since his income is not that high yet, there is no need to rush. He thanked him for the advice. After a while, the MC and Acorn Jelly shook hands. He thanked the streamer for his help today. Acorn Jelly suggested that they stream together again next time. The protagonist replied, "Great." Acorn Jelly thought that maybe by then he would already be far ahead of him, and then he folded his arms and thought that he was jealous. Well, what can he do? He is very far from his talent. Nayeon noticed that it was getting cold and suggested that they go inside. After a while, the MC thanked his manager for giving him a ride. He said, "You're welcome." Then he called the protagonist, and he turned around as he got out of the car. He said, "It seems like he thinks a lot about AllTube and Tribe. He shouldn't rush. From what he can see, he's incredibly talented. So whatever he does, he'll do well." He smiled and thanked him. After that, he walked up the stairs and noticed that it was getting cold. In winter, the stairs freeze, and they might fall. Then he turned to his grandmother and said that he received 2,700,000 won today. Juhyuk didn't take a penny, but it was actually pretty fun. He thinks they'll keep doing this. After that, he looked at his hand and continued, and inside the capsule, his right hand wasn't shaking. Everything was fine. That car accident was a terrible memory not only for him, but also for his grandmother. He remembers the car and his grandmother's eyes when she cried alone. So his right hand is more than just a nightmare memory. It is the most hated part, the one that hurt his grandmother. But at the same time, it is the one that accompanies him in everything. His right hand has always been a dark and unpleasant shadow that has followed him since that moment. But now he can pull the bowstring with it again. He looked up and asked, "But isn't it amazing?" She would faint if she saw him now. He has a lot of good people around him now, helping him. It feels like they were sent to her grandma. He doesn't know how to repay them. Tears started to fall from his eyes. He started to wipe them with his sleeve and said that he was going to do his best, but maybe it's too late. He imagined Grandma asking indignantly, he wasn't going to say it's too late, was he? If he knew, he should work harder. He sighed and said that he knew he would do it. It's just a shame she couldn't see it. That was his biggest regret. Meanwhile, Acorn Jelly started to scroll through the comments, which said that everyone who missed Acorn Jelly's stream today lost a third of their life. There was an actual perfect shot on the stream. The boss was actually defeated with one shot, and that was the Goblin Champion, by the way. Almond is the savior of the kingdom. They should watch this teaser that Acorn Jelly posted. It's just mind-blowing. Is this even possible in this game? Acorn Jelly, looking at his phone screen, said, "As expected, there was a lot of hype. Isn't this the first time a post from the Kingdom Age community has made it into the top 10? Nyan turned to him and asked, "Is he browsing the forums here now? Isn't that video awesome?" He was surprised. It seems like nothing like that was posted. She pointed and said that she didn't mean that. She meant that the editors community posted it. He was surprised. Editors? She replied that she would send him the link. He should watch it. After that, he turned on the video and said in surprise, "Mr. Sang-yoon, really?" It was as if heaven itself had extended a helping hand to him. The commentators under the video admired the quality of the video. After some time, the protagonist took a shower, and while drying his hair with a towel, thought that he should put everything on the shelves, based on the information they received yesterday. Streamers have two main schemes for earning money: donations from streams and profit from advertising, proportional to the number of viewers, which is what Tribe is designed for. And if we talk about edited videos, advertising brings the main profit to AllTube. Among this, he will most likely like the so-called star style, which is often practiced on AllTube. Jiuk says the same thing. He remembered how his manager said that these two are right. He is not very similar to Acorn Jelly, rather to Horn Ramen. Sang-yoon thought that he was fired up by this idea. Ramen's style is completely different from his. Most likely, Juhyuk was referring to his scheme for earning money. Then he said, "Profit from AllTube, advertising, sponsors, he desperately needs an editor." After that, he sat down at the computer and thoughtfully leaning his head on his hand, said, "Since AllTube brings in good money, but requires cool editors, maybe look among the talents who post popular videos?" Then he noticed a movie about an archer from Kingdom Age. He opened the video and, perplexed, shouted, "Stop! Is this him?" He asked in surprise, "The name of the channel is Seojia?" He thought, "Is this the man who donated $1 million?" Then he turned on the video. The superimposed song said, "My lady, there is a risk that the remaining bandits are scattered throughout this mountain range. How about sending a special squad to destroy them?" The protagonist thought, the background music, the color correction, even the editing, which complements the plot, he is watching a movie. He saw how his character closed his eyes, and then, concentrating, released an arrow that struck the enemy with lightning speed. He thought, the cold, indifferent look of the doctor, to make it so dynamic, he was even amazed at his own game. He looked at the screen of his monitor and asked, "Is it him?" Then he opened the comments. One of the users wrote, "Wow, what kind of game is this? Looks exciting." They answered him, "Kingdom Age?" He heard that this is an insanely difficult game. The quality is generally off the charts. Reminds him of a drama with a huge budget. The fact is, no one except this guy can play like this anymore. It's a waste of money. And he won't even talk. He should just register and understand what despair is. MC read the comments with admiration and thought that all the comments are pretty good, I must say Juhyuk. After that, he picked up his phone and almost dropped it in surprise. Juhyuk sent him the same video and wrote that he found an amazing guy. Maybe he should write her a comment? He asked, did he watch it too? And then he wrote, what about the payment? They still have unstable profit. He replied that he would just chat with her. That was a manager's job. He would handle everything. He had to focus on the game. Then the protagonist sighed and thought, well, it would be rude to abandon the game when he had a manager like that. He stretched the joints of his hand and said, well. He sat in the capsule and looked at the system screen and thought, he was a great shot, but compared to other streamers, his physique was not that outstanding. Training was important if he wanted to stream like a pro. The system asked him to choose the difficulty of the training. He said, the maximum difficulty. After a while, he opened the refrigerator and said that it took 3 hours to do everything. He looked at the clock and added, he was hungry and it was time to start the stream. After that, he took a bag of almonds and pouring it into a plate said, nothing can be done, he will have a quick snack. Then he ate a nut and thought, by the way, people should have already written comments about the joint stream and video on AllTube. The first reaction will most likely be. He suddenly got nervous. The stream will start in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the worker in the office desperately sighed and asked, was it really in vain that he got involved in this game? He was in the office of Punk, the largest domestic game distributor. He thought that he knew that this genre would not be commercially successful, but for it to sell so poorly, the situation should already improve, right? The reviews from experts are quite good. Maybe if they hold an event to attract new players, everything will change? No, no one will do this for a game that does not sell. Only if suddenly some top player appears. Then he sighed again and thought, what is he talking about? This game is not even on the lists for esports. What other top player? And how can they revive it? He typed Kingdom Age into the search engine and saw the video and asked, what is this? He turned on the video and thought the quality was mind-blowing. The editing was gorgeous, but this man's acting, his skills were just incredible. Was this streamer even real? My god, his account was created just a couple of days ago. A newbie? Looking through the information he thought, Almond, he is not only a capable but also a talented streamer. His popularity is growing insanely, and he is also handsome. He slammed his fist on the table and thought, this is it. Since he is a newbie, his stats will be low, but if they give him a boost. After that, he subscribed to him and the system said that he was following Almond. The next second, a notification came. Almond started streaming. The worker, smiling, looked at the monitor screen and thought that he had just subscribed to him, and he started the stream, just in time. He will watch how he plays. Then he was surprised, his viewers. In the chat, the viewers were greeting the streamer. The number of viewers exceeded 1,000, and the MC asked, was there that many before? The protagonist looked at the number of viewers in surprise and thought that his stream had just started, and he already had thousands of viewers, and this number continues to grow steadily. Collab. The perfect shot, that legendary video, whatever the reason, once he breaks this barrier of 1,000 people who can become a full-time streamer. At this moment, Juhyuk looked at the number of viewers and clenched his fist joyfully and said, yes. The viewers wrote, what's the matter? Why did he suddenly go silent? He has to start the stream. He thought the chat was going crazy. On the joint stream, they had 50,000 viewers and everything went smoothly. That is, they organized everything perfectly. How can he handle this alone? He smiled shyly and thought that this is amazing. He said, wow. Such a warm welcome from the very beginning. The viewers greeted him and he wished them a good evening. They will continue to play Kingdom Age today. One of the viewers wrote that all he can hear is his velvety voice. He should show his face. By the way, he doesn't show it on his streams. There are so many newbies here. He always streams without a camera. He thought they wanted to see his face? At that moment, Juhyuk wrote to him and, having attached a file, told him to look at this. Lucky idiot. He opened a file called The Face of the New Streamer Almond. It said, beauty, talent that big agencies lack. He thought they leaked his photos. Then he grabbed his head and wrote to the manager that maybe he just wants to get attention, but he likes it. His face turned red from embarrassment, and Juhyuk wrote to just turn on the camera already. After that, he really turned the camera on the broadcast. The viewers wrote, wow. Now he will always stream with a camera. Donations started flying. One of the donators wrote that that perfect shot was simply killer. He couldn't donate then, so he's doing it now. MC waved and thanked for the generous donations. They don't have time, so they'll start. A few seconds later, he was immersed in the game. Amelia stood in front of him and, adjusting her hair, said, Almond. She heard about his outstanding abilities. He easily dealt with the goblins, who were an eyesore. Viewers wrote that they were overwhelmed with life energy every time they saw Amelia. His heart trembled before her beauty. The protagonist replied that he wasn't alone. She said that it wasn't so. She took his hand and added that Commander Roman had told her everything. She put his hand to hers and added, Almond, really? Viewers were puzzled. Why were they holding hands? Since when did they become so close? She told him that she had another task for him. Commentators wrote that they were just using him. A good time. No. Hard physical labor. Yes. The protagonist asked, but why doesn't she ask Commander Roman about it? She answered that she wants him to do this task in the mountains alone. The Lord also agreed with this. She pointed her finger forward and asked, does he see that majestic castle? He confirmed it and thought, if this is a solo mission, then maybe it is something not very difficult. Then she asked, he must kill the lord of that castle. He looked at her puzzledly and asked, does the lord often leave the castle? She answered uncertainly, no. He needs to get inside. Viewers wrote, is that what she said? Please, should he die? Amelia, what has this come to? She was not like that. Perhaps the power level detector is broken. Then she sheepishly took the protagonist's hand again and said that she was sure he could do it. A donation came to the stream with a message. She was sure he could destroy the castle with one arrow. This is what 200% trust looks like. And then the system asked if he wanted to accept the quest. Meanwhile, the punk employee, watching the stream, thought, kill the Lord? He had played Kingdom Age many times, but it was simply impossible to complete this quest with a bow. They wrote in the chat, I wonder, how on earth was he going to take the castle with a bow? How? He would just die. Is he new? Almond doesn't die, he only pretends to when he receives donations. The only thing that can kill him is a donation of 100,000 won. Anyone who has ever participated in a siege knows how hard it is. Newbies think they are pros at this. They probably haven't even played Kingdom. He thought it was true. Sieges in Kingdom Age are famous for their incredible difficulty. You have to climb every wall, and the enemy AI is so advanced that once you spot them, they will immediately be surrounded. Ambushing them is almost impossible. He thought about it, but the biggest problem is Lord Tolerant. He is covered in armor from head to toe. He is the worst possible opponent for archers. But what if he can actually complete this mission with a bow? Almond is undoubtedly capable and beautiful, but in this field that alone is not enough to become a star. It requires a little magic. Then Sanyin said, he accepts. Emilia replied that she knew he would accept. Viewers wrote, wow, this is their Almond. We must go to certain death. The protagonist knew that it would not be easy, but he needed to complete this quest to succeed. If he was going to retreat, he would not have started in the first place. He has an ace up his sleeve. If Kingdom prides itself on historical accuracy, then medieval castles aren't as big as people think, right? He raised his index finger and added, there are probably no more than 50 people there. He thinks he can handle it. The viewers wrote, 50 against 1? Yeah, easy. Medieval castles are just big manors. Then he thought, but what reason could she have to order someone's death? Even though she's just a game character, she doesn't seem like the type to hate others or harm them. He then put his hand to his chest and asked, my lady, what did the lord of that castle do? He thought, they don't even give him time to think. She remained silent, and then explained that Tolerant enslaved his people. MC was horrified and she added, he lent them money on bail at extortionate interest rates, forcing them to pay back the debt. He turned them into slaves who were obligated to serve him for the rest of their lives, including women and children. If the lord died, their family could take care of them. She would rather start a war, but there was no good reason for that. Would that be okay with him? The protagonist bowed and confirmed it. He understood everything. Then the system said that he must kill Lord Tolerant. After a while, the wolf raised its head and howled at the night sky, and Sanyin, turning to the audience in a whisper, said, by the way, can this game detect when he is talking to himself? They replied, maybe he should try saying something. He can change the settings. He replied, yeah. Then he thought, this game is about realism. He replied, he will just walk. After that, he was making his way through the corn, and one of the viewers wrote, wow, not a single sound while he was making his way through the corn? He moves much better than before. It seems his character was well optimized. No, he has an innate, extraordinary concentration. He thought that he also felt changes in his movements. It was all thanks to training. 3 hours of training were worth it. After some time, he approached the walls of the fortress. Guards were walking along the top of the wall. And he, pressing himself against the wall, thought that he had not gone that far, and now he needed to somehow sneak through the wall unnoticed. There were 2 guards nearby. If he recklessly attacked, they would call for reinforcements. The book said that you need to sneak up from behind, cover their mouth, drag them aside, and silently finish off the enemy so that he did not have time to squeak. But, frankly speaking, he is not very confident in other types of weapons yet. And then he reached for an arrow, and one of the spectators, perplexed, asked, will he shoot from a bow? He answered in a whisper, for now it is like that. The spectators wrote that it will not work, they will expose him. If he is going to make a noise, he must kill 2 at once. How is he going to kill them both? He has to say he can do it. He thought, he won't lie, and then he looked at the moon and said he has an idea. He has come up with a way to take them out with 1 shot from his bow. The audience wrote, he doesn't mean shooting 2 arrows at the same time, like in those action movies? No way. He can't do that here. Kingdom Age is not Hollywood. But then the protagonist takes aim, and the audience wrote, wow, is he really going to shoot? 50 to 1. He shoots 1, then the others will immediately raise the alarm. If he doesn't kill them all at once, that's it. Good game. Well played. He thought, he can do it. First, he'll shoot the one on the left. He'll make the arrow's trajectory longer to slow down its landing. He pulls back the bowstring, and the audience wonders, what is he thinking? Then he shoots, and then he takes aim with the next arrow. He thought, now. He fired another arrow, and while one hit one of the guards in the head, the second arrow pierced his partner's head. They fell lifelessly to the ground. The audience was confused. What the hell? What happened? Wow, how did he manage to hit at the same time? He's a monster, and this is all live. He's completely crazy. The protagonist looked closely and thought, there's no one else in sight, right? The viewers continued to admire, and then donations poured in. One of the donators wrote, "Mom, when he grows up, he wants to be like Almond. He wants to be him." The protagonist looked at the system window, thanked Ruby Sword and Crazy Man for the donations. Sheep sent 3,001 and wrote that even the developers did not expect this. Sangyun laughed and said, "Okay." Meanwhile, the worker grabbed his head and thought, this is really a complete surprise. He has been working in the gaming distribution niche for many years and has seen countless players, but he has never met anyone like him. He took the phone and called the director. He offered to arrange a meeting tomorrow. He will send him a dossier on this streamer with all the details. They must get it at any cost. After some time, the MC climbed the wall and thought, damn, what a difficulty. He stopped near the bodies of the guards and said, this game is pure hell, except for archery. The viewers wrote, but this is the hardest part. It is impressive how he went so far on the walls. Usually 3 attempts are not enough. And did he by any chance practice before the game? The main character thought, practiced on the highest difficulty. He was going to repeat this several times, and then he said that first he will remove the body. After that, he suddenly turned around and saw a guard holding a torch. He walked forward and asked, what kind of parable is this? Where did the guard disappear to? Again, apparently they are sleeping somewhere? At that moment, MC hid behind a cannon, took aim, and fired. The viewers wrote, what an ambush. Did he aim for the throat to take them out silently? With one shot to the throat? Maybe there was a vital point there? They died before they could blink, without even shedding blood. Here it is, the perfect shot. He must move on. He continues to stack the bodies. Not too easy, Almond. Is everything working out? He easily kills his opponents on the outside, but it will be much more difficult inside, because their number will only increase there. He understands that even a good marksman cannot cope when there are many enemies. The protagonist stacked the bodies, and shaking his hands, thought, yeah, he will have to sweat inside. What should he do? After some time, he changed into a guard's clothes and walked forward. He did not think that it would be so uncomfortable. Approaching the armory, he thought that he would just grab a few arrows and go. Then he went into the room, and one of the guards paid attention to him. He shouted what he was doing there. But before he could finish speaking, an arrow flew into his forehead. The spectators wrote, what was he doing at all? Did he really decide to kill everyone there? It felt like he slightly misunderstood the task. He only had to kill the Lord. Then the protagonist, turning around, saw the guard who was on the wall, and the spectators wrote, he was exposed. He, loading another arrow, thought nostalgia struck, just like at the archery competitions where he once shone. Then he seemed to fall out of reality, completely concentrating on the target in front of his eyes. And this complex world at that moment acquired unprecedented clarity. To hit the target or not, only 2 outcomes loom before him, and in the face of this crossroad, his strength increases to unimaginable heights. With these thoughts, he fired right at the target, and then ran forward. The viewers wrote, isn't it too loud? This is supposed to be a secret assassination attempt, Almond. Apparently, he's so deep in himself that he doesn't hear them at all. At that moment, one of the guards ran after him and shouted, hey, he's there. The commentators wrote, he's heading straight here. Has the mission really failed? But the protagonist fired an arrow into the guard's leg, and the viewers were surprised. Into the leg? Even Almond can screw up. Apparently he got a little nervous, lost his concentration. That's it, he needs to get going. At that moment, several more guards ran up. One of them crouched down next to the wounded man and shouted, Damon. Another turned to the protagonist and shouted, oh, he's a bastard. Stop! But the protagonist didn't stop. Turning around, he fired an arrow again, hitting one of the guards. The survivor, perplexed, asked, what's going on? But the next second, the MC fired 2 more arrows, hitting both targets. The audience was amazed. He took out 2 in one fell swoop. He used one as bait. He definitely served. An archer with military training. Songyun thought that everything was cleared outside. It was time to go inside. He was walking along the wall when suddenly a guard noticed him and asked what was going on. He fired an arrow at him, and the guards standing behind him turned around at the sound. They shouted, intruder! One of them started blowing a horn, and the guards who arrived shouted, over there! A variety of weapons were aimed right at the protagonist, and the viewers wrote, how did he screw up so badly? Is it too much already? Almond got really carried away. Kill, and kill again. The protagonist stopped in front of a crowd of guards, and one of the viewers wrote, so what has he decided now? The guards aiming at him shouted, he must die. Despicable. The audience wrote, this is bad. There are basic rules for stealth assassinations. He can consider that he has already fully revealed himself. What is the result? The protagonist, releasing arrows, hitting the targets accurately, thought, there's nothing to worry about. He activated the sequential shooting skill. Then he loaded several arrows at once and accurately killed several guards. They fell lifelessly to the ground. One of the remaining shouted, what the hell? Arrows find heads without fail? He is a monster. They must run as fast as they can. Then he turned around and, breathing heavily, ran forward, but the protagonist ran after them, and they shouted, "He is on their tail! They must push harder." The commentators wrote, "Did he really intend to shoot while running? Is that even possible?" He loaded an arrow and thought, "Perhaps it is." And it's not that in the virtual world his hand is unshakable as a rock, it's all about unwavering concentration. He fired several arrows. One of the guards begged for mercy, but the next second he also fell to the ground, like his comrade. MC wiped the sweat and, smiling, asked, "Well, how is it? Impressive?" The viewers wrote, "He's a real psycho. Devilishly cool. Is this the notorious killer smile? Crazy skill, incredible face, awesome." Also, a lot of donations flew onto the screen, and the main character thought, donations are coming more and more often. Is his business really going uphill? He feels great. Then he asked, "Isn't it time to pay a visit to the Lord?" He walked to the gate, leaving bloody footprints behind him. After some time, he walked into the hall, at the end of which the Lord was sitting on the throne. He thought, "Is this the same Lord?" He thought it would be some old man, he had such a bossy attitude. Then he raised his finger and said, "No, they should wait," as if he was waiting for him, even though his arrival was planned to be secret. The audience laughed. He just blurted it all out. Well, what a classic scene. The next second, Talorant threw his weapon at him, sticking it into the door behind him. The MC stopped in fear, and then the Lord asked, "Did he appear in the mountain solitude?" Sang-yoon, aiming at him, thought, "He easily throws a giant sword, monstrous strength." Then he was surprised. When the audience started laughing, it finally dawned on him. He thought, "What a disappointment, this armor can't be pierced." Then the Lord called his subordinates, waved his finger, several knights came out of the passage. The audience wrote in surprise, "Called his own? Wow, what now?" They are also up to their ears in armor. It looks like even Almond will have a hard time with a bow. In such a situation, a blunt weapon will not hurt. The protagonist thought, a blunt weapon, that sword will do, but is it wise to take up a weapon that you do not really know how to use? No. Too risky. He will not break through them even with a bow. Of course, he is not a god of gameplay, but he knows these basic rules. While the knights were approaching him, the audience wrote, "Creepy? Maybe he should run away? He must take what is at hand." And the protagonist thought, if there is a task, then there is a way to complete it. He remembered the weapon development tree and thought, since among the weapon options there is a bow, a way will definitely be found. He must keep both eyes open. He must not miss the slightest detail. What? He looked at the knight, and then smiled and dodged an attack from a sword of one of them. Then he turned to the side and fired an arrow into the exposed head of the knight. The audience was confused. What? Knocked off the helmet with an arrow? Damn, is that even real? The helmet flew to the side, and then Sang-yoon fired several more arrows. The audience continued to be surprised. Is he really a human? One of the knights grabbed his head and then, running up to the protagonist, shouted that he was an idiot. He swung his sword, but the protagonist sharply ducked, dodging his attack. Then he sharply fired his arrow, hitting the enemy right in the head. He ran to the side, aiming at the others, thought, too late. He fired several more arrows, killing his opponents. The audience was delighted, bowed before him, the true Korean god of archery. This is power. The bow is simply incredible. Then Talorant, holding the hilt of his sword, said that this is incredible. The audience wrote, "What about the Lord? Doesn't he have a loop on his helmet?" Then the Lord swung his sword, and the protagonist thought, 3 headshots. The conditions are met, now it only remains to be confirmed. The method he found, is it really right? He used the skill of consecutive shooting. The viewers had already forgotten that he had such an ability in his arsenal, but no one understood why he needed this ability. Taking several arrows, he aimed at the Lord, and he said that it was such a pity, his arrows would not kill him. He clanged his heavy sword into the floor, and the chat took his side. They all did not understand why Sang-yoon took the quest with bow at all. But he had everything under control. He had already found a way. He released the arrow, and it hit his armor with a loud ringing sound. And he asked, did he not understand what he said? It's all useless. MC pulled the arrow back on the bowstring, and Talorant walked towards him and said that he would grind him into dust for turning his entire castle upside down. The arrow hit his armor again, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing?" After that, Sang-yoon started shooting at him non-stop. The arrows were knocking against the steel armor, and Talorant exclaimed that this was idiocy. What is he trying to achieve? But the MC didn't listen to him. He again fired several arrows at him at once. He tried to be faster, more accurate, in order to hit him right in the heart. He shot at such a speed in one place that the armor began to heat up and sparks flew in all directions. The viewers were surprised by this method, and the lord of the castle, seeing that the dent in his armor was slowly deepening, ran to attack with a loud cry, and Sang-yoon latched on again. One of his viewers wrote that the arrows were still crap, and he mentally answered that this was not true. This was enough. He fired another arrow. It was the one that pierced his opponent's armor and put him into a stupor. He didn't even think that something like this could happen. When he saw another arrow flying at his chest, he cursed, and then the sharp tip pierced his heart, and he fell dead. The chat immediately poured with enthusiastic comments. They were all very happy about his victory, and even started sending him donations. He exhaled with relief and clenched his hand into a fist with the thought that he did it again. 3 hours of training, then a quest of increased difficulty. It is quite exhausting, but the thrill of victory charges him with energy again and again. After that, he read the message in the chat and thanked everyone for the donations. One of his viewers asked how many shots there were in total, and he answered him that he did not count, but somewhere around 40. In the chat they wrote that he is now a professional streamer. MC said that he now wants to see the surprised face of Lady Amelia. And at the same moment, he received a notification about a large donation. Seo Jia sent him as much as 300,000 won with a comment that he is so cool. His viewers recognized this donator. This is the same person who donated him a whole million on a joint stream. Now everyone began to guess what Almond will do. 100,000 and the stream would have ended. But what will happen for 300,000? Meanwhile, he did not pay attention to their messages at all and looked at the notification in surprise. Some time ago, Jia was riding the subway and the train stopped at the station she needed. Pushing through the crowd, she jumped out of the train and caught her breath. She was so irritated by all this, the terrible noise, the crowds of people. How long will she live like this? She climbed the hill where her house was located and went inside thinking that instead of going against the wave, she would like to dive into this boundless ocean where there is not a soul. She looked around her house sadly, then turned on the computer and seeing that Almond's stream had started, she was immediately filled with energy. She made it right to the beginning. He started launching the game and she thought that she was so lucky, then opened the package of almonds and started watching the stream. His streams are the only light in her life. At first, she watched it only because of the nickname, but then she got really into it as soon as she saw this. He got to Amelia, and she thought that the task itself was terrible. How can I even complete this? Seeing that he accepted this task, she was very surprised. She got sucked into watching his stream. She was surprised, laughed, was completely immersed in what was happening on the screen. And when he killed the castle lord with a shot to the heart, she said with delight that it was so cool. She started waving her arms in all directions from joy for him. And then she realized that she needed to donate, but how much? She wanted to donate 100,000 as usual, but she remembered Ruby's sword and his promise to throw him another 100 if he proved that the perfect shot exists. She firmly decided that this time she would donate him 300,000 won. She did not want to give in to anyone in this. Even though she had already spent a decent amount, this money was an investment in her happiness, so she did not think long and sent it to him. He was very happy with her gift and said that her nickname seemed familiar to him. She liked that he remembered her, and she began to wait for his reaction. Meanwhile, he carefully looked through the chat and seeing the offer to do a backflip, said that it sounded tempting, so he would do it. The audience laughed at him and noted that he would have to repeat it 300 times, but he did not care and began to do a backflip. But what everyone was waiting for did not happen. The system reported that he died and returned to the last save point. He scratched the back of his head in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Then looked at his hands and said in confusion that apparently he was not kicked out of the game due to optimization. The audience noted that he lost the concept, and he said that nothing could be done about it and he would exit on his own. After which, he waved goodbye to everyone with an awkward smile and told Jia that he was very grateful for the donation. Everyone in the chat laughed that he really turns off the stream, and after it was all over, the MC woke up in the capsule all wet with sweat. He dried himself with a towel and thought, what does that mean? Even if he dies, the game won't kick him out. He was surprised, but judging by the viewer's reaction, everything is fine. He also got 300,000, so he is happy. But this viewer Sojia, wasn't she the one who donated an incredibly huge amount to him on a joint stream? He wonders what this person does for a living. And it also discourages him a little. She is probably still young since she donates such amounts. He somehow feels uneasy about this. He scratched the back of his head and wondered if he was too biased. If a streamer can't accept money, then what are we even talking about? Perhaps this donator was just born rich. She was lying on the floor thinking that today's stream was amazing and enthusiastically ran to her computer to edit a new video. She found a suitable song for it and thought that at times like this, her company's resources are simply irreplaceable. She got to work and thought that today's plot was captivating and the visuals were gorgeous. This time it was even cooler than before. If he continues like this, her videos will become even more impressive. She smiled and thought that this video must be really interesting. A new day had arrived, which started with a call from Juhyuk. Waking up to the sound of his phone ringing, Sanyun answered the call and the guy asked if he was sleeping. They were having lasagna for breakfast today. He immediately hung up and Juhyuk called him again and apologized to him, saying that he didn't think he would do that. The MC asked why he was calling him so early, and he said that there was one problem. He remembers Sojia, who uploaded that video. She didn't even read his comments, and she also has a private Tribuy account. Maybe he should ask her when she'll donate again. He told him that he'd rather not do that, and his manager asked if they would just wait, even if it took a long time. He told him that that sounded good, and he accepted it and said that he just called him to say that. After that, he said goodbye, and Sangyun looked at his phone with confusion and thought that he had a lot of thoughts in his head. After that, he collected all the trash and left the house. He thought that if he tidied up the house, everything would become clear in his head. He started to go down and thought that he walks up and down these stairs every day and still sometimes gets out of breath. He decided not to complain and consider it a kind of training, because all difficulties are only temporary. He just needs to get used to them. When he came down the stairs, Jia suddenly came out of her house and she opened the door so hard that she hit him and he fell to the ground along with the bags of trash. She screamed loudly and apologized to him, then came closer and asked if he was okay. He turned to her and said that he was okay, but when she saw his face, she went into shock and dropped the phone. Covering her mouth with her hands, she stared at him with wide eyes and he asked in confusion, "Is she okay?" She didn't answer him and he hurried away. When he threw out all the trash, he sighed heavily and thought that he had sweated so much, he even felt better. Juhyuk called him, excitedly telling him that it was out. Sojia's video is now online. Has he already watched it? Sojia just posted it, and there are already 3,000 views and more than 100 comments. This video is trending at number 78. At this rate, it will get all 200,000 views in less than a day. The MC said that it was cool without much joy, and his manager said that he left a comment with their contacts, so they should wait. As soon as the call ended, Jia's excited voice was heard. She called out to Sanyun and caught her breath after a long run. Noticing how much she was in a hurry, he already thought that he dropped something, and she brought it to him. But contrary to his expectations, she handed him a notebook and asked him to sign. At first, he was confused and then wondered if she was his fan. He asked if she watched his streams, and when he saw her nod, he was very surprised. It seems like he is not that famous yet, and he already met a fan right outside his house. It turns out that such things really happen. She asked if she could get his autograph. Coming to his senses, he took a notebook and pen and asked her name, and when she said that her name was Seojia, his hand froze and he realized that she was the same donator. After that, he and her and his manager went to a cafe to discuss everything. Juhyuk asked if she had done editing before. She answered him that it was kind of her main job, and also a hobby, and he said that it was great that editing was not only a job for her. In fact, they had been looking for her for a long time, and he didn't think that they would meet like this by chance. She asked why they wanted to meet her at all, and he, putting the documents on the table, handed her a pen and offered her to work with them. MC looked at him in surprise and thought that as soon as he heard her name, he immediately called him. But when did he manage to prepare everything? Jia doubted herself, and Juhyuk, noticing this, decided to put pressure on her. He asked, didn't she know? The thing is, there are some issues with monetization in the videos she posted. Namely, issues with copyright, use of content, and fan channels in principle can't generate income. She said in confusion that she had donated to him, and that 1 million won immediately popped up before his eyes, which made him a little confused. The girl said that in fact, her videos weren't made for profit at all. She didn't get anything from them. He said that of course, he knew about it. That's why he offers her to make videos with them, then the money will come to her too. How does she like this idea? She remained silent, and he thought that usually when collaboration is offered, everyone is only interested in money, but she doesn't seem to care. So, her goal is not money at all? To be honest, at first he thought she was some kind of rich woman, but that's how it turns out. So, she sent those huge donations solely out of fan love for Almond? And she makes videos out of pure enthusiasm? If so, then in order to convince her, he said that they needed the help of an editor, and specifically her. No one else. His words surprised her and Sangyan whispered, what was he even talking about? He told him that he would see everything for himself now, and then the girl asked doubtfully, did he really need her? That's when Juhyuk hooked her. He pulled Sangyan closer and said that she didn't even know how long Almond had been looking for her. He confirmed this with a slight confusion and said that he really wanted to work with them. She can edit the video in her own style as she likes. He really needs her help. She looked down, thinking about it. How long has it been since someone told her that someone needed her? She remembered how hard it was for her and asked if she could think about it for a little while. They agreed to this, and Juhyuk clenched his hand into a fist in triumph. But it turns out there was one catch. She said that the company she works for now doesn't allow double contracts. In order to officially become their editor, she'd have to quit her current job, but she needs to make a living. And the salary there is pretty good, so relying only on income from videos is too risky for her. The MC understood everything. Basically, she needs them to pay her a fixed salary. But he's only been streaming for a week, and he can't even buy Joo-hyuk a drink, let alone a salary. He hesitated and asked him to think about it, but was surprised when he saw a confident smile on his face. He took out a laptop from his bag and said that he recently received one letter, to be more precise, a cooperation offer from Punk. The terms even include payment for the editor's work. He gave her their offer to read, and Sang-yeon was surprised and thought, a big company like Punk wants to cooperate with him? After reading all the terms and conditions, she agreed to sign the contract, and the MC thought that there was a question of livelihood here, so she should have thought about it carefully. But it seemed like she was okay with the contract from the start. Apparently, she couldn't stand working at that company anymore. Joo-hyuk handed her the contract and said that she would be paid a base salary of 25 million won a year, plus 40% of the income from Alltube as a bonus. Of course, they could just split the income in half without a fixed rate, but she firmly told him that she preferred a fixed salary. After that, she signed the contract, and as they left the cafe, Joo-hyuk promised to contact her as soon as he heard back from Punk. She bowed to them and asked what would happen to the videos she posted on her channel. He told her that they would most likely need to be re-uploaded to the official channel, and she left, asking them to let her know once everything was cleared up. As soon as she disappeared from their sight, Sang-yeon elbowed his manager and asked if the cooperation offer was real. He didn't lie to her, right? He asked with displeasure. Who was he calling a liar? Why would he lie about such things? After realizing that the offer was real, he was very surprised and asked in disbelief, did such a famous company really want to work with him? Joo-hyuk answered him with a smile, that he himself was surprised when he saw the letter in the morning. He will sign this contract, right? Of course he agreed to it, because the conditions are too good. As they walked, Joo-hyuk noticed that this Miss Seo was really meticulous and straightforward. Since she was his fan, he thought that convincing her would be easy. The MC said that it was one thing to be a fan, but quite another to work side by side with your idol. He scratched his cheek in confusion and asked, but still, if she would donate him such amounts, then she really likes him a lot, right? But she seemed very serious and cold to him. He was even a little surprised. She didn't even smile once while they were talking. Sang-yeon said that none of this matters, they need to get her since she is such a professional, and he agreed with him. After a while, Jia got home. As soon as she closed the door, she froze and then ran to the bed, undressing as she went, wrapped herself in a blanket, and began to wave her arms and legs with joy. She covered her mouth with her hands in shock and thought that it was so hard for her to believe it. Seeing Almond in person was already beyond reality, and becoming his editor was completely impossible. She looked at the contract. She didn't believe it, but she understood that this was not a dream. Finally, she got out of this horror. She didn't even think about it. No one in the company believed in her and took her for nothing. She already thought that she would be stuck in this nightmare forever. She can't believe that she was finally appreciated. She took out her phone and decided to look at the comments under her video. Users wrote that the quality was simply amazing. They were also looking forward to the next video. While she was reading the comments, the smile on her face grew wider. And then she pressed the phone along with the contract to her heart and thought that this feeling was so strange. Meanwhile, MC returned home. Today he decided to start early. He streams at different times, but now everything should be fine since he does it every day. He sat in the capsule and received a message from Jia. She sent him the video and music for the intro. Let him just follow the instructions she left to open the file. He was very surprised. They had just said goodbye, and she had already managed to do it. He asked her about it, and she told him that she had been working on it for a long time, gradually editing it. He looked at the intro and was surprised. She does all this in her free time, just as a hobby. He can't wait to see what she can do if she takes it seriously. He thanked her and promised to use it, to which she just smiled. The broadcast began. All his viewers received a notification about it. They were all doing different things, but interrupted to go to the stream. The first thing they saw was the new intro and realized that Jia did it, because the style is definitely hers. The number of viewers gradually grew, and when the number reached 1,000, Sang-yeon greeted everyone, and the first donations from Ruby Sword and Eggplant immediately poured in. He thanked them and suggested that the viewers not waste time, but immediately go to the game. He appeared in the castle, and they noticed that the bodies were still there. Nothing had changed while he was gone. MC said that he needed to report everything to Emilia, but first, since he had cleared the castle alone, he could grab a few things. The audience laughed and told him to take everything. No one would say a word against it, and after that, he began to examine the castle. There were 3 bows in front of him. He did not know which one to take, and the chat began to help. After that, he found a chest with gold and beautiful equipment. Having updated his appearance, he headed for the exit, and the audience offered him to take more things, but since there was a weight limit, he could not. One of the viewers said that it was so sad. In another game, all this could be thrown into the inventory. Sanyan by this time had already left the castle, went to the stall and mounted his horse to go to Emilia. When dawn broke, he arrived at the castle and noticed that it was already light. Fortunately, time in the game does not flow the same way as in reality. He dismounted from his horse and Emilia's voice was heard from the side. She was passing by in a carriage and called out to him. She was surprised that he returned so quickly, and he approached her, saying that he came to report on the completion of the task. Her look immediately changed, and she asked her maid to leave them alone. But she began to arise, and then she yelled at her. She took him to the castle and said that he finished so quickly. Had he really changed his mind? He answered her that this was not true at all. He came to tell her that her task was completed. She was very surprised by what she heard. After all, only 2 days had passed since she gave him this task. He said that it took him 1 day to travel there and back, half a day to prepare, and another half a day to raid the castle itself. One of the spectators laughed and noted that in reality everything was done in 1 day. Emilia looked at him in shock and said that she could not believe it. Her eyes widened and she asked, "Did he say raid?" After all, she only asked him to kill the Lord. He answered her with an awkward smile that the security was very serious, so he just killed them all. The lady was shocked by this statement. She clearly did not expect this, and his viewers immediately took her face apart into memes. She pulled herself together and coughed into her fist, after which she calmly asked, "Does he mean that Talorant Castle is now empty?" He confirmed it, and she asked with delight, "Did he manage to capture the impregnable Talorant Castle alone?" He nodded with a smile, and she said that then there was no reason to hesitate. In order to protect innocent people, they must immediately annex these lands to the territory of Jonerate. She waved her hand, ordering the servants to prepare the carriage, and said that they were leaving for Talorant Castle immediately. They needed to get there before other greedy nobles took the castle into their own hands. Once the carriage was prepared, she climbed inside and told her maid to take care of herself. Noticing that Almond was not following her, she called out to him and asked why he was standing there lost in his distant thoughts. Let him sit down next to her. She had a great many questions for him. She smiled at him and everyone in the chat was delighted because such a warm attitude appears only when maximum favor is achieved. Now everyone understood that capturing the castle significantly increases her favor, and after MC got into the carriage, they set off. Emilia asked how he could be so powerful. He answered her that she was flattering him. He was not that strong at all. She assured him that she was completely serious. She had seen many valiant knights in her time, but none of them were fit to hold a candle to him in terms of skill. He said that he just so happened to be quite skilled in archery, and she asked in surprise, was it only thanks to this skill that he was able to single-handedly defeat all the knights in the castle? When he confirmed this, she was confused, not knowing what to say, and the audience assumed that she probably wanted to ask if such a thing was even possible. She covered her mouth, which was open in surprise, and said that this was truly amazing. She had never seen a knight who relied solely on a bow. He told her that this was all because he was not a knight, but a simple mercenary. She thought about this for a second, and then asked if after the current task was completed, would he like to become a knight? They really need a reliable person to manage Talorant Castle when they annex these lands. She asks him purely out of pure curiosity. She looked out the window in embarrassment, and the chat began to wonder if this was a development of events in the plot of Emilia. No one even suspected that the player could also become a knight. They were very curious about his answer, and he said that even if he had some fighting skills, he was just a mercenary. Why would he suddenly become a knight? Everyone was very disappointed in him, and Emilia looked at him with annoyance, and then said that her father expressed a desire to meet him in person. It seems that he is quite pleased with how skillfully he resolved the recent difficult situation. Sanyan was surprised by this and thought, is it the Count who wants to meet him? But he left right after giving Emilia's orders. He wanted to say that the Lord may not be aware of everything yet, but she cut him off by placing her finger on his lips, and then embarrassedly said that not paying attention to such things is a sign of respect towards a noble lady. Just in time, they arrived at their destination, and she got out of the carriage, leaving him completely confused. Some of the spectators were surprised, and others laughed. Meanwhile, the castle residents were cleaning up the aftermath of the destruction. They saw a small group of people at the gate and thought they were sent by Talorant, but Emilia said that they were not. They were from the Generate family. The locals were a little surprised and began to wonder what they should do now. Should they send them off kindly? But Talorant's troops were defeated. It was unlikely that anyone would come to their aid. If they drove them out, who knows what troubles would befall them. From their conversations, MC realized that the people were still in confusion and bewilderment. He looked at the torn banner that marked Telorant's territory, then exchanged glances with Amelia and nodded to her. She tore the red cloth off the wall, and then her people hung up a golden banner. The people could not believe that the Lord had changed in just one night, after which they began to disperse and discuss the current events. Some went back to work, and some were happy that their lands were now under the control of Johnarate. Emilia looked at them and smiled, and Sangyun asked if it was okay to just leave everything as it was. She didn't understand what he was talking about, and he explained to her that he was talking about their conversations. Shouldn't they know who they were obliged to serve from now on? She just smiled in response and said that everything would be fine. People would soon come to terms with it and get used to it. Her family's golden banner began to flutter in the wind, and the viewers said that this cutscene was so majestic. A week had passed since the capture of the castle. The inhabitants of this territory, previously mired in unbearable debts and on the verge of being sold into slavery, were now given the opportunity to pay off their bills with their honest work. They were allowed to earn a certain amount of money for their living. As a result, the number of workers naturally increased, and the once lifeless dying territory began to slowly revive. In the long run, it will probably bring much more benefit and prosperity. The MC was now in the castle watching the villagers from the window. Emilia came up to him. She touched his hand, making him pay attention to her, and greeted him. The viewers noticed that there was a strange atmosphere between them, and she asked if he had forgotten that they had an important meeting with her father tomorrow. He told her that there was no way he could have forgotten, and the chat, seeing them holding hands, became excited, and they already thought that the plot was over. Sangyun told his viewers that this was the happy ending, but as usual, it was still far from the end. A loud horn sounded outside, announcing an attack. They immediately decided to check what was going on, and when they reached the castle walls, they found a large army on the horizon with the Telorant banner, led by a knight in shining armor. MC suspected that they were the dead lord's allies, and Emilia said that he was right. They probably came to retake the castle. He confidently declared that he could stop them. And then, the lady took his hand and brought it to her face, asking him to be careful. Soon, the mercenaries of House Generate gathered near the castle, and their commander, Roman, ordered everyone to line up. He grabbed his sword and raised it above his head, shouting that today they will stand to the death, defending Castle Telorant for Lady Generate, who generously accepted them into her service. They will definitely win this war. The warriors began to wave their banners, loudly cheering, and Sangyun looked up at Emilia, who was watching him with concern from the castle walls. He closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts, and then turned to the army, and a new task appeared: to win the war. His viewers were very interested in this development and surprised that Almond had reached such a plot twist in just a few days. One of them wrote that even Bubblegum, the epitome of perseverance, couldn't pull this off. Seeing this, the MC asked them not to mention other streamers, and they listened to him. After that, Sangyun said that anyway he was ending the stream at this point. Everyone was really upset. How could he even end at such an interesting point? He thanked them all with a big smile for being with him today, and they asked him not to leave, but he ignored them and left, leaving them in complete intrigue. When he ended the stream, it was already night. He lay down on his bed and decided to read the comments. Judging by their reactions, he chose a pretty good moment to end the stream. They were all already looking forward to his next stream, and he thought it was good that he followed Acorn Jelly's advice. Choosing the moment when to end the game is very important. Even though it may disappoint the viewers, it is much more useful in the long run. He came across some interesting posts, including Emilia's rather surprised and shocked face and discussions on how to maximize her favor. Users were surprised that he had advanced so quickly in the story, and he thought it was weird. Was his game really that difficult? Even if a normal person couldn't handle it, he believed that a professional archer could reach his level. Had no professional archer ever played this game before? He peered at the screen of his phone, and, remembering how Acorn Jelly had said his concentration, wondered if he had a talent for playing VR games. Was it all because of his high concentration? Well, archery does require high concentration, but that doesn't mean that only archers have this skill. He decided not to dwell on it and became curious about what other popular posts there were, and among them he saw an analysis of his skills. The author of this post described exactly how he works the weapon. He took a pose similar to that of a professional archer, holding the bowstring exactly at the center of his lips. His right hand does not shake at all when he releases the bowstring and remains in the same position. Sangyun noted that it was described in quite detail. Is this person an expert in this field? Judging by his post, he is not an amateur. When he saw his comment under another post, he was very surprised. He wrote that he used to shoot a bow, and the MC was immediately interested in his personality. If he was an archer, then he most likely knows him. He lay down on the bed and wondered why he was thinking about this. There's nothing interesting about it. Everyone who was involved in archery cut ties with him 10 years ago, but he still wonders if he knows him. He retired from the sport due to an injury he received in an accident. Apart from his coach, no one else knows about it. While he was thinking about this, he fell into a dream about his past. When he decided to quit the sport, his friend exclaimed indignantly, "Is he really going to quit like that?" He lied to her that he was not interested in it anymore, and she asked, "So for him it was just fun? If he does not shoot archery, then who will? Doesn't he know that everyone looks up to him? And he says that he is quitting because it is not fun anymore? Is he serious?" With every word she said, her voice became louder and louder, and when her friend said that he was dead serious, she gave in and finally told him to get out of there. When she left, he cried because he really did not want to quit the sport. The morning came, he went outside and read the comments of his viewers. They were all looking forward to the Almond battle, and others said that it was very boring. He laughed and thought that it was so interesting. There are a couple of negative points, but while he does not have many viewers, he even appreciates them. He noticed Gia leaving her house and called out to her. He came closer and she, noticing his clothes, asked if he was training. He confirmed it and asked if she was going somewhere. She replied that she was going somewhere nearby, and he offered to go with her, to which she happily agreed, because she wanted to show him something. They reached the river and sat down to rest. Sanyan gave her a bottle of water and asked what she wanted to show him. She took out her phone and said that she finished editing some videos for a new channel. Can he take a look at it? He was surprised that she did it so quickly and asked if he would be the first to watch it. She sheepishly confirmed it and added that eventually these videos would be posted on his channel. She sheepishly turned away from him, and he looked at his phone in anticipation. The intro showed the date of his account creation and how he chooses his weapon, as well as the chat's reactions. When he selected bow, several comments from viewers appeared, laughing at him. The frame changed and the arrow flew straight into the enemy's head, and a holographic effect appeared. While MC was watching this, he noticed that the frames changed quite quickly to match the pace of the shooting, not giving time to get bored. He also gets an additional thrill from watching the chat's reaction. This is just some kind of madness. He finished watching, and the girl asked if he liked it, and he exclaimed with delight that it was just a masterpiece. He was really so impressed by it. She was able to cut the day's stream so well, including all the main points. The graphics that she added for the convenience of perception by new viewers are also on point. The sense of speed, a reasonable amount of inserts from the chat, and a perfect ending. From the fact that he overwhelmed her with so much praise, she got embarrassed and thanked him, and he, giving her back the phone, asked if they could upload the video now. She told him that she hadn't yet. She had heard that it was better not to upload 3 or 4 videos at a time. If he didn't mind, she would continue editing in the same format, which he happily agreed to. Soon after, she returned home and lay down on her bed thinking about how tired she was. Remembering her idol's excited face, she smiled. She was so glad that he liked everything. It was so nice to be recognized. Her phone beeped. She received a message. But from whom? No one should be texting her at a time like this. She jumped up from her seat, thinking that it was Sungyun, but her expectations were not met. The atmosphere around her immediately changed. Everything became gloomy. She casually threw the phone on the bed and went to take a shower, since she still had a lot to do, and on her phone screen there was a notification of a message from someone named Idiot. Meanwhile, Sunyun's viewers were waiting for the stream, because today was the battle. They were very excited and were waiting for the broadcast to start in a few hours. But unexpectedly for them, Sunyun started early, distracting everyone from their work. He greeted the viewers and looked at the chat thinking that he was a little afraid that he wouldn't make it in time. But from what he saw, there were even more people today than yesterday. The start was great. He said that he logged in early today in honor of the upcoming epic battle. He thought it might take a lot of time. He suggested that they start their legendary battle and logged in, and the chat wished him luck. He looked at the enemy army and Roman came up to him asking, "Did he come all the way from the bottom? Is he right?" He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he pointed to the tower where Emilia was watching him and asked, "Is he pretending not to understand what he was talking about?" Felt awkward and tried to deny it all. But he didn't believe him and nudged him with his elbow, smiling and saying that he was extremely jealous. The audience noticed something new in his behavior. It turns out that he has so many things mixed up in him, they hadn't noticed it before, because he was always angry with them. The MC looked at the laughing man with a smile and thought that he had been nice to him before, but they had never reached such a spiritual closeness. Because of this, the audience became interested in whether he had his own storyline in the game, and Roman told Sangyun that thanks to him, he got good loot. He called him captain and noted that now he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He said that it was still not enough, and the man, Deciding to end the conversation, pointed towards the enemy army and asked, "Does he see this knight in golden armor? This is the key to their victory in today's battle." MC pointed out that this knight didn't seem to be rushing forward, and the man said that he was the type to command while hiding his back. Let him try to get to him. After that, the horns blared from the generate army and everyone rushed to attack with loud shouts. The cavalry ran first. They encountered the enemy horsemen. Sanyun raised his hand and ordered the archer squad to shoot. Then many arrows fell on the enemy cavalry, and the horsemen and their horses were eliminated from the battle. After that, MC gave the order to the NPC, and the troops automatically entered the battle. And then he put his hood on his head and asked the viewers, "Did they hear what Roman said? He will kill that guy in the golden helmet and come back." One of the viewers with the nickname Shy Napoleon sent him a donation with a task. For each corpse, he will receive 10,000 won. Sangyeon couldn't believe his eyes at first, then looked at the enemy army, already calculating how much money he could get for each corpse, and one of the viewers laughed at the donator. He clearly underestimated Almond's skill. The viewer asked, "In such chaos, isn't 20 kills the limit?" The MC asked, "Is he sure everything will go so smoothly?" He covered his mouth in shock and agreed to the task, saying that he must be flush with money. The chat was happy about this, and he went to complete the task. While everyone was fighting on the field, he quietly walked around the army, hiding in the bushes. His viewers already thought that he would go after the enemies alone and ignore the task. He mentally noted that his confident words only provoke the people. It is clear that he will have to complete this insidious task. As Acorn Jelly said, donations on streams are an unpredictable thing, so each of them is very valuable. He approached the enemy army from behind and looked out from the bushes with the thought that he had about 80 arrows. If he killed the same number of enemies, he would get 1,000,000 won. Donation quests have their own specifics. They greatly affect the speed of character leveling. It's not just about killing the enemy leader, but also about protracted battles, so that there was more content. The enemies entered the battle, and MC aimed at the foot soldiers. He fired an arrow at one of them, and some soldier nearby ordered everyone to stop. They were attacked from the left flank. But when he looked to the left, he saw no one, and wondered where the arrow came from. Their commander said that now was not the time to be distracted by every arrow, and ordered them to go forward. But he immediately fell silent. An arrow flew right into his head, and he fell off his horse, and his soldiers became very nervous, not understanding where they were being shot from. Now, the viewers understood why he went there alone. Sangyeon peeked out from his hiding place and shot an arrow again. But this time he was noticed and the chat laughed at him, after which, the soldier who took the place of the commander sent 20 men to him. While they were walking towards him, he counted all the arrows. There were exactly 20 of them. He stuck them into the ground, and looking at the enemies, told the chat that there were 20 of them too, so he would quickly deal with them. The soldiers carefully approached the bushes where he was hiding, and 2 of them immediately lost their lives. Their comrade, who was standing nearby, did not even have time to understand what happened. The next arrow had already flown towards him, and then his comrades suffered the same fate. The MC was quickly thinning out the enemy ranks, and one of them, noticing that he was only aiming at the head, advised the others to defend this place, and then he shot him in the neck. He quickly fired arrows one after another. There were 3 seconds left before his consecutive shooting skill turned off, and he made the most of this time to finish off the rest. Soldiers realized that getting close to him was a failure, and then they started running, but the accurate shots quickly caught up with them. They wanted to call for reinforcements, but none of them survived, and the army of House Generate appeared nearby. By this time, the skill had already ended. For all his kills, Sangyeon was supposed to receive 230,000 won. His viewers were delighted. He prepared 20 arrows and used just enough to kill everyone. Jia, who was also watching the stream, screamed in delight and thought that he was amazing. Now it's clear why everyone loved him so much, including her. Because he always gives it his all, no matter what. This love comes from his unwavering self-confidence. He doesn't doubt himself at all, but he doesn't need it. His conviction is not based on blind faith, but on real results. And this is undoubtedly the image of a true genius that people admire. For his quick victory over so many enemies, viewers began to send him donations, thereby supporting him. But MC did not stop at 20 soldiers. He continued the battle and finished off the 40th. His viewers noticed that this was also a kind of mass extermination, and he, looking at the quiver, thought that there were about 40 arrows left. Shy Napoleon, who gave him the task, sent him a very modest amount and asked him for mercy, and the others just laughed at him. Meanwhile, the enemy commander noticed the huge losses and said that it was simply unimaginable. So many killed by a single archer? He ordered to send 40 knights to him, and not to allow him to kill their people with impunity anymore. After which a large detachment headed for Sangyeon. Shy Napoleon, realizing how this could end, asked him for mercy again, and one of the viewers wrote that he had at least 1 million on his TryBuy account, and he was whining here. Others wondered why he thought so, and he explained to them that at least 1 million was needed to give a murder mission. The MC's eyes immediately lit up with delight, and he asked the donor, "Is this true?" He wrote in the chat that he screwed up completely, thereby confirming this, and Sang-yoon enthusiastically pulled the arrow on the bowstring, saying that in this case, he would just take this 1 million for himself. Napoleon was shocked, and then the MC began to shoot his enemies, and the most important of them ordered to hold the line. Sang-yoon again used the sequential shooting skill and began to quickly deal with the opponents, while Napoleon pleaded to stop. But he did not pay attention to the chat at all and was focused only on the mission. Then something flashed in the bushes, and then an arrow hit the ground near his feet, and the audience was worried that the enemy also had an archer. He turned around to look for him, and the chat advised him not to move while he was using this skill, otherwise the accuracy would drop. But he didn't listen to them and started looking around, looking for the archer with his eyes. And when the arrow hit the ground near him again, he tracked where the shot came from and quickly turned around. He shot and blocked the enemy arrow, which made the chat excited. No one expected him to be able to do that. The enemy archer himself was surprised by this and wanted to shoot again, but MC got ahead of him and he fell to the ground dead. The soldiers hesitated. They were in no hurry to attack as there were many casualties among them, but Sang-yoon was not going to stop. He took out an arrow and aimed, saying that it was already 710,000 won. One of the soldiers he didn't notice nervously gripped his sword tighter and then charged, shouting loudly that he was an idiot. MC immediately turned to him and shot him, and the other soldier asked who the hell he was. His speed was just something. The soldier next to him was shot in the head, and he looked at his corpse and got really scared and started running. Sang-yoon wanted to kill him but found out that all the arrows were gone. Chat was surprised that he had already fired all 80 arrows, and Napoleon sighed in relief. He dodged certain death at the last moment. MC thought he wasn't going to let 1 million go that easily. Meanwhile, the soldier continued to run and to check if he had lost the archer or not. He turned around. Seeing that he was catching up with him, he screamed loudly and his face distorted in horror. One of the viewers told the others to look at this AI. His reaction was so lifelike, just like a real one. The soldier sped up and called Sang-yoon a monster, asking him to stop chasing him. How lucky they were to run past the body of the soldier that the MC had just shot. He pulled the arrow out of his body and then took aim and fired at the fleeing enemy. Now there was almost no one left around. His viewers were shocked by this, and he said with a smile that there were still 20 people left. Soon he completed the task, and Napoleon was forced to tear his 1 million won from his heart and send it to him. He wrote that this was too much, and the others just laughed at him, and Sang-yoon thanked him with a smile. The best thing is when the task is completed perfectly, isn't it? A loud horn sound distracted him from the chat. He turned around and, seeing Generate's army, realized that the battle was over. All the knights were praising Robin. They believed that he was the one who had won the battle. They all called him a truly wonderful man and the undisputed hero of the war. After listening to them, the spectators became angry, because he was the one who had done all the main work. But he was not too upset. He was a little annoyed that he had killed a whole 100, but no one noticed. Roman approached him and apologized for their outrageous behavior. This is how they treat valiant mercenaries. MC asked what the problem was, and he, with a heavy sigh, said that the knights were telling the mercenaries to take their measly base pay and get out of here. This despite the fact that they had made a decisive contribution to the victory. What had they done themselves? Robin heard their conversation and approached them, asking why they were so upset and indignant. What was wrong with taking the agreed amount honestly earned? Roman reminded him that there was clearly a clause about additional compensation for outstanding results, and he asked if such results could be achieved by some mercenaries. On a battlefield where noble knights fight to the death, what contribution could they, lowly mercenaries, possibly make? They fight solely to save their worthless skins, claiming that it's the only value they have. Roman became very angry at his insults and gritted his teeth, and Robin laughed at him, asking what was with his expression. Did he say something wrong? Sang-yoon mentally noted that these were common stereotypes about mercenaries, but they were just that. If mercenaries only acted like this, they wouldn't be trusted. Without trust, their community wouldn't last long. Roman calmed down and said that he thought they were led into battle because they recognized their skills. But all their gratitude disappeared as soon as the battle was over? That's not very noble. Robin was outraged by his words, and Roman pointed to MC, saying that this young man had killed 100 men by himself, and he dares to claim that they were afraid for their skins and did nothing? Of course the knight did not believe him, and laughed loudly at his words along with the others, which made even the chat get angry and everyone wanted to kill him. Roman clenched his hand into a fist in anger, but still he held back and turned around to leave. But from the side there were screams of a woman who ordered the knight of the Generate house to let her go. She would get there herself. The enemy commander turned out to be a woman. She went to Robern and Sanyun, looked at her golden armor, and thought. She told the knight that she acknowledged that he had won. Their castle was occupied without trial and investigation, and the soldiers were mercilessly killed by them. So this is how the Generate family solves problems? Robern was confused, not knowing what to say, and MC noted that judging by his reaction, the woman in the golden helmet must be very influential. Robern wanted to point out that Tolerant had treated people badly, but she didn't let him finish and told him to call Lady Generate. She wanted to talk to her. Sangyun intervened and said that it wouldn't happen, and she turned to him, very surprised. He stepped forward and thought that he himself was scared. These automatic lines were so sudden. She approached him and asked, who the hell was he? Was he Lady Generate's knight? He denied it, and she asked again who he was, and then Roman patted him on the shoulder, telling her that he was a mercenary. She let out a laugh and asked, is the one who single-handedly killed 100 soldiers a mercenary? Now Robern and his knights realized that it was true, and he was slightly surprised that she remembered him. The audience remarked that it was such an honor to be recognized by an enemy commander. Robern, pulling himself together, said that this was too much, even for a joke. Can some mercenary hiding behind someone else's backs kill 100 soldiers on his own? The enemy commander noted that they had no faith in the obvious, and called them all idiots, after which she asked the MC if he still wanted to continue working for them. For people who were not even capable of appreciating him, the chat finally began to recognize her voice, and when she took off her helmet, they were all delighted. It was the legendary Rosanita. She smiled and offered him to work for her. How did he like that idea? A dialogue box with answer options immediately popped up in front of the MC. He could thank her for appreciating him at his true worth and refuse, citing the fact that he had already sworn allegiance to another. He thought, so this maiden in the golden helmet is Rosanita, the second key character in the game? This endurance and grace, despite the defeat. A menacing yet captivating aura that is different from Amelia. Even for a newcomer to Kingdom Age, it is obvious how much effort the developers put into this character. It seems that even the Knights of House Generate are completely and utterly enchanted by her. Now the viewers started suggesting who he should choose, and he thought, so he still has to choose between them? This is very bad. An argument started in the chat, some sided with Amelia, and others sided with Rosanita. Sangyun didn't know which one to choose. He's not sure if he wants to choose her now, considering his progress with Amelia. This is just a story in the game anyway, not in the real world. He's known Amelia from the very beginning, progressing through her missions. Since he was silent for a long time, Rosanita got angry and exclaimed, how much longer is he going to make her wait? Some asked him to choose Amelia, and others Rosanita, which made him very confused. While Rosanita was glaring at him with displeasure, he seemed to have made a decision, but not about choosing a girl, but about finishing the stream for today. He quickly said goodbye to the viewers and finished the stream, leaving everyone furious. Various insults immediately rained down in the comments, and Juhyuk, observing the situation, noticed that sometimes you can't do without hate. He looked at the nicknames of the users who left insults, and thought, aren't these the same people who entered the stream before the game even started? They are called fanatics. They are obsessed with the idea of being the first to enter the stream. They not only swear, but also spread information about the events of the last stream to various layers of the community. Personally, he is grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. Since there were so many of them, he decided to look at the statistics. Basically, the fan base is formed by men aged 20 to 30 years old, and there are equal numbers of both genders. Guys donate more often at this, but girls donate more, so in the end, the main profit comes from them. However, the sample is small, it is too early for him to judge. He remembered Jia, a fan who is worth more than all the others. Based on these indicators, he began to search for a new game to play, and suddenly a loud male scream was heard. His father burst into his room and threateningly walked towards him and exclaimed, "What did he do?" His wife held his hand and asked him to calm down, but he did not listen to her and yelled at her son because he was leaving the company. He immediately got up from the table and lowered his head in fear. He wanted to say something, but his father did not let him do it and yelled, "Is he crazy?" Didn't he think about his reputation? The director told him that he quit. Let him return to the company to work tomorrow morning. Juhyuk wanted to say something to him, but seeing the expression on his father's face, he fell silent, and he threatened him for even daring to utter something. He headed for the exit, and Juhyuk meekly said that he would do as he was told. After his father left, his mother came up to him and whispered if he was okay. Maybe she could cut him an apple? He told her with a smile that he was okay, she should just wait, he would get out of this. As soon as he was alone, he realized that a week had already passed. He hadn't hit the jackpot or achieved anything great, but he liked what he did and he could see a silver lining. He hadn't dreamed all of this, had he? He went back to the computer and wiped his tears, thinking that this was too much for a simple dream. Soon, night fell. Sang-yoon was sleeping peacefully, and through his sleep, he heard some kind of incessant, annoying knocking. He sleepily trudged to the door and looked out into the street, asking why the hell he was knocking so early. He was about to ask what happened, and Ju-hyuk happily told him to open the door quickly, otherwise he would soon grow into the ground here. Fully awake, MC noticed a backpack on his back and a suitcase in his hand and was already beginning to guess why he came. Ju-hyuk said with a smile that everything was exactly as he thought. He left the house. After some time, fried chicken legs are in the box. Ju-hyuk happily picked up the leg and wished him a pleasant appetite. He asked in surprise, "Does the protagonist really not drink?" MC confirmed this and noted that definitely not before streams. Ju-hyuk smiled and quickly poured alcohol into his mouth. Sang-yoon brought the chicken to his mouth and thought, what a manager drinks. He wondered, so why did the manager suddenly move out of his own place? No, many people move out of their parents' place with age, but why now? Ju-hyuk looked away and replied that it would take a long time to explain. Does the protagonist mind if he tells you later? And is it okay if he lives with him for a while? MC calmly agreed and clarified that there is plenty of room for two, and Ju-hyuk thanked his brother. The manager remembered and said that he wanted to ask that. What is Sang-yoon going to do next in Kingdom Age? The protagonist was very surprised and asked, in what sense? Ju-hyuk clarified, Emilia or Rosanita? It seems that the MC is developing a love triangle. Sang-yoon, chewing chicken, asked, is it so important who to choose? Ju-hyuk irritably showed him the phone screen and yelled that it was as if it did not. Did the protagonist at least visit the forum after the stream? The MC casually replied that he did not look and clarified, what was there? The manager said that everyone only talks about Emilia and Rosanita. If you just choose like that, you can run into a bloodbath. On the forum, the Rosanita team wrote that they will identify you by IP. The Emilia team replied that if the protagonist does not choose Rosanita, they will not come to the stream anymore. The MC smirked and asked, really? And why react so violently? Ju-hyuk tensed up and thought, so Sang-yoon doesn't care about threats? If he were in his place, he wouldn't be able to sleep a wink. The protagonist remembered something and said that he just wanted to talk to Ju-hyuk about something. The manager asked in amazement, what is it? The MC clarified, considering his progress, it seems like the Kingdom Age finale will happen very soon, and they still haven't decided what game to play next. It would be nice to find something spectacular to get views. Ju-hyuk quickly picked up his laptop and exclaimed that he knew the protagonist would ask about this. He dedicated a whole study to this issue. Ju-hyuk ordered the MC to scream and pressed a button on the keyboard. He yelled that he has something for Sang-yoon. Battle Rage. Ju-hyuk turned on the hologram and asked, the streamer hasn't played it yet, has he? The protagonist noted with amazement that he had heard this name many times. Ju-hyuk said that Battle Rage is an online PvP survival game. The ultimate goal is to be the only one out of 100 players to stay alive, using different weapons. Good aiming skills and reaction are the keys to winning this game. Overall, this game suits the protagonist's style and general tendencies the best. The MC noted with admiration that it looks fun. He is not used to playing PvP modes. Maybe he should practice a little before streaming? Ju-hyuk slammed his hands on the table in anger and barked at Sang-yoon not to think about it. No way. The protagonist does not understand what the viewer wants to see at all. The manager asked him to think about it and asked what the viewers want most from MC's streams. Sang-yoon confusedly suggested that maybe spectacular gameplay? Ju-hyuk calmly disagreed and clarified that anyone can stream spectacular gameplay if they are experienced enough. The protagonist asked, what then? The manager pointed at him and replied that he was an unrivaled genius. Ju-hyuk asked him to just remember the very first Kingdom Age stream. The MC showed amazing results the first time, despite the fact that he had not trained to play it before. The audience goes crazy for real geniuses, so he thought that Sang-yoon should repeat the same method, show the best game without training. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked, but isn't Battle Rage a game tied to weapons? And he doesn't understand them at all, except for a bow. He has never held anything. Is it possible to succeed with a complete ignorance of game mechanics? Ju-hyuk showed a hologram and said that the MC shoots an enemy in the head while riding a horse. Who else can aim so well at the head of a moving target? Sang-yoon clarified, and the manager can't do it? Ju-hyuk confidently exclaimed that he did it 10 times. If everything were so simple, the protagonist wouldn't be admired so much. Compared to the others, MC is just cool. Sang-yoon put his hand to his chin and looked down to clarify. Maybe because of this? He trained a little in the program before starting to stream. The manager asked Sang-yoon about the simulation programs. The protagonist agreed and clarified that they came with the capsule. The program is really well optimized, and he trains on the highest difficulty every day. The manager looked at his phone and asked what the MC's record was. Sang-yoon clarified, somewhere around 12,000 points, maybe? The manager was stunned and the protagonist asked, "What was that?" Joo-hyuk yelled in amazement that the simulator said that Sonyeon was in first place. He pointed to the phone screen and asked, "Isn't that his optimization code?" The protagonist looked at his phone in surprise and replied that it was true. Joo-hyuk happily exclaimed that he was right. "It's not just about shooting a bow. MC is a genius in this field." Sonyeon looks at his points with embarrassment. The manager decisively raised his fist and offered to register for battle rage. After a while, Joo-hyuk clarified, it was still light outside, and the protagonist was already turning on his stream? MC, sitting in the capsule, confirmed this and clarified what he was experiencing, in what time period the most views. The manager exhaled and noted that it was smart. He wished his friend good luck with a smile. Sonyeon, confused, said that he was about to feel sick. Joo-hyuk angrily barked, "What an idiot," said. "No gratitude, he still cares about this child." Joo-hyuk looked through the crack and called out to the MC. Sonyeon calmly ordered him to remove his hands and said that he was closing the capsule. He moved to the game. Rosanita screamed. How much longer was he going to make her stand and wait? He sternly ordered him to answer. 2 answer options appeared in front of the protagonist. The first one, it was a great honor for him that she was able to appreciate him. The second one, even though MC is a mercenary, he had already sworn allegiance to another. The viewers began to argue Rosanita or Emilia. Sonyeon thought that the further turn of the plot depended on his choice. He calmly said that he was flattered by her offer. However, even though the protagonist is a mercenary, he had already sworn allegiance to another. The viewers were happy with his choice and wrote that here he is, a loyal man. Rosanita smiled and noted that he was better than all the knights she had met. She ordered the commander to be detained. The viewers asked how Almond could. Songyun thought that if he had chosen Rosanita, the plot would have developed much longer, and he needed to change the game as soon as possible. And he is truly devoted to Emilia. She turned to Almond with concern. MC looked at her in amazement, and Emilia smiled happily. The knights stretched out their hands towards her and yelled that it was still dangerous here. Maybe they should move to a safe place first? The protagonist asked in surprise. How was she? Emilia quickly hugged him without letting him finish. The viewers yelled in shock upon seeing this. MC smiled, put his hand on her shoulder, and said that they had emerged victorious. He invited her to come back. The viewers wrote that it was very cute. Sonyeon thought it didn't look like a joke. Emilia smiled sheepishly and said that Almond really did well. She narrowed her eyes a little and brought her lips closer to the protagonist's lips. The stream was immediately interrupted. After a while, the viewers asked, won't they be shown anything? They were disappointed in Kingdom Age. Mercenaries ride horses among the trees. The mercenary asked, so the protagonist is the same archer who killed 100 with one shot? MC is really cool. Sonyeon sheepishly scratched his neck and agreed. Roman snorted in displeasure and noted that Almond was acting as if he was not the one who refused to believe it a few minutes ago, and that the enemy immediately acknowledged their achievements, that is, the protagonist's achievements. MC replied that he was not the only one who did it. Everything worked out because the captain and the others also fought on the front lines. Roman said that he was glad to hear it. His comrades will also be happy when they find out. Sonyeon was surprised and noted that Roman spoke as if he was no longer one of them. The captain replied that in fact, Almond was indeed no longer a mercenary. He wanted to say that the protagonist was free to choose who he wanted to be next. That's all. Roman put his hand on MC's shoulder and added that in any case, he was grateful to him. Thanks to the protagonist's contribution, each of them earned enough to forget about work for 4 months. The audience did not believe that the real Roman said this. After some time, MC rode into the castle on a horse. He turned his head to the side in surprise and thought that he was seeing the castle from the inside for the first time. Emilia asked Almond to come here. She lifted her dress and ordered the knight to open the door. Emilia clarified that this was an honored guest who would share a meal with her. Lord Generate exclaimed that the hero of the day had shown up. He raised his hand and asked the protagonist to sit down and said that he had heard a lot about him. MC thought it was Lord Generate, Emilia's father. The Lord happily put his hands on Sonyeon's shoulders and yelled that the protagonist did a very good job. He wanted to thank him from the bottom of his heart. The Lord turned his head to the side and asked the maid to hurry up and ordered the food to be brought. The maid bowed and agreed with him. The Lord thought that fortunately, Almond was not one of those aristocrats who judged people by their status. The system window notified that the protagonist had successfully joined the meal with Emilia's family. MC looked at the plate in surprise and wondered, is this water? Action buttons appeared in front of the plate and Sonyeon wondered, what are the buttons for? He instantly pressed the button with his finger. The protagonist tensed up and thought that he seemed to have pressed something without looking. Why did a minigame appear? The viewers laughed and wrote that they add them everywhere, so the protagonist should get used to it. They assumed it was a reference to the fact that mercenaries don't know table manners. After all, even in real life you have to be prepared for anything. A bunch of mini-games appeared before the meal, and viewers wondered what the complications were. At the same time, Sungyun, sitting in the simulator, asked if all meetings with his future father-in-law were like this. Viewers laughed and wrote that it was a simulator of meeting the parents. A game where you need to overcome relatives on the bride's side. The Lord put the cup on the table and asked what Almond thought about becoming one of their knights. 2 answer options appeared in front of the protagonist. The first one is that it is an honor for him. The second one is that he would prefer the free life of a mercenary. Viewers were shocked that you can actually become their knight here. They have never seen a knight's plotline on other streams. Sanyin thought that most of the quests in this game were for a free mercenary. If he deviates from the standard. The viewer wrote, "Is it the ending already?" The protagonist thought that was right. He supposes that he will reach the final faster if he chooses Emilia, but not that much. The viewers started arguing about who is better to choose, the mercenary or the knight. The MC thought that he had decided everything. It would be better to just end the stream here. He yelled that that was it for today. The viewers wrote in irritation that it was this again. After a while, the capsule opened. Sun-Yoon clutched the shirt on his body in his hand and thought that it looked like he didn't sweat much if he didn't fight. Even though the stream was shorter than usual, he thought it turned out well. Juyuk happily noted that it was a good job. The stream was funny as always. The protagonist asked, "Is this true?" He didn't even fight. The manager asked him to look at the news and said that he wasn't joking. The news said that these are useful tips for beginners. Upgrading armor sorted by rank. Almond's night plot, how it happened, step-by-step guide. MC deliberately cuts off the stream at the most interesting place. Almond is the worst streamer. Why add Bo to the game at all? Joohyuk clarified that the events from today's stream are already at the top. He always knew that brevity is a talent. The manager thought for a moment and added that punk representatives contacted him. They don't mind for the edit. Sangyun happily exclaimed that it was a relief. Joohyuk raised his hands and noted that this was quite natural, because the offer came from them. The protagonist said that, after all, receiving an official salary is a completely different matter. The manager announced that a meeting would take place tomorrow. MC, smiling, noted that it sounded cool and suggested going to bed early, after some time on the street. The news says that Almond is now an official partner of Punk. Almond's aspiring streamer, Sangyun, who recently appeared on stage, signed a contract with Punk, a company that develops high-quality games. In the comments, people wrote that Almond is now a top streamer. He thought here, what if the protagonist signs a contract with Kingdom Age? This is really unexpected. The largest distributor of games, both domestically and internationally, Punk. They occupy a leading position in the market without any specific strategy and consistently maintain their strong position. However, lately, Higami's indicators in the market have also been growing very strongly. In response to this, Punk focused on advertising, marketing, exclusive titles, strategy programs, and one of these programs is called Partner Streamers. The program involves cooperation with popular streamers who are required to play games developed by Punk. In return, the streamer is given comprehensive support. In the comments, they asked if it is too much for a streamer who only has 1,000 viewers, but he is already on the same level as Bubblegum? The article contains assumptions based on statistics. The commentator wrote, to make everyone think for a second. Almond single-handedly and without cheating gained 1,000 viewers with Kingdom Age. What if he starts playing more popular games? The comment said that Almond revived a game like Kingdom Age in an instant. The commentators wrote for the protagonist to drop this Kingdom Age. What about Emilia? The viewers wrote under the broadcast, the stream hasn't started yet. Why are they all here? He wonders what game Almond will play after Kingdom Age. Maybe a shooter or a strategy. They will tell him what to play from the first day of the contract, so there are no options. Almond should have started streaming by now. He is not here yet. What happened? The protagonist started streaming and said that he is Almond. The MC wants to share the news. He finally created an account on video hosting sites, and he also became an official partner of Punk. All thanks to their love and support. Sengyun thanked all the viewers and said that from today on his videos will be uploaded to this channel. All his early edited videos will be remade and also uploaded. Viewers will be able to watch them at any time. The protagonist smiled and added that he will continue to work hard and make more interesting content. He thanked the viewers for watching him. The news reported that Punk is hiring a new streamer, Almond. Punk, the largest national game distributor, announced that they are taking a streamer with the nickname Almond under their wing. With the Kingdom Age streamer Almond, Punk is pursuing a new strategy. Competence is more important than status. The commentators wrote that they thought it was just a rumor, but it's true. Is Almond really that good? They admire Almond. After a while, the comrades banged their glasses against each other and exclaimed that they will drink. Ju-hyuk happily said that the protagonist did well, and the MC clarified, what is it for? The manager clarified that it would be good if Jia joined their celebration. Sang-yoon asked what the comrade meant by celebration. They just ordered a beer at a cafe. Ju-hyuk laughed and noted that it was true. But seriously, Jia is really cool. How did she even manage to edit 3 full videos in 2 days? Jia wrote that these 3 videos were enough to launch on video hosting sites. The protagonist wrote that they were 3? She confirmed this and wrote that she had just sent it. MC clarified, so the manager was talking about this? This is her hobby. She made these videos in her free time, even before she officially became their editor. Ju-hyuk was very surprised and yelled, is this true? Then why did Jia barely react when they offered her the job of editor? Sang-yoon clarified, how could he know this? He remembered something and noted that his friend had promised to tell him something. Ju-hyuk instantly hit the protagonist on the head and replied that he was talking about that time. Why did the MC run away before? He immediately fell silent without finishing. The protagonist calmly noted that the comrade could have simply said that he did not want to talk about it. Or would Ju-hyuk kill him on the spot from something like that? The manager fearfully put his finger to his mouth and ordered the MC to be quiet. Their former colleagues are walking there. Sang-yoon said that for sure. This cafe is not far from a sun. Ju-hyuk clarified that he found this place while he was working there. He suggested that they quietly leave here before anyone noticed, and the protagonist agreed. Park clarified, and who do they have here? MC looked at him in surprise and remembered the past. Park arrogantly said that in any case, Sang-yoon got here through connections. The protagonist came out of the memories and Park smirked and clarified, they haven't seen each other for a long time, have they? The manager adjusted his belt and asked if the MC was here too. Ju-hyuk laughed and asked how the manager was doing. Park irritably called him a freak and asked, well, where did Ju-hyuk go from them? Or does Ju-hyuk work here? Ju-hyuk laughed and thought that it was clear what Park was trying to achieve. Knowing his personality, the manager had probably been gossiping non-stop since they left. Park just wants to hear that they couldn't find a job. Ju-hyuk already knows in advance what Park will think when he hears that he has become the protagonist's manager. Park called out to the MC and yelled that if Sang-yoon sees his boss, he should say hello. The protagonist sternly clarified, and why should he say hello to him? Park barked furiously. What did the MC just say? Sang-yoon asked, what's wrong? He remembered the past. Manager asked, what's the point of talent if the person is an idiot? The protagonist came out of his memories and noted that they are not even friends. Park angrily crossed his arms and called him a fool. That's why MCs are trash. Does Sang-yoon really not understand how society works? No matter what kind of relationship they have, you have to be polite and say hello. That's good manners. Park grinned ominously, pointed his finger at him and asked if the MC understood that. Sang-yoon didn't answer and covered his mouth with his hand. Park was stunned and asked if the protagonist was laughing at him. The MC asked if the manager was telling him about good manners, even though he was the one who approached someone else's table and was brazenly butting in where it wasn't his business. It's not very polite to talk about something when Park doesn't follow it, is it? Park rolled up his sleeve in anger and barked. Is Sang-yoon asking for trouble or something? The protagonist stood up from his chair and looked down at him. The MC asked what he did wrong. Park thought for a moment and yelled, Sang-yoon wants a fight? Ju-hyuk looked around tensely and asked them to calm down. Manager Woo walked into the cafe smiling and exclaimed that it was the protagonist. Ju-hyuk was delighted and the MC asked in surprise, is this the CEO? Park wondered in confusion, who is he? Manager Woo happily said that he was talking about the video that Sang-yoon posted today. The number of views is simply amazing. Manager Punk was very happy when they saw the numbers. He is good at seeing details, isn't he? Park was stunned when he heard this. Manager Woo clarified that the CEO really wants to have dinner with the protagonist. He was just about to contact the MC about this. Park wondered, is this that huge company, Punk? They want to have dinner with Sang-yoon? The people looked at the protagonist in amazement and exclaimed that it was that streamer, Almond. In real life, he is much more handsome. She had already seen him on the broadcast in the office. Park looked at the girl in amazement and she asked if MC didn't mind. Could she ask for an autograph? Manager Woo asked smiling and noted that he would also like an autograph to show everyone. If you think about it, he doesn't need one. The protagonist signed a partnership contract for him. Park wondered in confusion. What does this mean? Is this fool Punk's official partner? He clenched his teeth in rage and turned around yelling that they were leaving. The guy clarified that they had already ordered. Park angrily turned his head to the side and interrupted him, barking that he said that they were leaving. Ju-hyuk noticed colleagues from his previous place of work who began to leave. He thanked Manager Woo for this. The manager replied smiling that there was no need for thanks. Some people are like that on their own. Sang-yoon disagreed and noted that the manager had even lied for his sake. Manager Wu was surprised, and the protagonist explained that the directors were amazed by the number of views and wanted to have dinner with him. Manager Wu laughed and exclaimed that maybe he exaggerated a little. Such people only know how to swear. And they always start worrying when they hear some big names. MC bowed and thanked him. The manager happily raised his hand and asked him not to worry and enjoy the dinner. He calmly remembered something and asked Sun Yun to let him know when the protagonist was ready to have dinner with the CEO. MC smiled in amazement and exhaled. He asked, "Is this the manager joking again?" Manager Wu laughed and disagreed, clarifying that it was the truth. Juhyuk scratched his neck and said that they did not quite understand. The manager said that he only lied about the directors from the office. Everything else was true. Didn't they see the number of views on their videos? After a while, the protagonist remembered the past. The manager said that just because something is popular on Trivi doesn't mean it will be popular on video hosting sites. You'll probably have to upload at least 20 videos to see any positive dynamics. The MC came out of his memories and thought that this was indeed true. It was some kind of investment in the future. So he didn't expect much. Who would have thought that he would get so many views in one day? Even Bubblegum couldn't continue on video hosting sites. And this despite the fact that he was one of the best on Trivi. Success on video hosting sites depends a lot on the editor, so it's very important that he be good. Sanyun looked at the 70,000 views under the video and thought that these were the videos that Jia made. For a cut from a beginner streamer playing an obscure game, the views were amazing. Jia's edits greatly influenced the success of his channel. The protagonist raised the cup to his mouth and thought that he was really lucky. Juhyuk, looking at his phone, called out to the MC and said that he had just received a message from his assistant. He said that Manager Park had been walking around all day with a face like he was feeling really bad. Park thought that some important person had helped Sangyun. The protagonist asked how the manager had even come to that conclusion. Juhyuk happily suggested that it was probably because of Manager Wu's words. People like Park are easily fooled by things like that. The MC grinned and exclaimed, "What a fool!" Juhyuk happily ran to the toilet and asked if his friend had finished brushing his teeth yet. He had been wanting to go to the toilet for a long time. Sanyun clarified that if his friend told someone that he had been living there for a year, they would also easily believe him. After some time, the protagonist, running along the road, thought how nice it was to stretch his legs. After he left work, he stopped doing sports. Not to mention that he had become addicted to chicken and beer. But even his retirement doesn't justify doing nothing. MC turned on some music in his earphone, but it was interrupted by a loud ringing sound. He looked at his phone in surprise. Sanyun picked up the phone and Juhyuk yelled at the protagonist to check his inbox at least sometimes. MC barked that he was jogging. The comrade asked if he wouldn't care about a nuclear war because Sanyun was jogging. The protagonist sadly noted that the comrade was really a manager. Juhyuk barked. What did the comrade say? He just wanted to say that the views have increased a lot. No wonder one of the punk directors wanted to have dinner with the MC. He won't be there, so the comrade should try to behave decently. Sanyun asked, so Juhyuk made a fuss just because of this? The comrade disagreed and clarified that there was one more thing about Jia. Maybe they can do something for her? After all, they owe their success to her. They should at least express their gratitude to her. The protagonist agreed and said that maybe they will give it to her. He fell silent and asked his comrade to forget about it. Juhyuk asked what was wrong. The MC replied that he saw Jia. After some time, there was a line of people outside. Sangyun, holding a tray of food in his hands, looked at the people and thought, didn't this place open just a week ago? It's good that they came in early in the morning. The protagonist approached Jia, who was sitting at the table. He put the tray on the table and said that he brought food. Jia thanked him and the MC asked, is she sure that just burgers will be enough for her? For her efforts, it's normal to demand something more expensive. Jia replied that she didn't need anything, and Sangyun tensely said that if she changed her mind, she should let him know. Jia took the burger in her hands and clarified that everything was really fine. She opened her mouth wide and held out the burger. The protagonist looked at her, and Jia sternly noted that it was hard to eat while he was watching. The MC apologized and thought that she had opened her mouth so wide. After a while, there was not a single person left on the street. Sangyun calmly thought that he himself was not a big talker. But he could not compete with Jia's taciturnity. Even when the MC tried to talk to her to break the awkward silence, the conversation always stopped. There was no need for conversation. She must have had a hard time at work. Jia sheepishly said that she was bad at keeping up a conversation. It seemed that even if she got drunk, nothing would come of it. Sangyun calmly sipped his drink through a straw and replied that they seemed to have a normal conversation, especially when they were discussing the video. Jia noted that it was a work-related issue. She could talk about work without any problems, but when it came to everyday life, she couldn't calmly talk about it. Jia sadly looked down and asked, she's weird, right? The protagonist was very surprised, and Jia continued sadly that she often gets told about this. The MC asked, "Did something happen at her previous job?" Of course, working for a company has its perks, but there are also a lot of inconveniences. If you keep suppressing your feelings without saying a word, they will eventually come out. She doesn't think so. Sangyeon doesn't know what exactly happened to her, but he thinks he can understand, considering that he and Juhyuk also quit their office jobs. He hopes that she can tell him what happened. If she doesn't mind, of course. After finishing their meal, they went up the stairs, and Jia thought that he really is that mature. After some time, the protagonist greeted the viewers of Trevi. The viewers congratulated him on the partnership. The MC put his hand on his chest and said that first of all, in case they haven't heard yet, he is now Punk's partner streamer. The viewers congratulated him and wondered, what about Kingdom Age? Isn't he curious about the ending with Emilia? Sangyeon added that secondly, they will continue playing Kingdom Age on the stream today. Almond immediately launched Kingdom Age, but subscribers could not shake the feeling that he would complete Kingdom Age on this stream, and they believed that a new game was coming. The protagonist offered to choose the path of a knight without further ado. He was transported to the game. Emilia put her sword on his shoulder and appointed Almond as her knight. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the joyful Emilia. Viewers assumed that this was the end and noticed the beauty of Emilia's smile. MC looked out the window in surprise and asked, "Is it spring already?" Viewers wrote that time flies quickly. Sangyeon looked at his hands and said that firstly, his clothes have changed. Does it look more luxurious? Perhaps he became a full-fledged knight. Viewers were happy, because they thought that the ending was near. The protagonist looked at the bright light in amazement, and viewers wondered, is something special waiting for them? MC looked at the scroll which says that you need to pass the last test to become a knight. This is the final quest. Sangyeon thought, does this mean that he is not a knight yet? The assistant opened the door and called out to Almond. He tensely put his hand to his forehead and yelled, "Almond is not dressed yet. The knight will be so late for the test." The protagonist asked, "What test?" The assistant was stunned and asked, "Is Almond crazy?" MC awkwardly put his fist to his mouth and replied that he was fine. The assistant, adjusting his clothes, yelled that the knight must defend his knighthood today. And what is Almond thinking? If Lady Emilia found out about this, how would it be? Emilia appeared behind the assistant and interrupted him, asking what she would find out about. The assistant was very scared and called out to the lady. Emilia walked up to the protagonist and kissed him. MC thought with great surprise that it was sudden. The audience was surprised that he was awarded right from the start. Sangyeon thought that considering everything that had happened, this kind of relationship was quite natural. Emilia worriedly clarified, if something happened at the competition, he understood that their future together would already be in question. The protagonist agreed, and she exclaimed that she definitely believed in him. The MC thanked her, and Emilia took his hand and said that now they would go and show everyone that he was worthy of being a knight. Screams were heard from the arena. Sangyeon looked around in surprise and wondered, was there always such an arena near the castle? Was this by chance a gladiatorial-style test? Alberto, leaning on his cane, asked, had Almond finally arrived? The spectators decided that it would be better to hit Alberto. The protagonist wondered, were these ill-wishers? Alberto snorted in displeasure and asked, what was the Generate family thinking, putting such a person up for trial? What a fuss around the title of knight. The audience noticed that he was asking for trouble even here. Alberto ran his fingers over his mustache and said that Almond was not of noble birth, so he still had to prove his abilities to them. Emilia confidently pointed her hand at the protagonist and replied that he had always demonstrated them so far. Almond single-handedly captured the Tolorant castle. He was even able to defeat an amazing monster. Alberto snorted and asked how one could trust such absurd rumors. Emilia irritably noted that the count spoke as if he himself had an abundance of knightly dignity. Alberto got angry and, pointing his finger at her, ordered Emilia to watch what she said. How dare she belittle him in front of this trash? Emilia suggested that Almond leave. The protagonist calmly asked her not to worry and clarified that he himself had agreed to the test. She put her hand on his back and replied that she was not worried. She just did not like it when people looked down on him. MC smiled and said that they wouldn't dare anymore from now on. NPCs happily exclaimed the protagonist's name. Sangyeon looked at the count and asked what the victory conditions were. Alberto raised his finger and asked him not to cry. There's a saying that goes like this. A true knight can stop even a troll in its tracks. The protagonist was very surprised, and the viewers asked, isn't that too much? The NPCs asked, is there a troll here? Isn't that dangerous? As far as they know, Almond only uses a bow and arrows. How can you defeat a troll using only arrows? A viewer wrote that trolls constantly regenerate. Is it even possible to shoot him to death with arrows? Maybe Almond will switch to melee weapons? Alberto smiled maliciously and asked the protagonist to try. If only Almond was a true knight. MC looked at the counts hiding in the last rows and said that he didn't think there were any knights among them. The audience burst out laughing because they were so far away. Sangyun looked at the troll and thought that the enemy was not attacking. He instantly shot the troll with his bow. The audience thought that the troll would definitely not die from this. The protagonist smiled while standing with his back to the troll that had fallen to the ground. Alberto opened his mouth wide in great surprise. The audience realized that it was a very good shot. Their Almond's best shot was his basic attack. The NPCs exclaimed Almond's name. They asked Amelia and Almond to applaud. Alberto clenched his teeth in rage and yelled that he was sure that someone had poisoned the troll. He ordered an autopsy of the monster. If they didn't do it, he would. Amelia declared that the test was over and asked the Count to admit it. Or was Alberto going to ruin another life? In that case, his honor would be ruined. The Count shook with rage and the protagonist put his hand on the lady's shoulder and said that he thought his knighthood was confirmed. After a while, music began to play in the castle. The MC, dressed in a wedding suit, hugged Amelia around the waist. The audience wished the couple happiness. They really liked the music and the atmosphere of the event. Sangyun wondered if this was the end. This was really the end. His first VR game lasted only a week. This game had changed his life. He said goodbye to the game and thanked it. The protagonist returned to reality and said that Kingdom Age was really over. He smiled and suggested moving on to the next game. The audience excitedly asked what other games had Bao. They started going through different games that could be played. The audience asked John Java to move over because Almond was already on his way. The MC, looking at the comments, thought that they were mentioning John Java again and that most were talking about PvP games. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried at all. Online games are different from story games. He will have to fight real people, not bots. No matter how much time Sangyun spends on studying tutorials, there are many people who are very strong in different games. So it will not be easy since he is only a beginner. If the protagonist is not careful, the image of a genius that everyone expects from him may be destroyed in an instant. MC announced that the second game he will play today is Battle Rage. Sangyun thought that he can't stand still just because he is afraid of people being disappointed in him. After a while, Juyuk noticed that it was unpleasant. He exhaled heavily and asked, "It seems that the viewers who came to watch Kingdom Age will leave if the protagonist changes the game?" MC, holding a can in his hand, clarified, "Is that so? Many streamers face this, so the comrade does not need to worry." Juyuk asked, "How many viewers will leave?" Sangyun clarified that it depends on the game. Sometimes streamers lose up to half of their audience. The comrade asked in surprise, "Does this mean that the streamer takes a risk every time he changes the game?" The protagonist replied that he has to. It is beneficial in the long term. It is understandable if you think about it. What viewer would want to continue watching a streamer who is not developing? After a while, the protagonist thought that even though he says this, losing 900 viewers is very painful. The viewers left after they found out that Almond was playing Battle Rage. MC smiled and thought that he expected this, so everything is fine. He said with a smile that as soon as Battle Rage is installed, he will start playing. The viewers wondered, has he not played it before and is only downloading it? Affogato donated 1,001 and wrote that everything is correct. Battle Rage is a realistic game, so Almond should get ready. Sangyun clarified, more realistic than Kingdom Age? Affogato donated 1,001 and wrote that Battle Rage is a bit more modern than Kingdom Age. The protagonist wondered if it would be like Real Olympics. That game was very realistic. It looks like it will be fun. The game window notifies that the installation is complete. Battle Rage is logged in. A helicopter flies through the smoke. A soldier announced into the microphone that they were there. He ordered everyone to prepare to land. The protagonist looked down in fear and thought that this couldn't be happening. Is the game really that realistic? The audience was surprised by the height at which the helicopter was flying. The soldier barked, "Why is he standing there?" He ordered him to jump right now. Sangyun wondered how he could jump from such a height. The audience mockingly ordered him to jump. The protagonist looked down with great fear and noted that when he watched the game tutorial, he didn't think it would be like this. The soldier jumped down and yelled. MC thought that the soldier really jumped. The audience praised the soldier and asked the protagonist to follow him. Sangyun paid attention to the soldiers who jumped down. The audience noticed that the longer he stood, the worse he was doing. The protagonist calmed down and thought that he was right. He couldn't lose. The MC quickly jumped down. He puffed out his cheeks because of the powerful flow of wind and thought that this didn't feel like a game at all. He opened the parachute and sighed with relief. Sangyun noted that this meant the parachute opened automatically. The protagonist looked down tensely and wondered if he was falling too fast. The MC fell to the ground and raised smoke underneath him and screamed in pain. The audience witnessed Almond make a wrong move. Sang-yoon put his hand to his chin and asked what kind of action was this from the very beginning. He noticed the people fighting and thought it was chaos. The player called out to everyone and yelled that there was a newbie here. He offered to kill him. The protagonist ran quickly and asked how they knew. Does this show his level? The viewer wrote that anyone would tell that Almond was a newbie looking at his landing. MC noticed a building in the distance and yelled that he would run there for now. After a while into the building. Sang-yoon noticed that he ran here without looking, but hopes that there is something like a weapon here. He looked at something with great surprise. The protagonist thought that it was a block bow. Being a professional athlete, he sometimes played with such. Who would have thought that he would come across a bow here? MC heard sounds and raised his head and thought, are they going up the outside stairs? The players are trying to get into the building through the second floor. Sang-yoon instantly grabbed the block bow. The players opened the door to the room and said that he must be on the first floor. Keanu, going down the stairs, clarified, is he just hiding and not even taking the items? The player Taste Cow raised his hands and replied that, judging by the way the protagonist landed, he is definitely a rookie. The arrow quickly passed through Keanu's head. The system window notifies that Almond has killed Keanu. Player K-Food quietly asked how his comrade had died. Taste Cow replied that the bastard had a bow. K-Food clarified that, judging by the trajectory, the arrow had come from there. He decisively raised his weapon and clarified that it was on the first floor. The protagonist instantly shot the enemy. The system window notifies that Almond has killed K-Food. It's a double kill. There are 98 players left out of 100. MC pulled the arrow and thought that he was the last one left. He was very surprised and looked around and noticed that the enemy had run away. Should he follow him? The audience began to argue whether to pursue the enemy or not. Sang-yoon decided to try and said that the enemy could not have run far. Taste Cow pulled the arrow into the bow and called out to the bastard. The protagonist calmly released the arrow and it pierced the enemy's head. The system window notifies that Almond killed Taste Cow. That's a triple kill. MC smiled and said that the enemy must have thought that if he copied him, it would help. The audience is surprised by the protagonist's strength. Sang-yoon looked at the comments and asked if it is really that easy to kill in Battle Rage. The viewer suggested that Almond simply threw the enemies under the level. The protagonist smiled and noted that then there is no need to be shy. He heard a loud sound and quickly raised his head. MC turned his head to the side in confusion and asked what that sound was. System window notifies that the blue zone will decrease in 30 seconds. This is a survival game, so you might think that hiding and waiting for the enemies to decrease is a good idea. However, Battle Rage has a blue zone system that prevents such methods. At first, the entire map is in the blue zone, but after a while, part of the territory is cut off. If the player is outside the zone, he will start to receive constant damage, which will eventually lead to death. The protagonist looked at the blue zone and thought that he did not have the most advantageous position. He paid attention to the sounds and noticed that the players had already run from here. He also needed to hurry. The MC thought that he had already said this, but there weren't many places to hide here, so he needed to act carefully. He crouched down and noticed something and thought, was that the sound of a car? Sang-yoon mentally asked him to just drive by. Instantly, bullets hit the wall near the protagonist and he fell to the ground. He looked away with great fear and the audience laughed at him. The MC looked around and said that he was scared only because this was his first game. He turned his head to the side and noticed an approaching car and thought that they were coming. Sang-yoon ran quickly and thought that they wouldn't drive up to him in a car, he would just hide. The bullet instantly pierced the wall of the building, destroying it into many pieces. The protagonist was frightened and thought, did they destroy the wall with bullets? If he keeps running, will he run to another wall? MC jumped over the wall at great speed, and many bullets hit it. The viewers wrote that Almond is definitely an athlete. Player Ralphan, shooting at the wall, barked, why don't the bullets hurt him? The enemy will die anyway. So the protagonist should stop hiding and come out. The viewers were glad that this wall is more durable. MC looked at the opponents and thought, is this another group? The viewers wondered why there are so many players gathering in groups alone. Sang-yoon whispered something and came out from behind the wall. He instantly fired his bow at the enemy. The system window notifies that Almond killed Ralphan. The protagonist looked at the arrow and thought that it was good that they weren't wearing helmets. Dopafan screamed, how could the enemy kill him with just one shot? Player Pakafan, looking at the corpse of his comrade, exclaimed that it was a one-hit kill. Bows deal a lot of damage by default, but that's okay because it's hard to aim with a bow. The arrow instantly hit his head. The system window notifies that Almond killed Pakafan. Dopafan quickly hid behind the wall and screamed, what is this? Did the protagonist deliberately lower his rank to earn kills? He'll file a complaint against him. MC asked where the enemy disappeared to. The viewer ordered to run after the enemy faster. Sang-yoon disagreed and said that there was no need. Judging by where his voice was coming from, he should shoot there. The protagonist raised his bow, pulled the arrow, and fired. The loud scream of the enemy spread around. The viewers asked, "Did he really hit?" Dopa fans screamed, "How did the enemy do that?" The protagonist calmly pulled the arrow and noticed that the enemy had moved a little. He thanked him for making noise. Almond wrote in the comments that he would figure out the enemy by the sound. MC fired and a loud scream was heard behind the wall. The system window notified that Almond had disabled Dopafan. Sangyun looked out from behind the wall in confusion and asked, "Is the enemy dead?" "What do you mean? Disabled?" The viewer wrote that this is when Almond mortally wounds the enemy, but not in the head. In fact, this is a problem. Suddenly, the viewers realized that these were team battles. The protagonist thought that now he remembered. Team battle is a mode that allows 4 players to unite in a team. Team does not necessarily have to have exactly 4 players. You can play this mode together or even alone. In a team battle, you can understand the main one and the disabled player appears when the player can still be brought back. MC calmly scratched his cheek with his finger and clarified, so he made a mistake with the mode. How could he make such a stupid mistake? Solo Alliance donated 10,000 won and wrote that he was deeply touched by the devotion of a follower of their faith. They will pay him 100,000 won if Almond takes first place. The protagonist thanked them for the mission. MC thought that this looked a little strange. Even if they are a team, why is this guy alive even though he took out the rest of his team members? Who will lift him up? Sangyun realized something and quickly turned his head to the side. In an instant, a bullet hit his body. The protagonist, falling down, wondered if there was another team member left. He shook in pain and thought that he was shot. Why does this even feel so vivid? MC dodged the flying bullets with great speed and hid behind the wall. He tensely lowered his head and thought that his pulse quickened. Just for a second, but it barely crossed the red line. If the indicator lights up red, the security system perceives it as a signal to force the system to exit in order to protect the player. How do people play this game if the risks are so high? Or is there something wrong with him? Sangyun heard the sound of footsteps and turned his head to the side. The audience did not understand why he was so scared. The protagonist wondered what it meant. There was no sound? There is. And what a sound. And far away. The opponents are slowly creeping up, but have no doubts about the direction. Does the enemy know where MC is hiding? He has 0 chances to win against a point-blank shot. Sangyun realized something and thought that perhaps the enemy is not hesitating with the course for another reason. Not because of the protagonist. MC realized where the enemy is heading and thought that he needs to act now. He shot Water Rat Fan in the head and the system window notified that Almond made a double kill. Sangyun smiled and said that as he thought, the opponents wanted to lift their comrade. The protagonist calmly turned his head to the side and said that he had won. The viewers were very happy and Foreverbat donated 5,000 won and wrote that Almond is a real genius. Everyone in crossing the line donated him several thousand won. MC thought that there were so many nicknames that he didn't recognize. Although the amounts of donations were small, it was still nice. This means that Sangyun is on the path to becoming a popular streamer. He happily asked, "What now? Are they going to get items?" The protagonist will see what they dropped. He looked in amazement at the weapons lying on the floor. MC wondered if he should change the bow for another weapon? Maybe he should switch to rifles? The viewers started arguing about which is better, a bow or a rifle. Sangyun sadly looked down and wondered what to do. If he continues like this and wins with the bow, he can establish himself as a one-content streamer, like he did in Kingdom Age. He himself wants to continue using the bow. But what if the protagonist loses? How will people react to him giving up using firearms? Jia donated 10,000 won and gave him a task. Win with bow and he will get 100,000 won. MC thought that this task came at the right time. He was very surprised and thought, is it Jia? It is unlikely that she has much money, considering that she lives in the same area. He needs it for the stream, so it doesn't matter. Sangyun smiled and thanked her for the task and said that he will show them the victory with bow. The viewers were happy about this difficult mission and wished him good luck. After some time, medicines are lying on the ground. The viewers suggested finding a helmet first and noted that they usually fall in the ranch area. The protagonist noted with interest that the ranch is quite far from here. It would be nice to find a car. The viewers asked Almond to look there. MC looked at the car with admiration. After some time, the car quickly drives along the sand. Sangyun, holding the steering wheel with his hands, said that he would then head straight to the ranch. The car stopped, and the viewers wondered if it was okay to drive through an area filled with players like that. The grenade instantly fell from the mountain to the ground near the car. The viewers warned him that the noise would attract unnecessary attention. A powerful explosion immediately thundered. The MC covered his face with his hands from the flying pieces of stones. After a while, the smoke cleared, and the car was overturned. Sangyun calmly noted that this was an accident on a level surface. The viewers were worried that another grenade might fly in. The protagonist screamed tensely, "Is there really another one?" The grenade landed near the car and a bright explosion thundered. The viewers assumed that this was the end of the stream. The MC, offended, standing far from the car, asked not to bury him. Viewers mockingly wrote that Almond is a quick corpse. Sang-yoon looked out from behind the wall and thought that nothing could be seen because of the smoke. It's probably better to go up to the roof. After a while, he kicked the door hard and opened it. The audience didn't see anyone in the smoke, and the protagonist asked them to wait. He put his hand to his forehead and clarified what was just there. A bullet hit the roof, and Sang-yoon bent down and thought, had they noticed him already? At the same time, a player from the Monday is Love team asked his comrade to stop and said that the enemy had already hidden. Calamari, lying on the ground, ordered his comrades to go into the building and they would cover them. The comrade agreed, and they started to go down the mountain. Many bullets hit the roof and the protagonist exhaled tensely. The audience suggested that he go back into the building. They noticed that the opponents didn't look like newbies. MC closed his eyes and thought that he needed to stay calm and listen carefully to the surrounding sounds. He saw 4 people, judging by the steps, 2 were approaching. Sang-yoon tiredly noted that the problem was that if he poked his head out, he would be killed immediately. So that was all that was left. Calamari aimed at the roof of the building and asked, were the enemies not moving at all? Maybe the enemies just gave up? The comrade noted that the enemy would not stick his head out because they would kill him. He suggested going there and killing him. MC, lying on the floor, pulled the arrow and heard the enemy step on a branch. He instantly shot into the sky. The enemy raised his weapon, and Sang-yoon thought that this was another step. The arrow quickly hit the sponge player's shoulder, and the comrade looked at him in fear. The arrow hit the crabs player's head, and he asked, what was that? The system window notified that Almond had killed crabs, and there were 47 players left out of 100. The audience was surprised at how the protagonist had hit him. MC, reading the comments, thought that he had learned a couple of moves while training to surprise his friends. But he didn't think he'd need it here. Sang-yoon used a deadly trick of hitting a falling arrow. Everyone does crazy things when they're young. The protagonist noticed the door and thought it was footsteps. The enemy is coming from behind. The enemy has a gun. In a direct fight, he's at a disadvantage. When the enemy starts shooting point blank, MC won't even have time to put the arrow down, so all he can do is hope the enemy misses. Sang-yoon pulled the arrow and prepared for battle, thinking that relying on misses is not his style. The door opened slightly, and the protagonist instantly fired. The audience noticed that the door wasn't open yet. The arrow flew through the crack in the door like lightning. The sponge player looked in amazement at the arrow in his stomach, and wondered how through such a small crack. He instantly fell to the floor, opening the door. That's how he killed Sponge so easily, and the viewers were shocked. He shot at the exact moment the door opened, and he also shot lower in case the enemy crouched. That's just genius. Sang-yoon said with a smile that he just calculated the right timing, and some guy in the chat exclaimed that if he could calculate everything like that, he wouldn't lose at bets. Meanwhile, Sponge's friend felt uneasy because it was so quiet there. He wondered what he was doing. Sponge contacted them and said that this guy was weird. He didn't belong at this rank. He died barely managing to open the door. Calamari exclaimed, "Is he an idiot?" He told him that he said that he was shot through a thin crack. How was he supposed to dodge? He replied with annoyance that he should have been more careful. How did he even get to the lower ranks? Sang-yoon meanwhile was sitting in the shelter and reading the chat. Those who were targeting him were a 4-man team called Monday is Love. They consist of talented players, such as Diamond Rank, Sniper, Calamari, and others with experience in amateur tournaments. But after a year of inactivity for various reasons, the reality turned out to be far from their expectations, and as a result, they all returned to the game with reset ranks, stuck in the lower lines of the rating. Sponge asked them to just come and raise him quickly, and Calamari asked how they would do it. He would kill him before they could get there. Sponge told him that he hadn't killed him yet, and he was crawling to the 2nd floor right now. His teammate gritted his teeth and thought that his plan was obvious. He wanted to attack while they were healing him. There were only 2 of them left. Why was he so overconfident? Star suggested that he ignore him. If he was really shot in timing, then there was a real professional there. He exclaimed in response, "Is he serious? He wants to run away in the rookie ranking? Did he forget that they were trying to get their rank back?" He told him that even if they ran away, they wouldn't lose their rank, and Calamari exclaimed that they would lose face then. His friend didn't argue further and thought, why is he taking the game so seriously? Noticing him taking the sniper rifle off the stand, he asked, is he really going there? Maybe he should. And he will cover him since he is a sniper. Calamari asked, how will he lift it up alone? He needs reliable cover. Star was forced to agree with him, and they headed towards the building where Sang-yoon was now sitting. They carefully walked down the hill and passed by crabs. The guy suggested that calamari speed up, and he, carefully watching the building, asked irritably, "Is he completely stupid or something? They should aim at him in advance. What if he suddenly jumps out from around the corner?" He realized he was right and followed suit. And then they saw Sponge, lying around the corner and waving at them. Calamari said that if they stuck to the wall, the enemy's field of view would be lower, but he should just keep his eyes on the sight. They continued to approach, keeping a close eye on the roof, and Calamari thought they were almost there. They were in the enemy's blind spot, so they could relax a little. He smiled, and at that moment he noticed an arrow flying from the roof of the building. He remembered how their comrade was killed, and realized that the arrow was flying right at their heads. The enemy predicted their actions, so they couldn't go any further, only backwards or to the side. He needed to dodge somehow. He ran along the wall, and his star, on the contrary, ran away from the building. Thus both avoided the hit. Calamari looked at the arrow and sighed in relief, but when he turned to his friend he saw an arrow in his head and became very nervous. It hit him right in the eye. He ran on and thought that this couldn't be happening. For the arrow to fly at such an angle? When he turned his head, he noticed the MC in front of him. He was falling from the roof of a building and aiming straight at him. He thought this was simply impossible, and then an arrow pierced him. After he found a safe place, his viewers started donating to him, and he sighed heavily, saying that it was good that he took painkillers. After such a fall, he certainly didn't get away with injuries, but he was lucky that his opponent had medication. His viewer asked why he was jumping from the roof at all, risking not hitting the target. But he's not taking painkillers right now, is he? The system reported that the blue zone would decrease in 30 seconds, and he got up, saying that there were only 26 people left. Since he was almost recovered, he should continue. Meanwhile, Calamari was furiously typing something on the keyboard. He posted on the game's forum that a professional was running amok at the lower ranks, and also attached several screenshots from the game. After some time, his post was responded to. They all doubted his words, and he decided to reveal his identity to them, and wrote that those who know him remember that last year, their team had a diamond rank of 1. Having learned that he was that same Calamari, they were very surprised, and were very happy about the return of his team. They also wondered who this guy was who defeated him. After all, their team is elite, even after a year's break. One of the commentators sent a link to Almond's broadcast, and everyone immediately started clicking on it, including Calamari. He went to his stream and said that he was finished. Meanwhile, Sangyun began to inspect the boxes for medicines. He was unlucky. They were all empty. One of the viewers noticed that there were so many weapons here, but unfortunately he couldn't take anything because of that, since he had a mission with a bow. Sangyun looked at his current missions. The prize pool had increased, about 400,000 won in total. The viewers must have started increasing the prize after seeing his game. He decided to check how many there were now, and when he saw that there were almost 2,000 people on his broadcast, he immediately smiled. In order not to show his joy, he began to control his facial expressions, and pretending to look at the boxes, covered his smile with his hand and said that since there was nothing else here, he needed to go. He thought that the number of viewers dropped to 1,000 when he changed the game, but now it started to increase again. He turned his attention to the chat and noticed something strange. Almost all the commentators were negative towards him. One of the viewers asked, did he reset his rank on purpose? He was surprised by this statement and, noticing the new insult, thought that it was no wonder that the number of viewers had increased dramatically. Did they come here from the forum? He decided to think positively. The haters were viewers too. They would realize that this was not true if they continued watching him. Chu Hyuk would take care of the rest. He received a notification that the blue zone had shrunk and immediately heard gunshots from behind. He turned around and noticed that it seemed like the skirmishes had become more frequent. He decided to come out of hiding too, and some time passed. As he ran, one of the viewers excitedly said that he killed 5 in an instant. That's top 10 at least. He noticed this comment and wondered how many teams were left. It didn't matter, he just needed to beat them. He ran to the corner and another player ran out to meet him and they collided. Sangyun grabbed his hit nose and then looked up, wondering what he ran into. He saw a rifle in front of him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and a second before the shot he hid around the corner of the building and pulled the arrow on the bowstring, preparing to attack. But the player was in no hurry to come out of hiding. He began to wait for the right moment, and suddenly the voice of another player was heard, who had discovered his opponent. Someone else shot him with a sniper rifle, and the players who noticed him got nervous and hurried to hide in the trench. Sangyun looked out from his hiding place and, taking aim, thought that playing alone has its advantages. He shot the guy in the head, but his helmet protected him, and he and his friend immediately crouched down. The guy was upset that after such a blow his helmet was now useless, and while he was healing, his friend asked who even uses a bow these days. He answered him that only stinking rats use it. He thought there were 1 or 2 teams left. This was unexpected. But what was really unexpected was how the next arrow came at him. It was right above them and hit him in the top of his head, and his teammate got really nervous, not understanding where it came from. The next arrow hit him in the shoulder, and he looked around exclaiming, "How is he doing this?" Sang-yoon fired another arrow. This time, it hit him right in the head. Now there were 5 players left. Looking at the corpses, Sang-yoon noticed that he finally died, and one of his viewers said that it was such an epic parabola. He was speechless. At that moment, another player got a kill, and there were only 4 left. He thought if the remaining players are not from the same team, he can take first place, right? The system announced that the blue zone will shrink in 30 seconds, and Sang-yoon, moving closer to the center, sighed and said that he was unlucky. All the viewers got nervous because their money was on the line. One of them asked the sniper to kill him, and he thought that fortunately the game zone had shrunk, but the sniper still had a place to hide. He hoped that the remaining 3 would be spread out as much as possible, but unfortunately, they had gathered into a team and were about to go look for him. He hid behind the corner of the building and sighed tiredly, and his spectators had already managed to bury him. The 2 players searched the area and reached several buildings. One of them said that in order to avoid zone damage, he had to pass here. His comrade looked at the map and said that their position was pretty good. The blue zone was on their side. The system reported a decrease in the blue zone, and Sang-yoon thought that first place was almost in his hands. Now the question arises, will he win or finish in 4th place? The difference in the effect of winning solo and a good performance will be colossal. It is in such critical moments that true skill is revealed. It is in such competitive situations that you definitely need to prove to everyone that you are good, that you are a master. He was filled with confidence and looked at his opponents. They let down their guard because they think they have an advantage, and when the enemy loses their guard, it is time to attack. He took the medicine and waited for a while. His enemies were already starting to lose patience, and one of them asked why he was not coming out. The end of the zone was very close. His partner advised him to wait. They had no other choice anyway. He will definitely come out. Sang-yoon, meanwhile, continued to hide behind the building. The border of the zone was quickly approaching. As soon as the border of the zone was on his boot, his health began to decrease. Meanwhile, the players doubted that he was hiding exactly where they were waiting for him, and suspected that he was behind. They decided to check it out, and Sang-yoon, noticing that they turned away, immediately shot one of them, but did not kill him. His comrade turned around and started shooting at the place where the arrow was fired from, and ordered Sang-yoon to come out, but by this time he had already gone around him and hid outside the zone. He latched on and then shot him, and as soon as the notification of his death appeared, he entered the zone and caught his breath. The audience was shocked. He managed to return to the zone with 10% health. Taking a deep breath, Sang-yoon stood up, noticing that he was alone, after which he healed himself and thought that even having lost 2 comrades, the third one did not make a sound. Maybe this is the same annoying sniper? Since he is not shooting, it means that he does not see him. He has a rough idea of the range of his blind spot. It would be great if he stayed in place. He noticed that the guy he shot was crawling somewhere and followed him, thinking that he was going to ask his comrade to pick him up. If he follows him, he will be able to find out the location of the ladder. But he remembered that healing takes a long time, and he realized that in situations where victory is at stake, everyone acts with caution. He returned to the shelter and thought that with the blue zone shrinking, they still have an advantage. No need to take unnecessary risks. Maybe this is a trick. Then, they are trying to lure him into the sniper's line of sight, which means the enemy is hiding where this route is clearly visible. He must determine his location based on this. He lay down on the ground and crawled away from the guy while keeping an eye on him. He started looking for the sniper. There was none near the rocks and the tree. Ideal cover. So where was he hiding? The edge of the blue zone was almost reaching him, but he remained in place, carefully peering into the grass. Near the tin barrels, he noticed the sniper's head. He definitely can't see him, so this is his only chance. But how can he kill him? He can't pull the bowstring while lying down. Then an idea came to him. He lay down on his back and the audience laughed at him, but in vain. He decided to pull the bowstring with his foot, which surprised the chat and began to wonder if it was even possible. In fact, he himself did not know if it was possible, but what was the point of worrying? In any case, he only had one try. He aimed at the sniper and assured himself that he would hit him no matter what, after which he released the arrow and it flew with a whistle at the enemy. Hearing the rustling of grass and a whistle, the sniper looked towards Sang-yoon, and an arrow immediately flew into his head, but his helmet saved him from fatal damage. He hid behind the barrels, and Sang-yoon asked his viewers with a smile. They already understood what to do in such moments, right? While the sniper was being treated, he shot into the sky and the arrow, having reached the maximum height, began to fall and at high speed pierced the guy's head, this time killing him. Now Sang-yoon was left on the battlefield all alone. Few viewers believed that he would win in a 3-on-1 situation. In fact, many did not believe. But with his skill, he made them believe in it. The first match in the game alone ended in first place, and he received rewards for the missions. This was an unexpected result. The chat was delighted and began to congratulate him, and some donated to him, for which he was very grateful. Even Miho donated to him and praised him, which everyone was surprised by. She is a famous streamer. He decided not to rush with a reaction, and having read the nicknames of the donators, thanked them. Miho sent him money again, and invited him to join the clan, which made him nervous. She's asking a newbie like him to join the clan? Judging by the viewers' reactions, it's unknown who gets such offers. He responded to her with confusion that he was still a newbie, so he needed to train more. She donated to him again, telling him to contact her if he changed his mind, and he thanked her, promising to definitely think about it. After such a heated battle, he decided to end the stream and said goodbye to the viewers. Time passed. After the stream, he decided to take a shower, and when he came out, Joo-hyuk came up to him and asked if Miho really contacted him. He showed him her photos and was surprised to notice that she was a streamer, a model, and also a celebrity. They were enchanted by her beauty, and Joo-hyuk, pulling himself together, said that it was good that he refused. Sang-yoon noted that in the end, he was still a newbie. He didn't want to be compared to professionals. He asked about the reaction to his game, and Joo-hyuk told him that in general, the reaction was positive. Of course, most people here want him to play Kingdom Age, but this is a thematic forum, so that's expected. But on the Battle Rage forum, things are a little sadder. He showed him some offensive comments, and he said that he saw similar things in the chat. Joo-hyuk was surprised that he knew about it and noted that he was either slow or did not care. He is not going to respond to this? He told him that in a closed profile, such things are inevitable. Maybe he should open his profile again? His friend asked displeasedly, did he want to share his income with the hackers? In that case, Sang-yoon suggested that he leave it as is. This is also part of the fame, right? He nodded approvingly and said that he thinks that such a hype is even an opportunity. If approached correctly, it can increase his popularity. In short, they will turn a crisis into an opportunity. But the worst happened. His account was blocked due to rank manipulation. Joo-hyuk almost broke his monitor out of rage when he saw this and said that they banned him without even checking anything. Are they kidding me? Despite this, Sang-yoon was calm. He noted that he was so unlucky. He didn't do anything wrong, so he thought that they would lift the ban if he explained everything. But they haven't responded to his letter for several hours. His friend exclaimed that they were just idiots who didn't need any explanations, after which he sighed and said that maybe it's for the best. Didn't he say that this is also part of fame? If it comes down to it, they need to become famous properly. Let him prepare to make a statement. In his statement, he informed the viewers about the bad news. Yesterday, a lot of reports were filed against him during the Battle Rage stream. As a result, his account is currently suspended. He wrote to the admins to clarify this misunderstanding, but hasn't received a response yet. His followers were upset that he was banned for no reason, and meanwhile Joo-hyuk was writing comments and redirecting others to his stream message board. Everyone decided that the community of this game is really terrible, and Joo-hyuk said that, as expected, Kingdom Age fans stood up for him. The news will soon go viral. The opinions of Battle Rage players towards the administration changed to negative, and Sang-yoon and Joo-hyuk could only watch the situation with concern. But everyone was wondering how good he was that people decided that these were cheats without even watching the recording. And is it even possible to get so many complaints for one game? Since there is no recording of his game yet, they could not believe him. Sang-yoon received a notification on his phone that Jia had just contacted him. It was morning and his channel had released a premiere video titled, "I was branded a cheater and banned after just one match." Some of his viewers thought it was clickbait but quickly realized it was true based on the hype from yesterday. Not everyone believed it was his first match, so they decided to watch the video to see for themselves. As soon as the premiere started, the chat started to go crazy. They all thought it was clickbait. The game started, and when they saw he chose team fight, they were very surprised because he went solo. Joo-hyuk read the comments and noticed that their reactions were pretty good. At first, most viewers were skeptical about the title of the video, but as they watched the game, skepticism turned to amazement. And the culmination was the final one-on-one duel, which caused everyone to applaud. Some guy who was watching this video with his friend said that he saw it live, but the edited version is also good. His friend noted that the video was not over yet. The video showed the verdict that he was a cheater, as well as negative comments. Now, after being provided with evidence of his fair play, users began to get indignant. Administrators should be able to see the history of matches, so these reports are useless. Then the video showed a letter of support for the game and the administrator's response. After seeing this, viewers were indignant. Even more, they were furious. This was the first reaction. When the chat closed, 4,000 people, left alone with their opinions, dispersed to gaming communities to splash it out. Since dissatisfaction with the game's management was already boiling, this incident quickly gained momentum. In the end, it even got into the official news of the game portal. Meanwhile, in the operational department of Battle Rage, someone was being severely scolded. The department manager slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Is he crazy? He just banned him without even checking his match history?" His assistant named Kim Ki-yeol justified himself by saying that there were a lot of complaints about him, and he exclaimed, "Does that mean that if there are a lot of complaints, they just ban indiscriminately now?" The players will be very happy to hear this. Maybe they should vote to fire him too? Ki-yeol apologized to him with a guilty look. Having calmed down, the manager sighed heavily and asked how many viewers he had. He told him that he had about 1,000, and he asked what they even knew about this player. He didn't understand what he meant, and he slammed his fist on the table in rage, exclaiming that he was asking about whether he had backers. Ki-yeol, of course, didn't know anything about this, and since he had only played one match, he decided that no one was behind him and told his boss about it, adding that he had only recently started his activity. The man told him to call the community managers quickly, and he didn't understand why. He got angry again and exclaimed that they needed to hide this, so let him quickly call them and make an appointment. He quickly ran away, and the manager looked at his promotion notice and said displeasedly that he was making him nervous over trifles at such a crucial moment. A new day came. Sun-yoon woke up and went to brush his teeth. He was still worried about the current events and the lack of a letter from the game administration. He thought that the ban would be lifted in a day or so. Joo-hyuk burst into the bathroom. He worriedly told his friend that everything was gone. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he explained that all of yesterday's posts about him were gone. All information from news articles to comments was gone from the communities. This news surprised him a little, and he decided to personally check everything. And really, no information about him was found at all. But he didn't expect that they would admit their mistakes so easily. Who knew it would come to this? They're trying to hide everything, even with so much evidence. Joo-hyuk noted with displeasure that they just don't want to admit their mistakes. Then today's stream is in question. Now he can't even return to Kingdom Age. But Sun-yoon decided to take a break for today. It turns out he was going to meet with the director of Punk, which Joo-hyuk was a little surprised at first, but then he saw an opportunity. He asked if he could help him, and he, after thinking for a few seconds, answered him that he would find out when he met him in person. While he was walking to the meeting place, he remembered the beginning of his sports activities. While he was practicing at the shooting range, his grandmother asked his coach if he had talent. He nodded and confirmed it, noting that although he was young and not that strong, his resilience and spirit were exceptional. This is the most important quality for an archer. The old lady sighed and honestly admitted that she did not understand this at all. And the coach said with a smile that it was true. Talent doesn't just appear out of nowhere and shout to everyone that it's there. Only by practicing your skills can you become great. MC took aim at the time and then accidentally released the arrow, and it hit the target right on the mark, which surprised his coach a little. He walked up to him and applauded him, saying that it was impressive. His hand didn't even shake. Sang-yoon was unsure at first that he was praising him specifically, but he said that otherwise he wouldn't have hit the center. Let him try to stay the course. When he's at his limit and feels like he can't take it anymore, let him stay focused and believe that he can always try again. And then his arrows will always hit the center of the target. He answered him with a smile that he understood everything. After which, his coach said that there was one more thing. It would be great if he started doing archery professionally. Coming back from his memories, he looked up at the sky and sighed, thinking that he had been told before that he was calm and focused. He had often heard such compliments when he was young. These were the qualities that made him a genius at archery, but at one point, they became useless skills that he couldn't even put on his resume. Life really is unpredictable. He was called out by Woo's manager, who was there to meet him. The man thanked him with a smile for coming all the way, then led him to a restaurant and noticed that he was completely calm. He stopped and called out to him, then asked with a smile, "It seems like he's one of those people who is always calm, right?" The MC was slightly surprised by this, and the man pointed out that usually even the most popular streamers get nervous when they go to lunch with the CEO. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told him that he was quite reserved in real life. Manager Woo pointed out that he was very cheeky when he played, and Sangyun was very surprised when he realized that he was watching his streams. He thanked him for that, and then they finally reached the restaurant, and he looked around the room where they would be having lunch, and thought that it was a luxurious Japanese restaurant. He didn't think he could easily pay for any meal here. Will it be okay? The man went to meet the director, and while they were alone, he told him not to deny himself anything. He deserved it with his achievements. The MC didn't understand what he was talking about at all, and a few minutes later, the director of Punk entered the room, accompanied by the manager. Sangyun greeted him with a respectful bow and looked up at him, thinking that in front of him was the director of Punk, Hang Taeho. They shook hands in honor of their acquaintance, and Taeho smiled, thinking that the first impression of him was not bad. He was very different from most streamers. He looked down at his hand and noticed that it was shaking. Was he nervous, or was it something else? Lunch had started, the waiter told them about all the dishes, and Taeho, after trying the porcupine fish, noted that it tasted pretty good. He turned to the manager and said that this place was famous for its sushi, but he liked the appetizers more, especially if they were on the house. The men laughed, and MC along with them, after which he tried the seafood and his eyes sparkled with delight. Taeho asked if he liked it, and added that there was a very talented chef here. He told him that it was indeed very tasty, and he asked if he often went to such places. His table manners gave away the habit. He told him that he had already been to such places several times, after which manager Wu whispered something in the director's ear, and he asked in surprise, "Is it true that he worked at Asung? He must be talented since they hired him there." He smiled nervously. He actually got in through connections, but he couldn't say that. The men started discussing how one of the company's executives was a regular customer. Even the director liked the place. Taeho said with a smile that his name was Lee Chil-sung. They went to school together. Sangyun was a little surprised by this, and thought that, to be honest, he had guessed it. Directors are recruited from the elite, so there was nothing special about them knowing each other. And judging by his reaction, they were close friends. He noticed that they were somewhat similar, which made the director even happier, and MC was convinced that they not only got along well, they were also proud of this friendship. Taeho sighed and said that he would still be more talented than him. Asung is known even abroad, but they are inferior to foreign companies. Sangyun noted that they are quite active on the world stage. There are many people who dream of working in Punk. Taeho took a sip of alcohol and noted that he is quite eloquent, but he is still worried about something. Streaming is a good thing, but in their time, it is dangerous to take such risks. Or did he leave Asung for a specific reason? For the MC, this was too personal a question. Although at first glance it may seem rude, but it is a good sign. The fact that he is asking this means that he cares about his future. If he answers normally, he will be able to get closer to him. If this person likes him, he will not only help him settle the issue with Battle Rage, but also help him with his streamer career in general. Now he will have to tell everything. It's his first time sharing this with a stranger, but he thinks he's not the type to talk too much, so it'll be okay. He tells him that he was originally a professional archer, and quite a successful one at that. They were very surprised, especially manager Wu. He looks at the director and thinks that's amazing. As far as he knows, this is his hobby. After finding out that he's an archer, Taeho looks at him happily and says that he didn't expect that. And why did he stop doing archery? He becomes a little sad and looks down, then tells him that it's all because of an injury. Taeho now understands why his right hand was shaking so much. He asks how it happened, and he tells him that it was an accident when he was returning from the national championship where he won the gold medal. Manager Wu exclaims in surprise, "The national championship is not inferior to the world championship, right? And in what year did he win the medal?" He replied that he was 17 at the time, and they both thought, "Isn't that a record?" He continued, "For 3 years after the injury, he kept it a secret, but he couldn't recover. And then with the help of a coach's recommendation, he got a job at Asung Trading. He didn't get there based on his skills, so he wasn't that good at his job and was constantly scolded. And then he got into virtual reality games." Taeho realized why he liked it so much. He could move his hand normally. Sangyun confirmed this. He was hooked on games, but he needed to make money, so he decided to try streaming. While his grandmother was alive, he worked to get rid of the regrets of his lost career. At that time, he didn't even think about the fact that in virtual reality, his hand could move normally. After listening to his story, Taeho poured him some alcohol and told him that in life, everything doesn't go the way you want it to. It's a cliché, but that only makes it more interesting. There is no guarantee that a life where everything goes your way will be better. He was also an ordinary unemployed guy with a dream. He can't put into words how lucky he is that everything turned out the way it did. He likes who he has become. He can sit here and eat sushi from a famous chef. This means that everything will be fine for him too. MC thanked him for this, and manager Wu said with a smile that he will definitely succeed. He heard that he started playing a new game. Sang-yoon immediately perked up and wanted to tell him about his problem, but the man didn't let him say anything and started rummaging through his bag. MC realized that he missed the right moment. Meanwhile, the manager of Wu was doing something on the tablet and then showed him an increasing graph and asked if he knew what it was. He assumed it was a rising stock and he confirmed it was. This is the sales volume of Kingdom Age after he played it. He was slightly surprised by this news, and the Wu manager, scrolling the game page in the store, said that his name was mentioned in most of the reviews. He did a great service to the manufacturer. Taiho noted that it was simply amazing, and his subordinate said that their sales volume was low. That's why the stock chart jumps so much. But if you look at the date of the reviews, the reasons and factors will become clear. He wanted to report it tomorrow, but decided today so that Sang-yoon could also listen. Meanwhile, he sat in complete confusion. He didn't think that it could cause such an effect. The Wu manager showed the tablet to the director and asked, "There is definitely the makings of a star, right?" He thoughtfully peered at the screen and agreed with him, noticing that his charm is different from others. He praised the MC and said that these are not just words, he will really succeed. He thoughtfully tapped his finger on the table and asked, "Kingdom Age is a single-player game, right? Then he won't be able to stream it for long. Does he have plans for other games?" He told them about Battle Rage, and the director enthusiastically noted that the audience for this game is mainly in their 20s and 30s. He often watched his son play it. He asked Sang-yoon if there was anything to improve in this game, and manager Wu winked at him, and it was the right moment for MC. He got a little nervous and stated that there was actually one problem. Sometime later, in the Battle Rage office, the operations manager ran to his boss and wondered why he called him in so early in the morning. Did something happen? Maybe he was getting a promotion? He walked into his office excitedly, and he offered him a seat with a smile. He was slightly surprised by Keel's presence, and sat next to him, after which their boss said that he now wants to talk about the reason why he called the two of them. Do they know where he went this morning? He pointed up and said he was at the head office. The manager frowned, not understanding why he was called out of the blue, and his boss told them that the CEO had told him something strange. Do they know who Almond is? The mention of his nickname immediately made the manager nervous and wondered if he had heard rumors about that case. They had deleted all the articles. When they didn't answer, their boss got angry and exclaimed, "So do they know him or not?" The man nervously told him that they knew him, and their boss said that then he wouldn't press them anymore. They would soon be leaving the state anyway. The manager was very surprised by this news and said that it was just a ban. His boss laughed and asked, "Does he really think it's that simple?" He took out his tablet and asked. He still didn't understand. How did the CEO get this information? He threw the tablet on the table in irritation and said that he also did not understand how they could immediately start hiding information without even bothering to type this nickname into a search engine. The manager's gaze dropped to the tablet screen, which showed Punk's website and indicated that Almond was their streamer partner. He looked at it and thought that this could not be. He turned out to be their partner? His boss said that this guy popularized Kingdom Age. Their sales increased fivefold. No wonder the director was so furious. Even if their game is already popular, do they even understand how difficult it is to get promotion from Punk? And they just went and banned their partner without any investigation? Having calmed down, he grabbed his head and sighed heavily, after which he said that there was nothing unusual in covering their tracks, but he always insisted that such actions should be done wisely. And from what he can see, they don't use their heads at all. He wished them happiness in their new life without a job, and the manager, Wu, who was so looking forward to a promotion, nervously asked him for another chance, but he flatly refused him and said that they should write an official letter of apology and prepare for disciplinary action, and he would pass Almond's case on to another team. The man didn't even know what to do next. His hands began to shake, and their boss asked why they were sitting. Should he also walk them to the door or call security right away? The manager, confused, told him that they were already leaving, and after they left the boss's office, he called the second team about Almond's ban, and, finding out that he now had access to the game again, praised them. Punk and Almond are ready for this publicity. Let them just prepare in advance for negative comments. Meanwhile, the manager called his assistant and said in a rage that he had exactly asked then if he had connections. And what did he tell him? All this happened because of him. Keol got tired of his terrible attitude towards him and asked why he blamed only him for this. He exclaimed that it was all unfair. After all, he himself decided to act this way. Since he raised his voice at him, the manager called him a brat, and he told him that since they were both fired, he was no better than him. The conflict escalated into a fight, but fortunately they were stopped by security. Sung-gyun was already home by then. Joo-hyuk left the room and asked how everything went. He went to bed without waiting for him. He calmly told him that everything was fine, and he asked him to tell him everything in more detail. The MC thought, choosing his words, and said that he thought they liked him. The director asked him to teach him archery, how it works out. He promised that he would contact him himself. His friend was very happy for him, and said that if he gives him lessons often, he will be able to turn to him for help. He told him not to rush so much, and he shared his concerns that he could screw up, but everything went great. He remembered about Battle Rage and asked, "Have you heard anything from the administration?" He answered him that he was told that they will contact the responsible persons, and at the same moment, he received a notification on his phone, and they hurried to check it. Finally, he received a response from the administration. His account was unblocked. He immediately shared the good news with his viewers and announced a stream. Everyone was happy that justice had finally prevailed, and Jia, reading the comment, was glad that they all supported him. It's good that his innocence was proven. The articles about him returned, but the dissatisfaction with the game administration remained. She came across one video that really interested her. A user named Small Long uploaded a video of a confrontation between streamer partner Punk and the Battle Rage administration. She turned it on, and a guy in a bear mask appeared on the screen. He was very unhappy that because of the administration, a player was branded a cheater after just one game. Everyone knows that the game administration has been acting weird for a long time, but they went too far. However, do they know why Almond's account was unblocked after 2 days? Because Punk contacted the Battle Rage administration, not just one of the employees, but the management representative himself. In any other case, Almond's letter would have simply been thrown in the trash. They did not even realize that he was a partner of Punk, simply because he had few viewers. Everyone really agreed with him, and in 3 hours his video got 100,000 views. He was very happy about this. Initially, he thought that the audience's interest was caused by the growing discontent of a large number of people about the inaction of the administration. But this misconception did not last long. Everyone got mad at him for wanting to get famous off of Almond's story without even attaching a video of him. The viewers were furious and ordered him to attach a normal highlight reel of his gameplay. The majority of his comments were from regular players, those who just wanted to see the show and weren't too worried about the game management's mistakes. They were just curious about who this Almond was who was mistaken for a cheater in his first game. Small Long shared a link to the highlight reel with everyone while Sung-gyun was eating and scrolling through his channel. He frowned and his friend noticed and asked in horror, "Is it really that bad? He cooked it from a video." The MC said that's not what he was talking about. Do their videos usually get 40k views? Joo-hyuk confirmed this and added that 50k was the maximum. He didn't really pay attention because Jia was the one doing most of it. But when Sang-gyun showed him his phone and he saw that the views had reached 400,000, he was very surprised and started refreshing the page, thinking that it was some kind of bug. The MC calmly said that other creators also have such viral videos, and his friend asked why he was so calm. It was really surprising. There must be a reason for so many views. Sang-gyun suggested that it could be because of the ban, and he agreed with him. He scrolled through and there were quite a few related videos. The MC noted that as he predicted, the crisis became an opportunity, at which point his friend laughed and happily jumped up from his seat, exclaiming that he knew this would happen. Sang-gyun said that he didn't think that AllTube views would give them a strong influx of broadcasts, and suggested that he just keep trying. Joo-hyuk was a little confused, then returned to the table and continued eating, and the MC thought about it. To be honest, he has a lot of expectations, but celebrity popularity is fleeting. One video is nothing more than a candle in the wind, so they can't rely on it too much. Before starting the stream, he warmed up and closed his eyes to concentrate. Composure is the archer's main weapon. He got into the capsule and started the stream, and immediately, a lot of comments appeared. Sang-gyun was a little surprised, and when the comments in the chat began to change at lightning speed, he was shocked. He jumped out of his capsule with a bang, and Joo-hyuk asked what was going on. "Is there a problem?" He answered him with a dumbfounded look that he accidentally hit the capsule when he moved. He came back and Joo-hyuk thought, why did he move like that? This is a virtual reality device. When the MC came back, he couldn't believe his eyes. There were so many comments in the chat and the number of viewers reached 2,000, and this is just at the start. Joo-hyuk noticed this and asked in a message, why did he jump up like that? He looked so dumbfounded. Sang-gyun was embarrassed and asked him to shut up. Then his friend reminded him that there was a stream going on right now, so he should work hard. The MC clenched his hand into a fist, deciding to give it his all, and thought that usually AllTube views don't affect the live viewership that much. This clearly shows how much the audience loves Almond. He needs to take advantage of this opportunity. He remembered how he used to shoot in competitions and thought that he should act like that, just in a different dimension. He brought up his image on the viewers' screens and smiled, greeting them all. There was an immediate response. They started asking how everything went with Battle Rage, and he, looking at the rapidly changing messages, thought that the chat was about to explode. It was definitely AllTube traffic. Unlike Triby, AllTube's audience is diverse. Their scale is incomparable. He said that he had already posted on his page, but there might be those who don't know, so he would explain everything to them now. He brought up the material Juhyuk had prepared in advance on the matter on the screen, and told them everything. The chat began to sympathize with him, and someone even donated to him and wrote words of support. Sungyun thanked him for this, noting that fortunately, his partners from Punt contacted them, and the issue was quickly resolved. They did not react to this with great delight, and realized that Small Long was telling the truth. MC was slightly surprised by their reaction and thought, did they already know about this? He was interested in asking about it, but he couldn't just continue chatting with so many viewers. There are almost 4,000 people on his stream. He smiled and suggested that they start the game. When he was about to say the name of today's game, he received a donation with an offer to play Kingdom Age. With this donation, the viewer literally shut him up, after which everyone in the chat began to laugh because of the precise timing. Sunyin smiled and announced that today they will play Battle Rage, after which he entered the game. The viewers advised him to choose the right mode this time, and he proudly showed them that he chose a solo game. An argument began in the chat about how many players he will kill this time, and he thought that even a top player cannot guarantee victory. Everything is too unpredictable in this game. Some viewers in the chat suggested that he play without a bow this time, and others vice versa. He thought that even the first player in the ranking cannot win forever, although no one doubts his skills. He clenched his hand into a fist and realized that he still had a lot to prove. After which a viewer named I Believe in You sent him a mission to win the first game. The prize is 300,000 won. Now the stakes were high. He accepted the mission without hesitation and thanked his viewer, saying that he will try to win. Someone in the chat remarked that this was the most insincere gratitude they had ever heard, and he looked around thinking that this was his first solo game and he had a mission to win. 4,000 viewers were waiting for the result. He imagined a shooting range in front of him and thought that everything was ready. Whether he would become a star or remain a niche streamer who played well now depended only on his skills. The moment had come. The system reported that he had entered the preparation phase, and then the game began. Soon all the players were in a helicopter. Among them was a newbie, very reminiscent of the MC during his first game. An NPC was scolding him because he could not jump, and he almost cried from fear and asked his friend, "Is this really an NPC? Why are his lines so realistic?" The NPC couldn't take it anymore and pushed him, and when he fell down with a loud scream, Sangyin remembered that last time he also jumped. As a result, he started the fight from a bad position and suffered some inconvenience. This time he needs to choose a place carefully. One where there is not much competition, but you can still find some items. He jumped out of the helicopter and the parachute opened, and the audience was already anticipating his fall. The ground was quickly approaching his feet, but this time he was able to land softly and showed everyone how cool he is. He received a small donation for his progress, after which he looked around and, aiming at the building ahead, decided to start the game. First, he decided to find a weapon. He kicked open the door to the house and went inside. Fortunately, there was no one here. He noticed a bow and arrows near the wall, and the audience laughed at him. He was doomed to bow. He heard some noise. He turned around and realized that a player was approaching from the left side. He grabbed the weapon, threw the quiver with arrows on his back, and told his viewers that there was one player, straight ahead. He swung the door open with a bang, which made the player confused, and then he aimed, and he, seeing the bow, fell into confusion. After that, MC shot. This was the first kill in the game. He looked at his weapon with a smile and said that this bow is great, as he thought. His viewers were very surprised. They did not even notice the shot and realized how strong he had become during this time. Small donations came along with the comments. Looking at this, Juhyuk was surprised and thought that this was simply amazing. He became stronger than last time. In the first round, he seemed clumsy, getting used to the game, but now he is more confident. Even before he adapted to the game, Sangyun already showed a higher level than others. Now that he has fully adapted, he is truly the strongest. Meanwhile, he killed an unarmed player running away from him with a headshot, and the chat was wondering if this is really his second game. And why is he getting headshots so easily? He looks like a veteran. MC sent Juhyuk a message that it seems like new viewers were really impressed by his kills with the compound bow. Juhyuk noted that the compound bow is a bit hard to use, which is why most people don't get it. But He is pretty good with it. Ruby Sword donated to him and wrote that newbies don't know anything yet. Almond's arrows always only hit the head. His longtime viewers agreed with him, and Sang-yoon thanked him for another donation and asked him and the rest of the chat to stop teasing the newbies. He decided to see where the blue zone was going, and what he saw made him feel uneasy. It seemed like he was going to have to run around a bit. He was currently in a building near the edge of the zone. They sent him donations and advised him to get some items before leaving. The early blue zone doesn't do that much damage. He thought about it, and then went back into the house and said that since last time he realized that meds are very important in the late game. He found some healing items, and then opened a box and found a first aid kit inside that restores about 30% of your health. One of the viewers asked him why he didn't take that thing. The MC turned around and realized he was talking about a shotgun. His viewers were happy that they would finally see him fight with a gun, but he didn't really want to change his bow for this and pretended not to see anything. His viewers started pointing out that the shotgun was right in front of him, but he continued to stand his ground, and they started to get indignant and say that he was ignoring them. He told them that this was not the case at all, after which he suggested that they move on. His smile immediately melted people's hearts and the indignation disappeared. Some time passed. Sang-yoon looked around, but found only a couple of medical supplies, no bulletproof vest, no helmet. Do all these things really appear according to some kind of laws? The chat told him that it was all because of his bad luck, and then the blue zone began to narrow, and he realized that he needed to hurry. He ran to the center of the location and thought that next time, perhaps, he would not pay special attention to all sorts of things. He was better suited to reconnaissance, finding a high place to shoot enemies from, than hiding while collecting items and waiting for the number of players to decrease. The blue zone was quickly approaching him. The border was already touching his back. He was starting to get tired. After all, running 4 kilometers from the blue zone was too much. After all, the blue zone was faster, and he found himself outside it. The system reported that he was exposed to toxic air. Now his health decreases by 1% every 5 seconds. He healed himself, thinking that this should help him hold out, and noticed another running player. He thought that because of the barrier, it was difficult for him to see anything outside the blue zone, so being outside might even be safer. Suddenly, a horn blared from behind. A guy on a motorcycle rushed past him, and he looked after him in surprise, asking how he was going so fast and not crashing into anything. The player meanwhile couldn't stop because the speed was too high, and eventually he crashed into a rock and flew out of the seat. MC, who fought mostly experienced teams in the first game, did not expect this. In the second game, he was either facing absolute beginners or those who played terribly. For example, those who took the bike from each other and those who couldn't hit each other at close range. He was very surprised by this sight and even thought that he was now playing with players of a rank lower than the lowest. The guy turned around and pointed the gun at him, ordering him to back off. The player asked in fear, was he really messing with him? Was he crazy? The guy ordered him to shut up, and they called him crazy. The bullet hit a rock next to MC, and he thought it was a challenge? The viewers thought it was complete madness and asked, "Rank rock, what can you expect from them?" Sang-yoon said, "Nothing can be done." He pulled the arrow and said to follow the rules of the trash can. The player looked at him carefully and thought, what the hell? How does he hit arrows while running? And in the head too. He always thought bows sucked, but how does this guy manage it? Scary guy. He's the first one to get rid of. The viewers asked, what came over them? They're looking for death. MC reached for the arrow and said that this situation reminds him of something. The viewers wrote, in the end, it's 1 against a team again. Isn't this a single mode? Why is it 1 against 4 again? This is some kind of trolling. Sang-yoon pulled an arrow, and the viewers wrote that every gun in the area was pointed at him. A loud series of gunshots rang out. When the MC was younger, he lived in a sports camp for a while. He was much friendlier back then, so some of the older ones found him quite cute. A guy called out to him and asked, how about a soccer match today? A player from the national soccer team invited him to play soccer. A player from the national basketball team invited him to play basketball, although their invitations were quite shameless. The soccer player ran across the field and asked, is he out of breath already? The last shot was terribly close, right? We need to defend ourselves. It's time to get up. The basketball player turned around and said, one more three-pointer. He suggested trying to throw without a screen. There were constant screams. He said, get up. He needs to throw already. Sang-yoon thought this was crazy, pure madness. It got to the point that the coach even forbade him from doing sports in his free time. MC was playing soccer with the guys and thought, there are so many defenders. He can't pass, he needs to pass. The guy was yelling, there's no one to pass to, he just needs to break through. Sang-yoon asked, how do you do that? The soccer player was yelling, a fake turn or something like that. Dude, Is this the first time he's heard of feints? MC thought in surprise. Trick them? For him, who only did archery, this was an unfamiliar concept. In archery, there's no one to trick except the referee. He thought, are these really the moves that his elders have been torturing him with until now? He needs to remember when his teammates can't cover him. He needs to break through on his own. MC remembered telling a basketball player that he's not very good at dribbling. The guy replied, of course, it's harder for him than for them, but he's still an athlete. However, anyone can be useful, even if only for a short time. Let him see. The guy threw the ball into the basket and said three-pointer. Sang-yoon looked at him carefully and thought, dribbling? The basketball player asked, did he get it? It is not necessary to completely beat the opponent. He just needs to make him think that he is about to do it. You need to break his brain. MC kicked the ball and thought, okay, he will try. However, terrible maneuvers will not work. His opponent is a professional. You need to use your eyes, your stance. Even the sequence of steps. He has to look absolutely serious. The football player ordered MC to break through. Sang-yoon rushed towards the ball, which greatly surprised the guys, who collided and screamed, what's going on? MC happily thought, it worked. Suddenly the goalkeeper appeared in front of him, who asked where he was going. After a while, the guy smiled and asked, can he see? It worked. Sang-yoon said sadly, but the goal was still blocked. The football player said, that's crazy. That was a perfect fight, dude. He just tricked a national team player. MC thought, he tricked a national team player. Of course, these lessons did not help him much. An archer. He thought, what is he even doing? At least until today. Currently, MC was crawling on the ground and thinking, it worked, as he thought. Viewers wrote, crazy. What are they doing? They are dying of laughter, almost fell out of bed. They are shooting at each other like idiots. They are noobs, this. Someone screamed, the horror. Why are they shooting at each other? Let him shut up. It's still a single mode. He's an idiot. A viewer wrote that it was all part of Almond's plan. Almond performed a double kill on 2 players, the sum of 74 players out of 100. Viewers thought it was cool, and MC put his hand to his chest and sighed, said, these idiots. Viewers wrote that he shoots faster than they reload their guns. This is a genius trick, and this is only his second match and he already does this. Suddenly, a barrier touched his back and damaged Sang-yoon, who said that he would have to use a first aid kit. It turns out that everything he collected, but he will not survive until the end. Even with a first aid kit, health is not fully restored. It is not easy, this game. Ju-yuk was sitting at his laptop and looked at the number of viewers in surprise and asked, 5,000? He cried out happily, yes. He thought, if he can keep more than 5,000 viewers, he can make good money as a streamer. It's good that he listened to the advice of his seniors from the marketing department at his old job. He remembered a conversation with an employee who asked, marketing advice? You need to make some noise. This can end both well and badly, but for those who have nothing to lose, this is the best strategy. Rap battles, for example. They always play into the hands of the lesser known. Ju-yuk thought that Almond only benefits from that situation with the admins. He adjusted his glasses and thought, but he shouldn't relax. Attention to the momentary showdowns quickly fades. Analysis shows that most of today's viewers are new to the stream and came through certain links. Now it's all up to Sang-yoon to keep them. Ju-yuk shook his head and thought, no need to be afraid. They can do anything, he can handle it with ease, like always. At this point, the MC was in the game and continued killing. The viewer wrote, 12 kills, this is just crazy. Sang-yoon looked at the bandage with displeasure and said, again, only basic heals. The system window reported that he picked up 1 first aid kit. He picked up 2 bandages. Viewers asked, why did he even loot at the beginning? You could have just killed everyone and taken their stuff. So only Almond can do that. MC walked up to the guy and said, if he had a helmet, he would have collected a full set, but it just doesn't drop. The viewer asked, newbies, what can you expect from them? Here everyone is running around without normal loot. Why does he need a helmet? He got 12 kills without it. But this is a survival game. It is more important to hold out than to get kills. A helmet hunter donated him 5,001 and asked why he was even looking for a helmet on players. Usually they look in houses. The viewers laughed at this and wrote, right? MC thanked the helmet hunter for 5,001 and said that he just decided not to loot anymore. The viewers asked, he won't loot on the field? Why? Sang-yoon screamed loudly, he only gets useless crap, so he will just take other people's loot. The viewers think he can afford it. The system window reported that Solomon donated 1,001 and wrote that without a helmet, he will get a headshot from Almond, that with a helmet, he will become a target because of the helmet. The audience laughed and the MC said, okay, from now on he'll only hunt those who wear helmets. He'll let the ones without helmets go if they don't come themselves. The system window said, Newbie Dilemma donated 1,001. So is it safer for the remaining 23 players to wear helmets or not? The MC thanked the newbie for the donation and looked away and said, well, he doesn't know. He saw a guy without a helmet and shot him in the head. The system window said that a player was killed, and the viewer asked, what? The guy fell and pulled the trigger, causing the frightened birds to fly away in different directions. The MC adjusted his hair and asked, did he hold the trigger after he died? Even though he didn't have a helmet, he was too noisy, that's it. Viewers thought it was crazy to kill someone for being noisy. Die Hard donated 5,001 and wrote, no seriously, if someone dies, let them die quietly. Helmet Hunter donated 5,001 and asked, didn't he say he would let those without a helmet go? Fun first of all donated 1,001 and wrote, the mystery of the century, to kill or not to kill. MC dug into the player's backpack and thought there were especially a lot of donations today. The system window reported that he picked up one energy drink. Sangyun thought he heard that in game streaming, the donation percentage is always lower than the number of viewers. How many are there today? He widened his eyes in surprise and thought, what? On the screen he saw 5,500 viewers. Come to think of it, Juyuk said some time ago that if he gets 5,000 viewers, he can steadily earn money from streams alone. MC asked, and how much can you earn per month with that many viewers? Juyuk replied, about 700 or 800,000 won per month. Sanyun put his hand to his face and thought happily, wow, what is he thinking about during the stream? He shouldn't have watched. He won't be checking viewer counts during streams anymore. Suddenly, he saw a grenade off to the side and it immediately went off. Stream sniper is a term that's common on Tribe. It's what they call players who purposefully hunt down a streamer in-game. The worst of them intentionally throw matches to lower a player's rating. The guy peeked around the corner and said, wait, that's not him. Judging by the stream, he was somewhere around here. Punksna is one of those. He was picking off streamer Bubblegum's enemies in order to then kill his target. He figured he wouldn't let Bubblegum die at the hands of a noob like that. A composite bow and a bulletproof vest, but no helmet. Punksna pulled the pin from the grenade and said, one grenade should be enough. He looked at it and thought, the time until the grenade explodes, 10 seconds. On the count of 4, he threw the grenade forward. At that speed, the enemy usually doesn't have time to react, just 2 seconds. Even if the grenade is noticed, nothing will change in 2 seconds. MC saw the grenade and shot it with an arrow. Punksna happily said he will go further to look for Bubblegum. Suddenly he stopped and looked towards Sangyun. He thought, what the? He shouted loudly, where is his grenade? After these words, the grenade fell next to Punksna and exploded. He was thrown to the side and hit his back against the wall. Punksna thought discontentedly, what happened? Why did the grenade return to him? MC aimed and said, he has a helmet. The guy thought, wait, really? Did he deflect the grenade with an arrow? Punksna screamed, stop. He thought, this just can't be. The system window reported that MC killed Punksna. Now he has 20 kills left out of 100. Sanyun happily said, finally a helmet, how rare. The system window reported. The spoiler donated 1,001 and asked to wait. A viewer asked, but he didn't understand what just happened. Why did the grenade come back? He saw it, but he didn't understand how it happened at all. Another viewer asked, is he stupid? It's just regular magic. How did he do it? MC happily replied that it was easier than it looked. When he noticed the grenade, it was still too far away to kick. And there was no time to dodge, so he deflected it with an arrow. The viewer replied that he still didn't understand. He hit it with an arrow, but why didn't it explode? Sanyun replied, he didn't hit the grenade directly. He deflected it at a 45-degree angle from below, so he sent it back to the enemy. A viewer asked, is the grenade a soccer ball? He explains as if anyone can do it. Judging by the way he used the grenade, it's no longer a stone. At least a diamond. A diamond rank assassin grenade, but it kills the owner himself? That was just epic. The system window said that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. MC put on his helmet and said, well, yeah, it's still far away, so they're moving at a fast pace. MC started to run away and then looked to the side and thought, there was definitely less gunfire. Sangyun raised his bow into the sky and fired, and the system window said that there were 19 kills left out of 100. After a while, the system window said that MC had 7 players left to kill out of 100. The viewer just asked to look at how quickly the number of players was decreasing. It's crazy. The map is shrinking. Apparently the other players are forced to fight too. Sangyun looked at the system window, which said there were 5 players left. He smiled and said it was time to finish. At that moment, streamer Bubblegum was sitting on a tree in full camouflage and aiming. He said, okay guys, now they will shoot those who run from the blue zone. The viewers asked, with a rifle? Is he still joking, bro? Let him use his fists instead. Bubblegum irritably ordered them to stop making fun of him. If he keeps this up, he'll take first place without them. Okay, the system window said, that's it, donated 1,001 and laughed. Easy going, cowboy, donated 2,001 and wrote, for your information, his chance of taking first place is 4% out of 100. Bubblegum shouted, well, let them watch, he'll show them yet, screw them. He thought like he was joking, he really had a good feeling about this. He's in the middle of the blue zone. He's got a cool spot. He's collected some loot. Maybe this time, he can really take first place? Bubblegum saw the players running and said, "Let's go." The spectators asked, "3 at once?" 3 out of 5. If he kills them all, he'll be left alone with the last one, right? No way, can Bubblegum really win? No, he's gonna miss with all his shots and then say his typical bad luck. He pulled the trigger and fired. The kill was done. 4 players left. The spectator asked in surprise, "Did Bubblegum really hit the target? Is he awake?" Bubblegum asked in surprise, "Wait, did he really hit the target?" The spectators laughed at his reaction, saying he himself couldn't believe it. Who is he? Where did he put Bubblegum? He frowned and said, "Next." The second player fell to the ground, and the spectators asked in surprise, "2 in a row? What, that can't be." Bubblegum winked and screamed, "They can see, he's talking. He can do it whenever he wants." He widened his eyes in surprise and screamed, "Wait, wasn't he the one who killed?" The system window reported that Almond had killed the player, and there were 3 players left. The spectators laughed at Bubblegum and wrote, "Well, of course not him. The legendary Bubblegum couldn't do that. Mr. 6 clips, 0 kills." Bubblegum growled in anger. He looked through the scope and saw the MC running, then asked if he killed them. With a bow. Seriously? The audience was asking, what, bow? Until now? Bubblegum asked. Was he hiding this whole time? He stole his frag, he can't forgive that. Suddenly he froze and thought, wait, did they just make eye contact? Bubblegum thought, puzzled. Can he see him from this distance? He aimed and thought, never mind, he's just gonna shoot him now. He just stopped for a second. What is he doing? Is he aiming at him? You can't hit a bow from this range. Bubblegum laughed and said, I guess he doesn't know the range. What can I say, he's clearly a rookie. He's going to kill him and take first place, people. Be it range or power, a bow is no match for a sniper rifle. He pulled the trigger and ordered the takedown. The bullet hit the arrow and it broke in half. Bubblegum asked in confusion, what just happened? Where did his bullet go? The audience asked, did his bullet get blocked? Bubblegum, the bug collector. It's funny that the bug popped up at a time like this. Bubblegum laughed and said, what a joke. Let's try again. It will hit this time. Bubblegum fired and hit the arrow again. He asked to be forgiven. Did he get it right? That guy just shot down his bullet with his arrow? The audience member wrote that this can't be. Is this crazy again? This seems to be true. Really? Bubblegum screamed in displeasure. What the hell is going on? Where did he go? He started looking for MC with his scope. Oh no, he's so close already. The arrow pierced the scope and damaged Bubblegum. The system window reported that Almond killed Bubblegum. 2 players out of 100 remained. Bubblegum got 3rd place and said, oh well. People, this is 3rd place. 3rd place is not bad either. The audience wrote, yeah, and bronze is also a title. Of course, he was so close anyway. Bubblegum needs to find out who that guy was. He said, right, who the hell is that archer? He offered to watch his game. Sangyun put his hand on his chin and said, since the firing speed of a sniper rifle and a bow is similar, he tried it and it actually worked. The audience asked, why did it work? That's impossible. Well, from what he sees, it's very possible. Someone said his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Couldn't he just dodge like normal people? The MC replied that with that approach, his life would depend less on his skill and more on the skill of his opponent. And that's not cool. The audience said, now that's style. The system window reported that baseball fan donated 50,000 won and wrote, wow, he never disappoints, unlike the team he supports. Ruby Sword donated 100,000 won and asked to explain what just happened. Meticulous Strategist donated 300,000 won and was very surprised. The audience asked just to look at this money rain. They didn't even win, but it felt like they had already won this life. MC turned around and thought, yeah, there's still one person left. He'll thank him later. The important thing now is to win. After all this hype, he didn't even flinch. This person clearly has his own endurance. Sangyun put his hand on the ground and forced himself to focus. The enemy was clearly nearby. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and looked towards the abandoned building. The audience asked, what? Did he hear footsteps? Wow, he's like a professional hunter. What the hell? Where is he shooting? He can't see him. Where is he? The audience can't see him. Where is he? MC pulled the arrow and fired it towards the building. The player screamed loudly, terrible, how? The audience asked, wow, was he really there? So he was hiding all this time. Idiot. Sangyun looked in that direction and thought, it's not about endurance, he just had a good hiding place. The viewer mockingly wrote, yes, a typical rock. The player took out his weapon and screamed, horror, he should have held out a little longer. He shot and hit the MC, and the viewer asked, is everyone seeing the same thing as him? Is he still wondering how he survived being so worthless? Sangyun thought about it. That's problematic. He has a legendary helmet, which means he can't be killed with a headshot. The viewers admired the legendary helmet and thought he was lucky with the loot. The subscriber asked, so they won't be able to penetrate this? MC thought, well, in any case, it's just a small hindrance. He aimed and shot, hitting the player's hand. Sangyun thought, he just can't kill him the usual way. Suddenly, a smoke screen appeared in front of him. The viewer chuckled. The guy is knocking back everything. A grenade was used in a flash. The subscriber asked, does he even have that? He farmed the entire map, it seems. Sangyun thought, does he want to buy time to heal? The fact that he is dragging his feet is worse for him. The guy started coughing loudly, and MC thought, the undeniable advantage of the bow is of course that it is silent, unlike a firearm. That's why he likes it so much. The player bandaged his shoulder and asked for faster treatment. Sangyun really likes the bow mechanics in this game. He fired an arrow and hit the enemy's shoulder, who thought, what the hell, how does he shoot so silently? He can't shoot in this state, a grenade. How is that possible? He limited his vision with a smokescreen, right? MC said, wow, he had to work hard to kill him, and all because of one legendary helmet. The player was puzzled. What the? Is he broadcasting or something? MC drew the arrow and hit the player. The system window reported that Almond killed Pitchtone and was left alone. MC was congratulated on first place, 31 kills in total. Sangyun thought, he did it, victory. He took off his helmet and raised his bow. The viewers wrote that even for the stone rank, 31 kills out of 100 is crazy. He's crazy, Almond. The MC thanked everyone and said that a little earlier he couldn't respond to donations normally, but he was very grateful for their incredible support. Suddenly, Sangyun's attention was drawn to the system window, which reported that the indestructible warrior donated him 1.5 million won and wrote that this guy is on fire. Juhyuk said in surprise, what is this? He thought that, even counting Jia, this is the largest donation in history. The viewers admired this donation. The subscriber wrote that this is his monthly salary from his part-time job. Juhyuk carefully looked at the screen of his laptop and thought that this nickname was familiar to him. He is definitely on the list of large donators on Trevi. Ah, there he is. The indestructible warrior and meticulous strategist. He said, both have been active for 10 years since the release of the game. It doesn't seem like they're weird people since they haven't been banned yet. Some people donate and then start giving unsolicited advice. Hyuk thought that if guys like that came to their stream, that's actually good news. He asked, does he see this, Manager Park? Yu Sangyun knows how to make money. The MC smiled at that moment and said, Invincible Warrior, this is a huge support. Thank you so much. He's so shocked that he can't even shoot himself in the head. The viewers asked, why is he even thinking about shooting himself in the head? They asked him not to end the stream. He promised to do a backflip at the end of the stream if they donate more than 300,000 won. Sangyun replied, oh well. The viewers offered him 5 backflips and asked, what about the reaction? The MC looked around the corner and screamed. He found it. He picked up his bow and said that he's going to try it now. The viewers asked, is he really going to do it? Why, that very scene. They apologized for grumbling and asked not to leave them. Sangyun closed his eyes and apologized, but it was a matter of principle. The viewers wrote these crazy climaxes of his. The MC did 3 backflips and screamed joyfully. The viewer asked, but why 3 somersaults and not 5? Suddenly an arrow hit the MC's head and he thought, Kim Joo-hyuk? He has to end the broadcast here. He smiled and asked, why only 3 backflips, they ask? Sangyun said that the price went up. At this point the stream ended and the viewers laughed at it and wrote that these were the top 10 unexpected endings. Yeah, he just messed up. The MC came back from the game and grabbed his head. He said that he had a headache. Juhyuk slightly embarrassedly apologized and said that he got confused when it came to the climax and he forgot how to turn it off. Anyway, he just turned off the whole capsule. Sangyun said, horrible. Well, he exhaled in displeasure and said that he was going to go and take a shower. Juhyuk said happily he had just drawn him some water. MC thanked him, and after a while he stood in the bathroom and thought, did he overdo it? He was really tired. Sangyun thought about it. Solo matches seemed easier than team matches, but in reality the difference was small, especially at that moment with the grenade. It was really dangerous. Even at the rock rank you can't relax. If he gets to diamond, it will be even harder. You have to work. Failure is unacceptable. After a while, Juhyuk asked, is Bubblegum some streamer, right? MC answered, yes, he had watched his streams before. Juhyuk asked, is it true? That sniper who shot at him when there were 3 left, that same Bubblegum, does he know? Sangyun screamed in surprise. What, really? Juhyuk asked to watch. They even made a clip. He played a clip where Bubblegum offered to watch his game. Wow, how does he shoot from a bow like that? This is amazing. Is this only his 2nd time in the game? He asked subscribers not to lie. The MC spoke up. He even watched his stream. Juhyuk gave a thumbs up and said, with as many as 50,000 viewers. Isn't that cool? Juhyuk continued to tell him something, and Sangyun squeezed the fabric of his pants and thought Bubblegum was watching his stream. The streamer who was his consolation during his hard work days. The person thanks to whom he became who he is today. Sangyun stood up, and Juhyuk asked, where is he going? What about reading the comments? The MC waved his hand and said that he was just tired. He will read while lying down. Joo-hyuk answered questioningly, okay, let him rest. After a while, the MC came to his room and lay down on his bed, typing in the search bar, bubblegum. He thought about how there were no mentions on the fan page or from Bubblegum himself. It seemed like this had a special meaning only for him. Well, he didn't expect to be recognized right away, and he was just glad that he participated. But he still felt a little disappointed. Maybe he'd take a look at the trending mails again and go to bed. Sanghyun stared at the screen in surprise and asked, "What is this? This isn't a dream, right?" The popular content stats, Bara 31, so many mentions. The entire top was covered in Almond's nickname. A while ago, Ja was sitting on the floor watching the stream, when she suddenly looked at the clock on the wall and asked, "Is it already so late?" To think that she even forgot to eat properly. She thought, but it doesn't matter, the feeling of hunger will soon disappear, like all the pain in this world. When she watches this broadcast, everything around her disappears, even those who made her life hell just dissolve. Jia watched the broadcast in amazement as the MC punched players and moved on. She said, "It was epic." She took out her diary and said, "They'll start with this, add sound effects here, and there will be slow motion here." Suddenly Jia froze and thought, the sound of a donation? There was quite a lot of it. What? 1.5 million? Really? Is she in second place now? She screamed in fear. She needs to donate more urgently. But she's just an editor. She buried her face in her diary and said that she wants to be useful. Well, if she wants to, she should just do what she does best. And that's not donations. This video is going to have a special vibe. Even without editing, it has a lot of impressive moments. And if she adds editing, it will simply be the best solution. We need to make it right, make it so amazing that even those who watched the stream were knocked out. After a while, the sun's rays began to break through the window and shine in Jia's face. She wrote to Joo-hyuk that she was uploading a video, and for now she was going to take a nap. The video loaded and comments poured in. They were waiting. Let them join in. The longest 5 minutes in the world. MC said in surprise, let him see how much they had written already. Joo-hyuk said that if all tube could be hacked, they would have done that too. There are already 1,500 waiting. This is a pretty impressive number for a premiere. Sanghyun thought about it. He was surprised at how many people wanted to watch first, even if it was his channel. Joo-hyuk started shaking his legs excitedly, and then looked at MC and asked, "Did the video turn out okay? What do you think?" MC replied, "Probably, since she uploads it right away." He went to sleep and Joo-hyuk asked, "Isn't he nervous at all? How does he stay so calm? Let him tell his secret." Sanghyun replied, "Well, the video is starting." The MC stood up and asked, "Is this new age?" Joo-hyuk thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said he wasn't sure if this kind of music would suit an action movie, but the track surprisingly harmonizes with Almond's smooth movements. Sanghyun thought, even more exciting than in the game itself. The music and editing regulate the tension perfectly. Even he, who knows nothing about editing, felt this level of skill. This video will appeal even to those who watch the stream. Joo-hyuk shouted happily, "This is the moment with 4." MC replied that from the outside it was a really stupid scene. Joo-hyuk said, but the chat liked it. "Yeah, this is definitely a funny situation." MC thought about it. The atmosphere of the chat is a little different compared to the live broadcast. They look more like ordinary people. Joo-hyuk said, "Now the moment with the grenade." The famous stream sniper Pungsna appeared on the screen, which is why the comments began to break. Sanghyun carefully looked at the video, on which the captions appeared. At this moment he also managed to comment, where everyone admired him. MC thought, and then Bubblegum. The meeting with Bubblegum did not cause much excitement in the community during the live broadcast. Will anything change? The viewers were again delighted with the meeting of MC with Bubblegum. He thought, they like it, if the video flies on AllTube. At this point his thoughts were interrupted by Joo-hyuk, who asked to take a look. Bubblegum's fan site is full of headlines about him. Is this a huge success? At this moment, Songtae was sitting in front of the computer and saying, "Wow, who would have thought that this would cause such a reaction? An unfamiliar face, who is this?" Streamer Bubblegum has been streaming for 10 years now. Except for the designated days off, he has never missed a stream. He plays for a long time, so he often runs into other streamers. Songtae was sitting on the couch and saying, usually such encounters have no consequences, but why is it different with him? Well, he supposes that's the beauty of this job. He never knows what content will take off. Park Songtae, Bubblegum's manager for 5 years now, asked, should he Google a little? First of all, he's handsome and strong. He cried out in surprise, what? He has only been playing VR games for 3 weeks, and this is only his second battle royale match? He did reflect bullets with arrows, if he's not mistaken. He needs to rewatch it. He read the comments and thought, no way. There is an edit in this video, of course, and a big one. But no one is going to make fake inserts if the original is still on try-by. And they're accusing him of staging? Why would a streamer who's been successfully streaming for 10 years need this? However, I can't believe what I saw, even when he's watching. The difference in talent is crazy. Songtae said, overall, you can make interesting content out of this. Starting with, who is this guy with a bow? No, that's not enough. You need something that will attract attention. Yes, that will do. The commentators wrote that Bubblegum is funny and a natural clown. His face when the bullet bounced off is something. The MC said happily, the resonance affected not only fan sites but other resources as well. He is mentioned on par with Bubblegum. He urgently needs a screenshot as a keepsake. Juik said, it's funny, even he has his favorite celebrities. Sangyeon asked, he's just a streamer, what celebrities? Jihak frowned and said, 50,000 viewers who regularly follow a person, is that some kind of joke to him? He's even jealous. At that level, you can afford anything, right? Sangyeon said he actually lives quite modestly. He has 2 children, it seems like he invests a lot in them. And more. Jihak said, so he's really a fan. The MC looked down and thought, Bubblegum may be a top streamer on Try by now, but not everything came easy to him. Quite the opposite, in fact. His humor was average, like everyone else's. He had a pretty friendly image, but his gaming skills were not very good to say the least. He didn't have any outstanding qualities. What made him stand out was his perseverance, determination, diligence, and responsibility. That's why Bubblegum has been able to survive in this industry. Watching his streams, he feels a strange sense of nostalgia. It's like he remembers his tough but goofy older brother from when he was little, who always meets him at the playground after school. The MC smiled and thought that he respects him. Well, not for his skill, of course. He said, by the way, let him accept his admiration. Thanks to him, his meeting with Bubblegum attracted attention. Juyuk said to thank his skills. The video got over 80,000 views in just 5 hours after it was posted. The previous record was 200,000 in 24 hours. At this rate, they will break this record. Sanyun asked, really? This is so cool. He fell silent and looked at his phone, where you could see hate comments on the screen. Juyuk grabbed his phone and asked why he needed to read all this. They just want to humiliate him. The MC asked, has he seen it already? He snatched his phone from his hands and said, he knows. Juyuk asked, why watch then? Sanyun replied that it was also part of training his fighting spirit. He didn't have a family anyway, so he didn't care what people said about him. Juyuk looked away and thought, now he understood why Manager Park disliked Sanyun so much. He was just irritated that his teasing and goading couldn't do any harm. The MC said, however, that he was uncalibrated, and that was indeed a problem. They should increase the length of their streams. Juyuk asked in surprise, how many matches a day did he plan? He wondered, VR games require a lot of physical strength, could he handle it? Sanyun especially had a hard time with long sessions. He even found a hospital in advance. He asked, is it that important? The MC asked again, is it important? What matters to people is that a rock thinks he's a genius. Juyuk frowned and said, okay, he admits it. Sanyun stood up and said, then we need to lose until we reach a more or less decent rank. He entered the room and sat down at the table. Juyuk looked at him and thought, his eyes lit up. What kind of fighting spirit was he talking about? He doesn't want to fall behind, so let's get to work. He starts with checking. Suddenly, he ran into the room and yelled, a letter came. MC asked, what letter? Juyuk answered, from Bubblegum's manager. Sangyeon turned around and widened his eyes in surprise. The manager began to read, Extreme Talent Battle, Bubblegum Project, live. They want him to improve Bubblegum's skill? MC smiled and asked, seriously? Juyuk put his hand in front of him and said, but there is one condition. It is required that he first reach the diamond rank. MC clenched his fists and thought, diamond, huh? Becoming a diamond is not that easy. Will he be able to handle it? Juyuk said sure if he doesn't want to. Sangyeon didn't let him finish, so he shouted loudly, no, he agrees. He was going to rank up anyway, so there was no reason to refuse. Juyuk replied, okay, he would say yes. MC thought about it. Yeah, that wouldn't scare him off. Instead, it only made him more interested. After a while, Almond started the broadcast. Viewers were asking if it was 3 p.m. right now. Maybe he started it by accident. MC greeted everyone and started reading the broadcast chat where everyone was thinking about the reason for starting it early. Sangyeon spoke up. He started it early because he was starting his journey to diamond from today. Viewer asked Almond, is he dying? MC stretched out his hands and asked, what? No deaths. He was talking about rank, diamond rank, and the time frame, 2 weeks. He was going to reach diamond rank in 2 weeks. Messages started flying in the chat because they didn't understand how that was possible. Sangyeon said, yeah, he did the math and it seems like it's doable. He looked at the screen and thought, the guys seem to be hesitant. He's just a little known streamer who's only played Battle Royale twice. He can understand how crazy it sounds to others. But unlike them, he understands his capabilities well. Even the stats are on his side. He doesn't know how hard Jinjapa tried. But in the training tutorial, his score was higher than his. Most people would be impressed by the record itself, but in his case, it's different. Breaking records is a given for him. And honestly, he's grateful just for the opportunity to test himself. The excitement that comes over him when he accepts a challenge, and the tension that comes with it, he almost forgot about those emotions. The MC asked, "So are they going to start?" But he wants to give it back with all his heart. At that moment, Juhyuk grabbed the laptop and shouted, "You Senyun? Is he crazy?" "Theoretically possible," he says. "Not at all. If he doesn't make it into the top 10 even once, his theory will go out the window, won't it?" He's not used to taking such risks, even if the reward is right. Who would have known he was so desperate? He always knew when to stop. It seemed like a comfortable shell was more important to him, although he always looked a little depressed. Like he didn't care if tomorrow came. And now this is what he's really like. Juhyuk calmed down and said, "Okay, he'll follow him. Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Right. He'll really warm up the audience. If he stayed in his old job, he'd say it was crazy. But now he has faith. Once he sees that look in Yusunyun's eyes, he immediately knows that he can do it. Juhyuk smiled and said, "He can do it. And he can too." At that moment, he received calls from mom and dad on his phone. He said that he can do it too. MC moved into the game and the viewer asked, "Has he already come up with a strategy to win?" He replied that he went to the warehouse first. The viewers asked, "To the warehouse? But there are always a lot of people there." Sanyun replied, "No, he would stay with Bao." He opened the door slightly and thought most of them were too busy with each other to pay attention to him. He saw the players fighting each other and then found a throwing knife. MC thought it was good to have at least one on hand. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his hand and asked in a displeased tone, "Who the hell is he?" He was the first one here. Sanyun kicked him in the face, causing him to grab his face and think, horror. He bit his tongue. What kind of strength is that? MC swung and threw the knife towards the player, making a kill. The system window reported that a kill had been made, and there were 97 players left out of 100. Sanyun thought he had practiced with baseball players at camp too. Practicing throws had come in handy. His fond memories were of the guy offering to see what a genius can do. Let him throw, MC thought, but he is an archer. The system window reported that Alata donated 5,000 won and wrote that even without good items, but with outstanding physical skills, you can pile up the warehouse. He would have gone there right away too if he knew he wouldn't lose. MC replied, "Yes, that's right. He came here to kill as many players as possible while they don't have weapons yet." Viewers wrote that he just thinks differently. In theory, this is a good tactic. He has no courage to use it. MC thanked him for the donation, and a player appeared behind him and clicked his weapon. Senyun turned around and rushed towards the player, who thought in fear, so close already. The system window reported that Almond made a kill. 93 players out of 100 remained. After some time, the players were neutralized, and a large pile of weapons lay in the corner. MC began to pour it on, and then asked, "This is actually fuel for cars, but he thinks it will work, right?" He threw away the tank and threw a burning bottle. Everything started to go up in flames, and the crowd thought he was crazy. He folded the warehouse. After a while, MC came out of the warehouse and got on a motorcycle that was parked near the building. He smiled and said that it was time for him to move on. He rode forward, and there was a bright and big explosion behind him. After that, Almond easily took first place in the match. He scored as many as 50 kills. The viewers were shocked by his match result. Rampage donated 5,000 won and commented that it was amazing that he actually managed to beat half of his opponents. Maybe he can really get to the diamond rank in 2 weeks. Half and Half donated 5,000 won and commented that he was a real man. His skill makes them happy. Report Again donated 10,000 won and commented that there was breaking news tomorrow. Due to numerous complaints, his access to the game was temporarily blocked. Let's Go Dia donated 1,000 won, and My First Time donated 10,000 won. The main character said that he thanks them for their support. In that case, it's time for them to move on to the next game. The viewers wrote that they were already ready for the next game. They knew that Almond was clearly beyond the capabilities of his current rank in the game, but they did not expect him to dominate the game so much. He is improving with every match he plays. The protagonist thought that he should not lose concentration. The system window informed that the game was loading. MC thought that this was just the beginning for him, here and now. At this time, Juhyuk was stirring up interest in Almond. He tried to come up with exciting titles to attract more users to his article. Juhyuk mainly focused on the fact that Almond was trying to get to the diamond rank in 2 weeks. He tried to respond to user comments, continuing to post GIFs of Almond. After that, Juhyuk read the comments and noted that at first there was a lot of skepticism from users, but after they watched his game, many were amazed. Will he cope with the task? The higher the risks, the greater the reward. He thought that it was like poker, where people are forced to risk everything to win. If he succeeds, then it will be a victory. If not, then negative comments will be sent about him. He imagined this and shouted in anger, "This is too much." Joo-hyuk read the comments about how Almond was compared to Electron. He remarked that he hoped they could change public opinion. Sang-yoon had no other choice. He had to prove to him that he could. This was the only way for him now. After a while, the protagonist thought as he parachuted down that there were only 3 opponents on the roof. As expected, they ran down the stairs instead of fighting here. Although this fight was unfavorable for both of them now. Since they had already landed with their equipment, they were most likely interested in weapons of at least heroic rank. The player asked irritably, pulling the door handle with his hand, why was the door stuck like that? After he managed to open the door, the protagonist suddenly kicked the door hard with his foot. The MC thought, preparing to defeat his opponent, but what difference did they make? The player shouted, what was he doing? Sang-yoon critically hit him and then thought the blade was too dull, they don't die right away. Forever bronze. The player screamed in panic, why is he doing this? What's the point of fighting here? He's just crazy. The protagonist threw his dagger and hit him with critical damage. The system window reported that he killed this player. There are 98 players left. Viewers wrote that it was a brutal sight. He acts without mercy. He must continue like this. The protagonist asked, someone will try to open this again, right? They wrote, what is he talking about? MC dealt a crushing blow with his dagger to a player near the door without even turning around. Viewers wrote that he throws his weapon without even looking back. Almond is clearly dominating this match. It's amazing. He predicted it before he threw it. His skill level is impressive. Almond can handle them with such a low-ranking weapon. The rest of the players are doomed to lose. Even if he just knocks out a player. Joo-hyuk explains the note. Incapacitation is a state in which, for example, a limb does not function or the character is unable to move. In this case, you can continue the game only if you have a first aid kit. However, first aid kits are impossible to find at the very beginning, so this can be considered the end of the game for them. The player shouted, calling him trash. What is he doing? He should at least let him play. Sang-yoon noted with a smile that he apologizes, but he needs to top as soon as possible. A system window appeared with the information that Almond killed driving menutes. He has a double kill. Only 92 players left. The audience noted that the losing player had a funny nickname. The protagonist looked around and asked, there was another opponent, right? The player screamed in fear, grabbing his weapon with trembling hands, that he shouldn't go near him. Viewers wrote that he had gotten too into character. All newbies are like that. They really know how to make the game emotional. They looked into each other's eyes, and then the player ran away from him on all fours in panic. Viewers wrote, did the player really decide to wipe the floors? His opponent jumped off the roof, and then he said, breathing heavily, that it was painful. However, at least he survived. At that moment, the protagonist landed on him. They wrote that this guy is a professional at jumping from heights. The player let out a heartbreaking scream, and the system window reported that Almond killed Jet Pump Master. He has a triple kill. Only 87 players left. After a while, the protagonist noticed that he landed right on him, so he received minimal damage. Viewers were surprised by his attitude. Then they wrote that there is a motorcycle next to him. MC got on the motorcycle and asked if he should try it. After some time on the first floor of the warehouse, a group of players noticed that there were not many of them left. They decided to settle in this place, because they thought it would be easier for them to defend themselves here. After which, the players heard the engine of the motorcycle and shouted, what's going on? Sang-yoon rushed forward with a smile on his face. The viewers wrote, what's the point of going to the warehouse now? The players have clearly already confused everything there. The protagonist said that they cannot worry about him. The player asked in fear, is he serious? The protagonist crashed into him, not letting him finish, and then killed him with his weapon. The system window reported that Almond killed Lovatimo. Only 84 players left. The viewers wrote that it was funny and amazing. They had not seen an air kill yet. They were still wondering why he needed a motorcycle. It was excellent of him. They will remember his motorcycle ride for a long time. After a while, the MC asked if there was anything interesting here. After Sang-yoon saw the bow and said that this time luck was on his side. After some time in the basement of the warehouse, the players admiringly noted that it was cool here. There was a whole arsenal of heroic level here. Their risky trip to the warehouse was completely justified. They need to equip themselves and go get themselves armor. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, and the players shouted, what's the matter? This curse, a fire started. Why did this happen? Where did this suddenly come from? The system window reported that they were taking damage from smoke. They need to get out faster. After which, the players hurried to run out of the basement of the warehouse. Suddenly, one of the players was reached by the arrow of the main character, and the system window reported that Almond killed All Medic. The players shouted in anger, opening fire from firearms. Did he really want to die? The sniper thought that there were only bodies of players ahead. Where did he shoot from then? The protagonist used his shooting skills to shoot an arrow from an unexpected place, which he managed to kill his opponent. The system window reported that Almond killed Yamda. It was a double kill. He thought in shock, how can he shoot like that he does not see him at all? Apparently, he does not know about him yet, if he stopped shooting arrows from his bow. Most likely, this guy also came here to farm, so he should be able to hide and attack him unexpectedly. MC threw a grenade at him, which shocked him. The sniper said before the explosion that this is the end of the game for him. A system window appeared with the information that Almond killed Minefield. He got a triple kill. After a while, Sangyun noted that he decided to throw a grenade just in case, although he thought that someone else was still there. After some time, fresh news was published on the forum about how Almond blew up a warehouse in the game. The users were discussing this with interest and also recalled that this player had been banned before. After which, Joo-hyuk happily exclaimed that they should continue to discuss this. As popularity increases, more haters begin to appear. However, this is a good sign that the stakes are rising. The more people, the more attention, which means higher profits. If Sangyun proves his skills, then the audience will have no choice but to recognize Almond. Then he will be rich. After 30 minutes, the protagonist took first place in the match. Joo-hyuk happily shouted that he took first place again. Calibration is a system that determines the rank of a player depending on his performance. The results of each match can vary significantly. Calibration in Battle Rage consists of 5 such matches. If each one ends in victory, they will give a minimum of gold rank. After some time, at the beginning of a new match, the protagonist thought that he needed the shortest path to the diamond rank. Therefore, there is no need to risk in important matches. So it is best for him to immediately go to the warehouse, clearing which increases the chance of winning. The protagonist jumped out of the helicopter and thought that he was interested in how many players would go there this time. Then MC noticed a familiar player next to him. Viewers wrote, "Is this really Punksna? How is this possible? Apparently he came for revenge. This is amazing." At this moment, Joo-hyuk screamed in horror that this is very bad. This is a stream sniper in the decisive calibration match. And this is also a diamond player in first place? This is just a phenomenal failure for him. Sangyun thought that if they both landed in the warehouse, he would have a tough fight from the very beginning of the match. And if he suddenly lost, he could forget about the gold rank. And then the path to the diamond rank would be closed for him. After some time, Joo-hyuk remembered his past, where his father said that he would be starting work in their company from tomorrow. He said with annoyance that this was a curse. He had just started doing what he really liked. He did not want to believe that he had no choice but to watch the match through the monitor screen. After a while, Punksna asked, turning to Almond, "They will fight when they land, right?" The viewers wrote that this player was being too impudent. He was provoking him again. They asked Almond to ignore him. The protagonist smiled and insulted his opponent with a hand gesture. At that moment, Joo-hyuk could not hold back his laughter at this situation. The player went crazy and called him trash. The audience laughed happily at this, supporting Almond. He asked what he was worried about. Of course, Almond can't lose. Joo-hyuk thought that his job was just to make Almond's victory even more colorful. He noted that he would use the Bubble Sniper fan club to do this. He was sure they wanted to destroy Punksna too. Although, getting attention now and losing could be disastrous for them. Joo-hyuk thought that thoughts about how crazy this all was kept popping up in his head. He happily noted that for some reason, however, he just felt like they could do it, so he wanted to spread the word online even more. The forums began to actively discuss why Punksna was still alive. They wanted to find him and get rid of him behind Bubble Sniper. Joo-hyuk watched the number of viewers on the broadcast increase and declared that it was time for Punksna to die. After a while, Punksna shouted, looking at Almond, that everything will be decided here and now. At this time, on the forum of the Bubble Sniper fan club, they wrote that very soon Punksna will face a bad end. Although some did not believe that the player with bow could handle him, because of which they began to argue whether Almond could handle Punksna, although they were all looking forward to their battle. After which Joo-hyuk said that it should be fun. He wrote on the forum, attaching a link to Almond's channel in Tryby, "Does anyone want to watch with him?" Joo-hyuk said that their talented player will be very popular. This is a battle of streamers with outstanding skills, which guarantees a lot of views. After a while, the main character glided on a parachute and thought that this was the last calibration match. If something goes wrong, he will not be able to get the diamond rank for another 2 weeks. Punksna, most likely, is counting on this too. The viewers were outraged by Punksna's behavior. They did not understand why no one could stop him. They wrote that crushing talented newcomers is a typical desire of experienced players. The protagonist thought, paying attention to the chat, that perhaps this is true. At this time, Punksna thought that he already had 5,000 viewers at this moment. With such a number of viewers, he is probably at the top of the broadcasts. Almond has used the same tactic 3 times in a row. Is there an easier and more delicious prey than him? After a while, MC thought that if Punksna's real skill level is really Diamond 1, then this is 3 ranks higher than his target, Diamond 4. However, if Punksna loses here, then he will also lose a lot. Most likely, he planned everything carefully, including analyzing his behavior in the match and tactics. At this moment, MC thought, rushing at his opponent, then it's time to crush him. Punksna shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" Viewers commented that he actually attacked his enemy in midair. Is this even a normal strategy? This is too easy for Almond. He then asked with a grin, what was he up to? Did he really want to cheat? Can't he fight fair? Sangyin noted with a sigh that he thought it was fair. The diamond rank was definitely not for him. He even managed to lose to newbies. Punksna looked at him furiously. Viewers commented that Almond should pay attention to being below. They looked down in surprise just before landing. After a while, the protagonist looked at his opponent, while viewers commented that they wanted to see how he handled his enemy. Suddenly, the protagonist started running away from Punksna, who was struggling to get to his feet. Viewers commented in surprise, did he really run to the warehouse? The MC thought that he was at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat due to the difference in experience. He must find a weapon with a blade as soon as possible. Sangyin looked around carefully while running and saw a dagger on the ground. At this time, his opponent also saw the weapon. The protagonist jumped forward and thought that he would not let him grab it. The protagonist grabbed the dagger from the ground and threw it at his opponent. Punksna deftly dodged the dagger, grinning, and then managed to catch the weapon by the hilt. The viewers wrote, can he really intercept the hilt of a flying dagger so easily? His skills are shocking, he really is a diamond rank. He threw the dagger back in response. They wrote that Almond should dodge. The MC thought as he rushed forward that he would not do that. As long as there was another dagger next to him, dodging would not solve anything. In that case, no matter how the dagger spins, he will catch it with his hand at any cost. After which, Songyun managed to grab the spinning dagger by the handle. Punksna was surprised and shouted, how is this possible? He thought it was a curse. Viewers wrote that it was impossible to believe. Punksna thought, grabbing the dagger from the ground, that it was just a newbie. He would just block one blow. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to win. At the last moment, the protagonist made a feint and intercepted the dagger with his other hand, and then dealt damage to his opponent. He screamed in pain and said that it was a curse. After which the protagonist finished off his opponent, and a system window appeared with the information that Almond had killed Punksna. A total of 99 players remained. At this moment, Juyuk happily exclaimed his name. After that, he thought that he shouted too loudly. If he were at home, he would definitely start yelling at him. As a child, he would have been beaten for this. He always had to live with the feeling of constant surveillance. However, now, everything is different. Juyuk happily started shouting Sanyun's name. He thought that he hadn't felt this way for a long time. This is freedom. After a while, Juyuk thought that this was an announcement of a spectacular fight between Almond and Punksna, a fierce rivalry. The comments on the video were happy with what they had seen. They enthusiastically discussed Almond's talent and were waiting for more videos with him. Juyuk thought that there were many factors that determine star potential. However, in competitive fields like sports and games, the true sign of popularity is determination, the ability to prove yourself in critical moments. Almond, on the other hand, said that he would reach the rank of diamond in 2 weeks. In his place, he would not have been able to handle the pressure if a player with the rank of diamond was tracking him. Despite the enormous burden of responsibility, more than ever, he managed to get first place. Almond convinced the viewers that he had these qualities. After a while, the protagonist noted with a heavy sigh that it was hard. The real reason Almond was already considered a star was his face. The protagonist said with a smile that it was especially hard at the beginning when Punksna got into his way. The MC noted that while they were waiting for the calibration results, they could look at the completed missions. He had a 21,001 streak without a loss, 39,001 without a gun, and would gladly take the 200,001 reward for killing Punksna. Viewers wrote that they felt sorry for losing so much money. Then, a system window appeared with information that the calibration was complete. He had received a new rank. Sangyin said that he had finally gotten it. He wanted to see the results and end the stream for today. Viewers argued in the chat about what rank he would have. The protagonist thought, does that mean he can't count on a high rank because of the system settings? And he really wanted to. The protagonist said, opening the system window, that it was time for them to look at the result. The system window reported that he was rank Platinum 3. The MC stared at the system window in surprise. The viewers laughed at his reaction to receiving a new rank. They thought that he got his rank because of a bug in the game. Is it possible to get Platinum for calibration? Songyun thought about it and then happily declared that this means he will get a reward for the Platinum mission. The viewers indignantly wrote that he was deceiving them. The protagonist said that he deserved this rank. They laughed again. The protagonist said that he thanks for the support and that he wants to end the stream here. The viewers wrote, "Did everyone see how he looked at his watch? They wish he wouldn't end the stream so soon." The MC crossed his arms and said with a sigh that they caught him. Miho donated 500,000 won with a comment that she really asks him to continue the stream. Sunyin was surprised to think, is it really her? The protagonist was shocked to think, did she really send 500,000 won? Viewers wrote that he was more emotional about this donation than about receiving the platinum rank. Where does romance come from on the air? Are they really dating? The protagonist was shocked to think about 500,000 won again, after which the MC thought that he had just started streaming, and already such amounts of donations. No wonder everyone praises streaming platforms so much. Viewers sent a repeat message asking, is he not going to end the broadcast, right? Sang-yoon noted that his time cannot be bought with a donation. Viewers begged him not to end the stream. He must take responsibility for the donation from Miho. The protagonist read the chat and thought that his viewers really adore Almond. After the protagonist said that they can play a little more, MC thought that he also wants to fulfill his promise. Sang-yoon said that they need to get the diamond rank. The protagonist thought that the viewers believed in him, although he was just a player. After a while, Joo-hyuk said with a sigh that the calibration was complete. Now he can relax. He can see what people are talking about on the internet now. He read the comments and said with a laugh that they just found out the Almond rank, and they had such a violent reaction to it. Joo-hyuk shouted in surprise that his reaction had already been photographed. Then he asked why they were writing such a thing. How can he give himself a rating? They are even going to complain about him. He must intervene in this. Joo-hyuk wrote that if a player takes first place in all matches in the calibration, then it is possible to get the platinum rank, although it is very difficult, but in this particular case, the platinum rank is deserved. The comments doubted this, although they seem to be other streamers with such a result. Joo-hyuk asked in bewilderment, so there were other such streamers? This means that it is possible to get platinum for calibration. Wondered what algorithm determines the rank in the Battle Rage game. Then he noticed that despite the same number of victories, everyone is given different ranks. Joo-hyuk thought that this is unlikely to be data from all over the world, but most get from Gold 4 to Gold 1. This means that Platinum 3 is possible to get. Still, it makes sense. Why are they so negative about it? The comments continued to argue about the rank of Almond. Joo-hyuk thought, crossing his arms, that the balance in online games is really a difficult issue. If it is disturbed, players begin to argue. He thought, answering in the comments on the site, that he must intervene in this. After some time, in the office of the Battle Rage game, the head of the technical department of the Battle Rage game laughingly asked where this clown came from. Does he really demand an official explanation? There was an email on the monitor screen that this is an incoming request from the streamer Almond. They may call him Walnut. He is the manager of the streamer Almond, a partner of Punk. Recently, there was a heated debate online about the fact that Almond was assigned the rank Platinum 3 as a result of the calibration games in Battle Rage. The situation is that after the calibration, the rating really matched the declared one. There was no deception. However, this does not stop public opinion, which directly affects the image of the streamer. Therefore, they are forced to ask for official comments on how exactly the rating is determined and what parameters are taken into account. He happily asked, are they demanding a comment? They do not like the reaction of the viewers, so they are going to shift the responsibility to them. Almond's manager is really a clown. He already likes him. An employee of the technical department of the Battle Rage game thought in bewilderment, what is going on here? He asked, what will be the orders on this matter? He brought this request because the management requires to be especially careful with streamers. The head of the department said that this could be solved by publishing a standard explanatory template. The employee asked, so he should send this back to him? He shouted, does he really think that everything is so simple? The employee shouted in surprise, what's the matter? The head of the department said that they were complaining that the rating was too high. However, ranks are distributed by artificial intelligence. Is there a chance of error? He noted that this was impossible. If a player was assigned the Platinum 3 rank, this meant that his game corresponded to this level. He asked, were there other players who completed calibration at the Platinum level? The employee noted, checking the information on the tablet, that this was exactly the case. There is even one player from Denmark who received the Platinum 4 rank. The head of the department happily said that this means that there were such precedents. He asked in confusion, what's the matter? He stated that without further ado, he should write a response letter according to his instructions. After some time, the main character won the match. The viewers wrote that this was already the 9th victory in a row. The protagonist happily noted that he was thanking them for the mission. Another victory with a bow. They could see it for themselves. He was thanking them for the mission. 10 kills in a row with a bow and winning 3 times in a row with a bow. They asked how much he had earned from the missions already. MC thought that there was only 1 game left until the Platinum 2 rank. Sang-yoon said that he would play this last match another time. The viewers were shocked by his words. They tried to convince him that he should continue playing as long as he could win. The protagonist waved goodbye and said that they would see each other next time. They wrote that they were saying goodbye to him. After a while, Joo-hyuk noted that it was really time to finish. He had played a lot today. He did a good job. After that, he looked at him in shock and asked if he was okay at all. The protagonist said that he was okay. He asked him politely to get him an isotonic drink from the refrigerator. Joo-hyuk noted that he had been streaming for several days. He should not overload his body. After which he noted with surprise that there was no isotonic drink. The MC noted that he was looking in the wrong place. There was a refrigerator for drinks nearby. Joo-hyuk asked when he managed to buy it. He thought it was surprising. He had a decent supply of this drink. After which, Joo-hyuk gave him the isotonic drink and Sang-yoon thanked him. He thought it looked interesting. Joo-hyuk said that he should be sent to film an isotonic drink commercial. The main character said that this was nonsense. He would go wash his face. At that moment, he decided to check the capsule and thought that the temperature of the device was normal. Although on the other hand, this cannot be determined so easily. Otherwise, there would be no problems. He must figure out what the matter is. He will start by checking the capsule, after which, Joo-hyuk saw the email with the answer and noted that they responded quickly. Apparently they decided to answer right away and clarify the situation. The letter stated that Almond's rating was determined by the artificial intelligence Lovey, which takes into account not only the place in the table of match results and the number of wins and losses, but also the gameplay itself. The system is designed so that players with a high level of play can rise in the rating as quickly as possible. In Almond's case, such indicators as the low rank of the weapon, the number of kills made with this weapon, as well as the loot collected, were also taken into account. All this affected the final rating. Joo-hyuk noted that this means that there are no problems on the part of the game. They wrote that their company Fantasia is going to publish an official announcement with these clarifications. He said that if they also publish an explanation, it means that the matter can be considered closed. Joo-hyuk thoughtfully said, reading the letter out loud further, that, however, given the negative reaction of the audience, they offer to conduct additional tests with Almond to confirm the results. They are ready to use their system for verification. He asked with surprise, is this really an advertising offer from them? After a while, Joo-hyuk happily announced that he had received an advertising proposal. The protagonist looked at him calmly. The protagonist asked what it was about. He said that it was an official response from the development office. Punk had already approved the proposal, so if they received his approval, they could start working. The MC asked while studying the email on his tablet, so they were going to make a VR video recording of the process? Joo-hyuk said that was exactly it. It would be a simulator test to confirm his ranking. Then he asked why he had that expression on his face. Did he really not want to participate in this? Sang-yoon said that he was fine with it, but he was confused by the medical checkup clause. He felt like everyone would start talking about his right hand after that. Joo-hyuk noted that he had already shared this fact with the CEO. The protagonist stated that the CEO was trustworthy, and that was a necessity back then. However, telling such things to the whole world was a different matter. He asked in confusion, was it really that important to him? They could set a non-disclosure clause. The protagonist noted that he didn't want even the company to know. How could he trust them? Joo-hyuk shouted. Was he really going to refuse the advertising offer? He would still have to undergo a medical checkup. Had he seen his condition after every stream? MC said that he could get a medical checkup at the hospital. He shouted, does he really think that their country can have doctors who can analyze neurosignals in conjunction with a virtual reality capsule? Fantasia's medical team is very famous. It's better to go to them for this. Then Joo-hyuk asked, is he afraid that his former allies will find out about this? Sang-yoon slammed his fist on the table and said with a gloomy face that it's time for them to end this conversation. Then the protagonist shouted, where is he running? They haven't even eaten yet. He shouted that he will go eat somewhere else. He can eat his own cereal. After a while, the protagonist looked at his hand and clenched his fist. After a while, on the street, Joo-hyuk noted that he was tired of eating only cereal, but he could calmly study abroad now. He saw Jia and greeted her and then offered to help her. She thanked him. After a while, Jia asked, was he at Sang-yoon's? Joo-hyuk said that was exactly it. He had some business with him. Perhaps he would tell her about it later. He thought that he did not want to tell her that they were living together. She asked how Sang-yoon was doing. Joo-hyuk said irritably that he was still sleeping. Jia thought that they had a fight. Everyone knows that Sang-yoon gets up early. What happened between them? He asked if she had already eaten lunch. She said that she hadn't eaten yet. Ju-hyuk asked if he could treat her to a delicacy. Jia looked at him happily. Sometime later, at a restaurant, they were brought food and she asked for more drinks. Ju-hyuk looked at her in shock. Jia asked why he was so surprised. Wasn't that included in the treat? He said that of course, it was on him too. Ju-hyuk said that he wouldn't drink, let her help herself. Jia pointed out that it wouldn't hurt him either. She persuaded him to drink a little. Afterwards, Ju-hyuk thought, is it okay to drink first thing in the morning? He's not an office worker anymore anyway. They continued drinking for a while, and then he asked, does she always drink first thing in the morning? Jia asked, what's wrong with that? Ju-hyuk pointed out that she could ruin her whole day by getting into trouble. She said that his day was ruined anyway. He thought that she wouldn't notice. However, it was obvious to everyone. He wondered, is she already drunk? Jia pointed out that if he keeps quiet about his problems, it might break him. Almond had told her that. Ju-hyuk wondered, is she talking about Sunyin? Afterwards, they continued drinking. Afterwards, Jia asked, if he has an injury, why can't they just leave him alone? Ju-hyuk said that it's about a big commercial. Why doesn't he understand that? She said that he understood everything. That's why he was making an excuse about the injury. He said that it could be true. Ju-hyuk thought that Sengyun understood what it meant, and he still reacted like that. Jia passed out and he shouted, is she okay? She whispered that all men are trash. After a while, Ju-hyuk returned home, and the protagonist asked if he was drunk. He said that he felt much better. Afterwards, the protagonist noted that the manager had set a date for filming. Ju-hyuk asked with difficulty, what was he talking about? The MC noted that he was talking about an advertising offer. They were filming it tomorrow. He asked in shock, did he really agree with them while he was gone? Sunyin said that he had no choice anyway. Ju-hyuk asked, is he sure about this? The protagonist said with a smile that it was okay, he was right. After all, this is what a streamer does. He looked at him with admiration. Ju-hyuk said that he apologized to him for this morning. He was probably worried about it too. He just lost his temper because it concerned his health. The protagonist asked him not to bring it up. Afterwards, the MC asked if that was the reason he decided to drink. Ju-hyuk said that it was something else. He just met Jia on the street and invited her to eat. Sengyun pointed out that she probably liked to drink. He said that she liked it even more than the department head. The protagonist asked if he was serious. Ju-hyuk said that she seemed to have a complicated history. The protagonist said that it was possible. He asked with a smile if he was really interested. The MC asked what he was talking about. Afterwards, Sungyun remembered the past and said that it was not very interesting for him. After a while, the protagonist wrote a message on his channel that he had important filming planned for tomorrow. So there would be no stream today. Users immediately found a connection between his statement and the breaking news that the game's representatives had published. Fantasia had announced an analysis of the game's rating system. Famous streamer Almond was accused of manipulating the ratings, so they invited him to a live broadcast. After a while, Manager Wu noted that he saw many candidates for a lawsuit. Ju-hyuk said that it was important for Sengyun to stay in shape. Such things could knock him down. He said that he needed to collect all such messages and send them to the legal department. The protagonist asked if the situation was really that bad. Manager Wu said with a smile that it was okay. It was just the gaming community. They always exaggerate. For most, it was just an excuse to talk about it. The protagonist read the comments on the site and sighed in surprise. Ju-hyuk noted that this was a normal reaction. MC noted that now he understood why Bubble Sniper advised him to seek popularity. Ju-hyuk thought that now it was clear to him. Even if players complain about the ranking system, for ordinary viewers it's just a reason to talk about it. Positive feedback and growing popularity are more important. Player admiration is naturally an important factor in Almond's growth, but one cannot deny positive feedback and popularity. Today he will find out if Almond is brave enough to gain a foothold in this craft. After which, the makeup artists asked if he liked his appearance. After a while, they were preparing to start the live broadcast and asked Almond if he was ready to start filming. Then they announced that there were 30 seconds left until the broadcast. The protagonist thought that this was the format of the program, a short interview and then a test. The most important thing is the test. He hopes that there will be no problems with the capsule. After the broadcast began, and Yu Hyeon, the host said, introducing herself, that she welcomes the esteemed viewers. They are watching the show, Dissolution Analyzer. The protagonist thought that the show was Dissolution Analyzer, that the format of this show involves a thorough analysis of the invited streamer, right down to his real life. The show itself already has quite a solid history. Unpopular streamers do not get here because they do not gain views. Therefore, the very fact of being invited to this show is already an indicator of success. The viewers wrote, "Is Almond really going to film this show? So this is exactly the filming he was talking about?" She said with a smile that many were waiting for this episode, and they are starting. She introduces today's guest, Almond. The assistant in the studio showed him a sign that he should get ready. His face will soon be shown in close-up. The MC smiled and waved his hands to the viewers, who were delighted with his beauty. Sanyun thought that he did not have time to read the messages in the chat. Hyo noted that many praised his appearance. You would think he was an idol. The protagonist said that he was already 30 years old, so this was too much. They wrote in surprise, "Is he really already 30 years old?" She said with displeasure that they had only just started the interview. Why did he already reveal his age? Then Hyon asked what he was feeling now. Maybe he was nervous? The protagonist noted that he did not expect so many people to come. Do they always have so many viewers? She noted that there are usually fewer. The viewers laughed at Almond's sad face. After which, Hyon said that he might not be considered. His talent could attract 3 more viewers to the broadcast. Viewers wrote that the host looks very cute, and others did not believe that such a number of viewers was possible. She said that such cases have already happened. The MC thought with a smile that she was an experienced host. Hyon asked, turning to the director, was it really true that this had never happened? However, why had this never happened? Apparently, this is the limit of the viewers for Almond. Sanyun asked, was it really his fault? They laughed, appreciating his question. The protagonist thought that, unlike the last show, this was different. He felt like a toy in the hands of a crowd of children rather than a guest. After the host asked, would he mind a short interview? The viewers wrote, seeing how he nodded, that he immediately agreed so as not to provoke her. Where is that cool and calm guy from the beginning of the broadcast? At this time, Manager Woo noted with a smile that he was doing well. It was not for nothing that he came to see this. Joo-hyuk noted that he thanked him for his attention. He said that there was no need to thank him. This was also his job. By the way, Almond is better than he expected. Did he know this in advance? He said that this guy was always a little crazy. Manager Woo said that if he became an e-sportsman, he would become much more popular. He has charisma. Although he should be careful about saying such things, Joo-hyuk said with a smile that he thanked him for understanding. He said that he could not refuse his request. He works well. Then Manager Woo asked, turning to the director, if everything was going well. The director said that everything was fine. However, isn't he too secretive? He removed so many questions about the past from the interview. Such mystery has long been out of fashion. Now, on the contrary, the more frankness, the better. Manager Woo said that if he is against it, they can't do anything about it. Besides, the interview is not the most important thing. He asked, so the most important thing is testing? This is not true. The statistics confirm it. He said that they can only observe. After a while, Hyon said that they are moving on to the most interesting part. Testing their genius. How does he feel a minute before the revelation? Viewers wrote that she looked like an investigator, this cute girl. The protagonist pretended to be very nervous. They laughed at his reaction. She said, addressing the viewers, that they would soon find out what Almond was really capable of. They would see each other in a minute. After which, they plunged into the virtual world using capsules. Viewers wrote that they loaded quite quickly. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that he was a little unusual. Hyon said with a smile that he was still surprised too early. They prepared a special arena, especially for Almond. After which, the environment around them changed. They were surprised by such a transformation of the environment. After a while, she cheerfully noted that Almond is famous for his archery. And Korea is a nation of archers. That is why Fantasia prepared a super realistic virtual space. This is a model used by real Olympic athletes. These are their company's new technologies. Sang-yoon thought they didn't tell him about this. He'll remember this Joo-hyuk. Although it's not real, he can hardly tell the difference. The MC said he should choose a bow. The protagonist thought the balance of the stabilizers, the feel of the handle, felt like the real thing. Hyon asked, does that mean he'll take it? The protagonist said yes. The MC thought, if it's so similar to a real bow, does that mean he's back in business? That's how he feels. She asked if this is his first time holding a professional piece of equipment. Sanyun remained silent and aimed the bow at the target. The viewers wrote, is he really a professional? Hyon thought his stance was flawless. Who the hell is he? Then she thought when he hit the target with the arrow, it was an amazing hit. They admired him for hitting the target. The protagonist noted that he was done. Viewers wrote, was the presenter really at a loss? The protagonist said that he just tried the equipment and he was happy with the result. The detail in this world is really impressive. Hyon thought that she completely forgot about the advertisement. She hesitantly said that this is Fantasia technology. Hyon thought that it was just a coincidence. Really? And yet, it was too impressive a sight. She should focus on her work, because they are on the air now. Hyon pretended that it was a great shot. They wrote that they were shocked too. She pointed out that, however, it was only one shot. They should wait for the final result. They are all interested in seeing this, aren't they? Is he ready to start? At this moment, MC fired another arrow at the target, and then several more, all of which hit the same spot. The viewers wrote that he should be sent to the Olympics. In Korea, such talents just work as streamers? Is there really an auto-aiming system? Hyeon shouted that this was not true at all. There was no auto-aiming. They wrote that she needed to try less. At that time, the director thought that he had never missed. He spent a little more than a second on aiming. He shot 10 times in 12 seconds. Is that even possible? Even if there was an Olympic champion in archery here, it would be difficult for him. And he is an ordinary streamer. In the comments, they wrote how much they paid for this performance. He thought, where did he get such abilities from? After a while, the main character asked, should he continue? Hyeon was confused, and then said that this testing can be finished. He did very well. They have no point in continuing. The viewers wrote, did they really expect that he is incapable of anything? She said that it was time for them to move on to the next stage. After a while, the viewers wrote, while the screen was showing a loading message, that they failed the broadcast. This is not just archery for them, he is definitely a professional. After which the director said that this should not have happened. Any player would have panicked in such realistic conditions and started making embarrassed excuses. This is exactly the effect he expected. The Wu manager asked if this was really an advertising strategy. He said that it was natural. After all, the system is more realistic than in some shooters. If the player had failed, it would have meant that the realism was at a high level. He asked what they should do now. The Wu manager whispered to Joo-hyuk that they were still picking on him. Joo-hyuk thought that he wanted to see the reaction of normal people. It was time for the community to react. The comments were indignant. How could a player shoot so well in a simulation where everything was close to reality? They bragged so much about the realism of their virtual reality, but in the end, Almond showed great skill. He thought that someone considered this a marketing mistake, and for others, Almond was just a natural-born archer. In any case, they drew attention to him. Although, of course, Sang-yoon is especially talented at archery. After a while, Hyeon happily asked, addressing the viewers in a friendly manner, they understand that this was just a warm-up, right? And the next test is survival. Joo-hyuk thought that Almond's talent does not end there. Viewers wrote that Almond has participated in a similar show before. She asked if he feels like the ultra-reality mode is turning off. The protagonist's face changed, and viewers wrote that he has a funny expression. Hyeon said that he should come to his senses. They wrote that they were shown the exit from sleep mode. The protagonist thought that he would like to continue archery. She asked if he feels the difference now. The MC noted that it now feels like he is in a game. Hyeon asked if he felt the effect of returning to reality right away. Right? This is increased realism. They wrote that they should film a separate commercial. She noted that when everyone sees the difference, it's time for them to start the next test, survival. Is he ready to start the test? Sang-yoon asked if he can answer honestly. Hyeon happily said that of course he can speak frankly. The protagonist said that it was too easy for him. Viewers wrote that Almond is a master of provocation. She said that he first needed to at least know what this test was. The protagonist noted that he had already participated in something similar. Hyeon indignantly grabbed him by the clothes and menacingly whispered, "Why is he so openly trying to ruin everything?" The comments wrote that Almond is a broadcast destroyer. Then she laughed and asked, isn't he talking about a similar episode with Jeonjappa? He watched the episode, and now it seems to him that everything will be easy? Viewers wrote that the host is trying to throw all the sins on Jeonjappa. The MC said that he will be able to get more points. The comments were expecting an interesting show. Hyeon noticed that he had a lot of self-confidence. She asked, can they start then? The system window reported while Sang-yoon was looking around that the test would start in 5 seconds. Then the countdown started from 5 seconds, at the end of which a bright flash flashed and the protagonist saw the danger. After which the protagonist dodged the weapon and noted that he almost managed to dodge. He was abandoned as soon as the lights turned on. Suddenly, he was attacked by a powerful laser, from which the MC jumped aside and ran. Sang-yoon wondered, are they still attacking him with weapons? And they are also attacking him from a blind spot. The protagonist dodged another attack, and Hyeon said that this was to be expected from Almond. He is not that easy to defeat, right? Viewers wrote that the host became huge. Let her compare the record with Jeonjappa. A system window with his record appeared, and they wrote that his result is amazing. Did he really dodge such an attack for almost 30 minutes? She said, is it really amazing? Honestly, it will be very difficult for Almond to beat Jeonjappa's record. However, he really has talent. After all, 71% of the players would have flown out at this point. After Hyeon happily said, pressing the button, it's time to finish the warm-up. In the comments, they wrote that this is the launch of the second phase of the test. She said that now everything is for real. This is the transition to the second phase. It's time for them to begin. The protagonist sped up, and viewers commented, what was that? Did the floor collapse? How did Almond even dodge that? They just took part of the floor and removed it. The MC thought that there was more to it than that. It only looks like the floor suddenly disappears, but before the floor tiles disappear, there is a slight vibration. So for him, this is an easy challenge. He just has to move faster. The comment said, does he really know in advance which floor tiles will disappear? Is that even possible? It's an impressive sight. Hyeon said that she can explain. Almond didn't have any information about the type of challenge. There's no way he could have known anything in advance. Viewers commented that he was like a movie character running from a collapsing bridge. Almond has to admit, he's bored, right? After a while, the host said, this is incredible. He's holding on so confidently. Based on his current score, he's already in the top 11%. Did this guy really use the capsule for the first time only 3 weeks ago? The protagonist thought that the pattern had changed. Now there were also weapons. The tiles that the weapon hits disappear immediately, after which, Hyeon reported that 10 minutes had passed and his result was already 9% of the best. The protagonist thought, dodging the flying weapon, that he could easily last 30 minutes. After some time in the control room, the employee in glasses asked if his stats were normal at all. Her colleague asked what she was talking about. She noted that she was talking about Almond's stats in reality. She said that everything was fine. His reaction speed was slightly above normal, according to the system. The employee thought that his stats were almost 250 units now. Is he really on the same level as John Joppa? She asked. VNS displays potential and skills in full immersion mode, right? Is that possible? Her colleague noted that it is rare, but it is possible. John Joppa had the same thing. She said that, however, he was in his early 20s and Almond was already 30. She noted that she herself had a hard time believing it. But the results were right in front of them. Then her colleague noted that it was probably mental training. The employee asked what she was talking about. She said that if he had been consistently practicing mental training, then theoretically it was possible. She said that it sounded like nonsense. Her colleague said that if he had been training like this for 10 years without fail, then it was indeed possible. The employee noted that full immersion had only appeared 8 years ago. She thought that if this was true, then how could it be possible that Almond had started training 10 years ago? She did not understand. Why torture yourself like that? After a while, Hyeon reported that this was incredible. He had been holding on for 15 minutes already. He was confidently in the top 1.2% of players who had taken this test. The protagonist deftly dodged the enemy attack and turned around and thought that the weapon was becoming more and more dangerous. The host said that it was time for them to move on to Phase 3. The protagonist thought that there was still a Phase 3. In the first phase, a weapon was flying at him. In the second, the floor collapsed under him. What will happen in the third phase? Suddenly, lightning sparkled in the testing arena. To his surprise, the MC was dumbfounded. Did these really strike lightning? The viewers in the chat were also shocked. He deftly dashed to the side and dodged the lightning. In the chat, people began to write in wild surprise, saying that he dodged it. How did he even do that? Is he really a regressor? The protagonist asked in bewilderment what they were surprised about. The discharges were clearly visible, and the tile it hit vibrated. The viewers began to write, saying that he thought this knowledge would help any of them. Does he really manage to read the chat? This is a unique streamer who reads the chat during the survival test. Suddenly, an unknown sound was heard, and a blade suddenly jumped out of the wall. MC, hearing this, managed to react and dodge. In the chat, people began to write, saying that there really are warning sounds. The protagonist noted that if he is warned, then it is not so difficult. Fantasia approached the issue without imagination. Suddenly, he stepped on a plate and a spring appeared, which sent him into the air. The audience began to write, did he really think that he got into a fairy tale? Fantasy does not forgive anything. And does he really need to dodge in the air now? It's already 18 minutes, another 13 minutes, and he will be in first place. Hyeon, watching what was happening, commented with admiration that he took off. But what should he do now? Now he won't be able to move freely. Will he be able to dodge now? Blades flew at the main character. He began to dodge the danger with a calm face. Everyone was wildly surprised by what they saw. Hyeon asked in bewilderment, do they see it? He dodges right in the air. Is there really that much space between the blades? It seems too easy for him. In that case, we need to make the test more difficult. Suddenly, even more blades appeared, but MC dodged again. After that, he turned around and wondered what would happen next. Several more blades flew straight at him. Hyeon noted that now he definitely couldn't dodge them. Too bad, but it looks like this is the end. The protagonist grabbed one blade, blocked the weapon flying at him, and landed on the floor. He stood up and noted that the last part was unexpected. People in the chat started writing in complete shock, saying that he was doing tricks in the air. And was he really serious about this without any guidance? He was a superhuman, not like them, vegetables. At this time, the engineer asked Juhyuk about mental training. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. The girl agreed and added that she wanted to know if Almond trained mentally in any way. This was necessary for statistics. The manager replied that he had never heard of such a thing from him. As was already said in the interview, he was an ordinary office worker. The engineer wondered in shock if his brain was really designed like this from the start. Joo-hyuk wondered why she was asking that. The girl handed him a tablet and explained that it was because of Almond's VNS readings. Such readings were usually only possible after long and intense mental training. If he created clear, detailed images in his mind, practiced to the point of overload, and practiced this approach for 10 years without stopping. This is an extremely rare practice. People prefer to train the body directly. Joo-hyuk thought that everything fell into place now. The protagonist's behavior, why he shot a bow so naturally in the capsule's reality, why he cried so bitterly, and why he demonstrated such incredible concentration. For 10 years he had seen the same dream. The only dream he so desperately sought. Since the accident, he had not let go of the bow for a moment, at least in his head, where his right hand remained unharmed. In the dark, deep abyss of despair, a sparkling diamond was being carved out. This is Almond. The manager, thinking about this, began to cry. The engineer asked if he was okay. Suddenly, Hyun announced that he had already held on for 30 minutes. The record was almost broken. Will he be able to rewrite history? Joo-hyuk explained that Almond had never done mental training. He was just a genius. After a while, the girl announced again that he had held on for 30 minutes. Another 39 seconds, and a new record would be set. The people watching this were very surprised. One of them wondered how a newbie who had just started playing virtual reality games could break the record. He was a genius who surpassed all existing ones. At this time, the engineer returned to the control room. Another employee excitedly exclaimed that they had a problem. The synchronization level was already off the charts. The current synchronization level was 97%. The engineer excitedly asked why he hadn't crashed out of the game yet. After all, the program should turn him off if the indicator exceeds a certain threshold. She excitedly explained that they were testing a prototype here that had not yet entered mass production, and in the test version, this limit was not set. The engineer ran out of the office in fear and thought that they were in trouble. Even 85% is already considered a dangerous level. We need to stop it immediately. If this continues, he may completely synchronize with the avatar in the virtual space. At this time, the protagonist continued to dodge all the attacks in the test. Hyun announced that there were only 5 seconds left. MC deftly dodged 3 blades and, grabbing one spear, repelled another. After that, he thought that this was great. Now only flying projectiles remained. A little more, we need to hold on. Suddenly, the plates were covered with magma. The protagonist excitedly thought that just dodging was not enough. He needed to at least repel a couple more. Suddenly, he began to have glitches and various hallucinations. He wondered what this strange feeling in his right hand was. In an instant, the main character switched off in the real world and lost the game. Everyone was in complete shock. They ran excitedly to the capsule and started shouting, like, "Is he okay?" Suddenly, an engineer ran into the room and shouted that it was the engineering team. They need to check the condition of Almond. The director excitedly shouted, "What was the record?" The specialist, in complete shock, announced that it was a tie. He shouted in bewilderment, "Let him look at the accuracy after the decimal point. There should be a difference of at least a split second." The worker opened the statistics and everyone was shocked because the main character repeated Electron's record with absolutely precise time. MC, lying on the floor, wondered if he was alive? Definitely alive. After all, no one has died in capsule games for 5 years. It seems that he overworked himself. How did the broadcast go? Everyone is so busy. By this time, the medics ran in and started giving him first aid. The protagonist looked at the nurse and wondered if it was So-yeon. After taking a closer look at her face, he thought that she couldn't be here. After some time at the hospital, Song-hana, the nurse, noted that there were no serious injuries. The MC asked with displeasure, why were they all gathered here? He wasn't that badly hurt. Joo-hyuk shouted furiously, is he kidding? Does he even realize how scared he was? The protagonist replied that he should calm down because the doctor said that everything was fine. The nurse called out to him and noted that she wanted to discuss something with him alone. After some time in the office, she asked him that he had problems with his right hand, right? But he knows that it's not the hand itself, right? The protagonist wondered if they found out after all. There were so many tests, it's not surprising. He reluctantly agreed and tried to explain, but the girl interrupted him and said that, as he already guessed, there were problems in the brain. The capsule is a device that interacts with brainwaves, and that is why after a long immersion, there is even a feeling of complete exhaustion. His diagnosis is a form of nervous system disorder, somewhat similar to acquired cerebral palsy. The fact that only the hand is involved is actually a great success. MC thought that 10 years ago the doctor told him about this too. But how can this be called luck? The only thing that made him special broke. Is this luck? He wondered if this will have consequences. Hana answered that for now, no, but who knows what will happen next. By the way, in the virtual world, his right hand moves normally, right? The problem in the brain is there, but why does it not affect the virtual world? Has he never thought about it? The protagonist answered that, frankly, he did not even think about it. The hand just works, and that's it. The girl explained that the problem was that his brain had reassigned control of his hand to another area. In simple terms, let him imagine a company. One employee went on sick leave, and now others have to do overtime for him. Virtual reality is completely under the control of the mind. In the real world, it is limited by his body. The protagonist was surprised to ask that the part of the brain that was responsible for controlling the hand was damaged. But in virtual reality, other brain structures intercept this control? The nurse agreed and added that he himself should understand. When people overwork for others, sooner or later they fail. That's why he sweats so much in the capsule. So far, nothing critical, but if you continue to spend a lot of time in the game, it will be bad. MC thought that he promised the viewers to reach the diamond. He excitedly asked what he could do. This is his job. The girl replied that at a minimum, let him try to lead a healthy lifestyle and undergo regular checkups. Hana handed him her business card and said that she would examine him for free. The protagonist was perplexed, thinking that doctors who understand capsule games and neuroscience are rare. Their services cost a lot of money. She added that his case is quite rare and is of scientific interest. She herself encounters such a thing for the first time. MC took the business card and asked, is that why she wants to study him? The nurse agreed and noted that nothing special is required of him. Let him just play as usual and she will collect data and use it in her scientific work. The protagonist with a calm face answered that he understood. The girl excitedly asked if he agreed. The protagonist said that he would discuss it with the manager first. Hana agreed and noted that she was in no way rushing him. The MC was about to leave and finally said that he was embarrassed to ask right away. After some time, he left the office. Juek noticed him and asked if he was okay. What did the nurse tell him? The protagonist ignored him and continued walking. He asked in confusion, was it really that serious? Could he even hear him? The manager grabbed his shoulder, but the protagonist abruptly pushed him away and noted that he had not broken the record. The MC became furious and said that the doctor said that he and Electron had the same record, down to the millisecond. Juyuk asked, so what? He shouted furiously that at least half a millisecond more and he would have won. How could he repeat someone else's numbers? He was definitely set up in this challenge. The manager himself got furious and shouted, what kind of moron is he? His life was hanging by a thread, and he was thinking about records? Did he even listen to the doctor? The protagonist grabbed him and replied, let him not dramatize, but the record is really important. Suddenly the sound engineer called out to him and noted that he was being asked to return to the air. The MC asked in bewilderment, is the air not over yet? Juyuk hugged him and sighing agreed. The protagonist asked, are there even still viewers? He pushed him with a smile and replied that there are not just there are a lot of them. Let him go there faster. The protagonist started walking to the door and wondered what was going on. He fainted more than an hour ago, and the doctor clearly said that even the seconds coincided. He went inside and saw banners that said, for the first time in history, VNS reached the 300 mark. The MC wondered in surprise, did he really break the VNS threshold of 300? Juhyuk, seeing his reaction, thought that he seemed to be in shock. Although, who wouldn't be surprised to learn that he broke the world record? The protagonist turned around and asked in confusion, what is VNS? The manager asked, does he really not know what it is? But all gamers know it. Let him forget and just go on stage. Sister will now explain everything popularly. He thought that this is what makes Almond himself. The protagonist asked, does he call her sister? But she looks younger than them. Juhyuk embarrassedly exclaimed that it was just a coincidence. Stop talking, let him go already. Suddenly, Fantasia noticed them and announced that the audience had been waiting for a long time. The very Almond they were rooting for was back in action. In the chat, everyone was rejoicing at the sight of the protagonist. The girl offered him a seat and asked him admiringly how he was feeling. The MC calmly replied that he was fine. People in the chat started writing that his reaction was something special. He and Hyeon were clearly not on the same wavelength. His face was like a brick. He probably just hasn't fully recovered yet. That's why he doesn't understand what's going on. Let him wake up. He broke the world record. Fantasia, having read this message, noted that this was indeed true. She congratulates him on achieving the world record for VNS. Would he like to share his impressions? The protagonist asked if he was interested in what VNS was. The girl, perplexed, stood in a stupor. Everyone in the chat started laughing at this. Hyeon looked at his manager and wondered in shock. Is he seriously unaware? Right, he's only been streaming for 3 weeks, but he managed to break the VNS record without even knowing what it was? MC added that he had one more question. He was told that he and Electron had the same result. Why then is it considered that he broke the record? Hyeon replied that the survival challenge did indeed end in a draw, but first it was necessary to clarify what VNS is. Viewers in the chat began writing saying that they did not even believe that this was being explained live. Well, this is really another level. The girl explained that it is an indicator of the player's efficiency. Something similar to IQ or APM, the number of actions per minute in the era of keyboard and mouse. During the game, Almond made a qualitative analysis of actions. Although VNS is not an absolute indicator of skill, often those who show excellent play in VR have a high VNS. Before this, Electron was considered the best in the world, and he just broke this record. Now he feels like a world record holder? MC asked if it was official. He feels that the VNS criteria are not very clear. Also, the test was conducted in a studio, not on official esports platforms. Hyeon excitedly agreed and added that the standards have not been set yet, so it is not officially recognized at the global level. The protagonist with a calm face noted that he is the unofficial number one. The girl asked how it feels to break Electron's record, albeit unofficially. The protagonist thought for a moment and replied that he was offended. Hyeon, completely shocked, asked again. Was he offended? But he is number one in the world. MC asked, what is the point of bragging about unofficial achievements? It's like a mother saying that her son is the best. The director, watching this, asked if he was serious now. Does it matter to him whether the record is official or not? Juhyuk answered with a smile that he is just very strict about records in itself. Hyeon asked if that is why he is offended. Because the record is unofficial, the protagonist replied that he did the same, but more because he never beat him live. He disconnected right at the finish. The girl was puzzled, wondering what kind of person he was. He had equaled the world record in numbers, and he had such a reaction? Not a drop of delight. On the contrary, he was dissatisfied. Many streamers had passed their survival test, but no one had done it with such zeal. This was such an unusual reaction that even she felt a little uneasy. But at the same time, she understood. Hyeon noted that losing a record that he almost had in his pocket was really a shame. Although he doesn't have much experience in the capsule, such a result is still amazing. Personally, she thinks that he can easily surpass Electron. People in the chat began to wonder, like, is she serious? The girl asked what he thought. The protagonist agreed with a smile and added that he could do it. Viewers began to write that it was brave. Electron fans perked up. Hyeon thanked him for his answer and said that she hoped he would come back for more discussions. MC asked what else there was to discuss. She replied with a smile that she thought there was a lot. They could talk more about VNS. The protagonist explained that he was not particularly interested in discussing it further. Hyeon asked in confusion why that was so. He replied that the competition had already ended in a draw. Besides, it was like football. What's the point of showing off your tricks when the match was already lost? Suddenly, she abruptly grabbed the camera's attention, thanked him with a smile for the interview and added that viewers should subscribe to the channel and not forget about notifications. MC picked up the initiative and noted that Almond was with them. People in the chat started laughing and writing that this last line was terrible. Their coach, who had just dozed off, suddenly woke up and started grumbling. After some time, Juhyuk, watching the rerun of the broadcast, admiringly noted that he is just a machine. When he says something, at least stand, at least fall. Just masterpiece after masterpiece. The protagonist, hearing this, was embarrassed and wondered why he said about this football match. He played a draw with the world's top one and is unhappy. He is already in trouble for his videos. He admits that he went too far, heard world record, and that's it, he snapped. Apparently, he rolled back to those times when he was still a daring, ambitious archer, for whom records were a matter of honor. The manager noted with a smile that this is a legendary phrase, although he was smart enough not to directly mock Korean football. The protagonist irritably asked, "How much can we talk about this?" At least he did not screw up there. Juhyuk replied that everyone likes everything. The MC discontentedly noted that he is already annoying him. He took out his phone and thought that everything was fine. He had done it. Although, is it worth being proud of? People are somehow suspiciously happy? He already thought that they would hate him, but on the contrary, everyone adores him. He could have calmly enjoyed the victory, because he broke the VNS record. Most people in his place would have been proud, especially when he is such a newbie in the world of streaming. He acted like a loser, and even started whining, comparing himself to football teams that care about statistics. The protagonist, reading the comments, noticed that he did not directly say about Korean football, but everyone still understood. This is how legends are born. He thought that, it turns out, people like it when he just remains himself. Suddenly, Juhyuk came up to him and warned that he was going to bed. The protagonist agreed and added that he would go soon too. He got up from the couch and thought that such sincerity would not have caused delight in the office. But here it is considered a plus. charisma. Maybe it is just his business from the beginning. The next day, the MC opened his phone and seeing himself in the list of trends, excitedly noted that yesterday's stream really blew up the network. Maybe it's time to create a profile on the portal? Well, no, it's better not to. He's not a top streamer, he's just an ordinary one. Suddenly, a notification came from Acorn Jelly. He wrote that he saw the recent stream, it was just awesome. By the way, thanks to him, their joint stream gained even more views. The main character thought with a smile that they hadn't really communicated since then. These lines make me happy. He wrote back to him, saying that he was grateful. Without a collaboration with him, he wouldn't have even been offered a partnership. Acorn Jelly replied that he shouldn't belittle himself. He's not their football team. They need to go for a drink sometime. Suddenly, Juhyuk appeared and asked if he was texting this streamer all the time. MC got scared and agreed, adding that it was time for him to join the streamer crowd. He happily replied that he understood that. Over a period of time, more and more messages began to arrive. The manager asked if they were calling him. The protagonist replied that these were all letters and messages. He asked in fear if this was spam, was he hacked, or were these debt collectors? Maybe he should take a look himself? The protagonist picked up the phone and saw many offers of cooperation from different companies. He exclaimed in surprise, was this all advertising? Do these people even sleep? Juhyuk replied that usually they don't. They just want to snatch him up while he's still cheap. Like the stock price is at its lowest, it's time to buy him up. It's not like no one has written before. The MC asked why he hadn't taken it on. The manager answered with a serious face that it was ineffective. You need to know your worth. If the brand suddenly turns out to be lousy, its image will suffer. You can't rush with something like that. The protagonist thought that it was surprising how confident he was that he would succeed. He was as poor as a church mouse, and he still refused? Did he really believe in himself? The protagonist wondered what they would do with all this. Surely there are normal brands there, you would think. Juhyuk replied that he would wait for now. There is one advertising option that interests him, but he is afraid to jinx it, so he will tell you about it later. MC noted that as long as there is internet and food, everything suits him, so let him decide for himself. He looked at the breakfast portion and asked if he would really eat it all by himself. The manager seriously agreed and said that he should move away from his food. Sometime later, in the cafe, the employees were celebrating the furor of the main character with the director. One of the employees noted that the director, really caught luck by the tail. After the stream, a promotion is guaranteed. He, holding a glass in his hands, answered with a smile that he has a brilliant eye. Did they really think that he can just play games? And he is a natural streamer. He read the chat during the test and was shocked. The employee shouted that they need to drink to his health. Agreed and added that tomorrow is a day off, they can break loose. After a while, one of the employees being drunk said that they really doubted it at first. Like, who the hell is this? Another one said with a serious face that he thought he had dragged his nephew in. And then he shot up, and now Electron himself is in competition. Now all the advertisers will be standing in line. Another employee stood up and said that he thought Almond would win anyway. He shed tears and added that they had a streamer who could compete with Electron. They all raised their glasses of drink and shouted that they were drinking for Chief O and for the main character. The director drank some alcohol and thought, this is it. This is a pleasant feeling of recognition. He lives for moments like these. After a while, the MC, sitting in the capsule, remembered the conversation with the manager. Juhyuk told him to stream just like usual and get to the diamond. He thought that he was right. The number of viewers has probably increased, but you can't lose your head. He just needs to stay calm as always. At this time, the director received a notification that Almond started streaming. He thought in surprise, right now? It's the middle of the day. One of the employees asked if it was time to have another drink. The director grabbed the phone and excitedly replied that he needed to go to the toilet. He thought that this was all thanks to Almond. He wanted to watch it together, but anything could happen. Hype is fleeting these days, too many variables. One successful stream does not mean that things will go uphill now. But if that star vibe was real, after the hype ends, about 4,000 or 5,000 viewers will subside. There will be 2,000 to 3,000 online favorites, so it needs to be doubled. Began to tearfully beg, let him have 7,000 viewers. After some time he returned to the cafe hall. One of the employees asked that, as expected, there is nothing better than a chicken cafe, right? The director excitedly pointed at the phone and shouted that now is not the time to eat. Let them quickly turn on his stream. At this time, Juhyuk also turned on the main character's stream, and in complete shock asked that he had just started the stream, and there were already 8,309 viewers. He thought with tears of joy that if only he could maintain this number, this was a direct path to the status of a stable streamer. What every streamer strives for. This is a dream, but as for his past as an archer and his injured right hand, These two topics can knock him off balance. It seems that his trauma is deeper than he thought. He hoped to use his past as a highlight, but he rushed to conclusions. Everyone has memories that they are not ready to share. The manager called the editor and said that he wanted to discuss one point. At the very beginning, where there is archery, let the editor delete this part. Sang-yoon at first did not want to focus on the number of viewers, but ignoring it would be strange. MC, having started the stream and seeing the number of viewers, noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wow, so many new faces. He thought that this was his usual stream, but he felt like he was in a completely unfamiliar place. What should he say? His tongue seemed to have grown to the roof of his mouth. Suddenly, a subscriber, Ruby Sword, donated 5,000 and wrote that going to first grade was something to celebrate. The main character thanked him and replied that first class was too much. He was more like economy class. Another donation from Eggplant came in for 5,001 with a signature saying that he was not wasting his time. MC thanked him with a smile and noted that it was true. They were having an addition. He thought that suddenly the excitement in his soul subsided. Probably because those who supported him from the first day were next to him. This instills confidence that everything will be fine. In the chat, a question was asked, what will he play today? The protagonist answered with a smile that, of course, Battle Rage. At that moment, a donation of 1,001 arrived with a request to play Kingdom Age. MC explained that he had a challenge. He needed to reach Diamond in 2 weeks, so naturally, they would play Battle Rage. He started to launch the game and thought that to move to Platinum 2, he needed to win 3 times. If he was in first place every time, 2 matches should be enough. Calibration in the rank was passed well, and with luck, he would manage in 4 games. That was the whole plan. At that moment, Ruby Sword donated 10,001 and wrote a task, saying that if he won all the matches for today, he would receive 100,000. The protagonist thanked him and was already getting ready to play. Suddenly, a donation of 100,001 arrived from the user Onion Soup with a signature. Let him share his impressions from the previous filming. Hyeon is beautiful in real life? MC was very surprised and thought that this donation was not related to the game topic. He excitedly answered that she was beautiful, of course, although he did not even know her before this meeting. In real life, she is, of course, more beautiful. But the difference is small, so he believes that it is all due to camera distortion. He thought that perhaps this is the effect of the growing number of viewers. Suddenly, more and more donations began to come with questions about recent events. The main character thought that there were also those who did not watch the Fantasia program, so they asked questions endlessly. Probably, it would be impolite to ignore. And while the game is loading, you can chat on abstract topics. Okay, we can talk about this. He said that when he was told that the score was tied, he even shook the manager by the lapels from an excess of emotions. He thought he had arranged for the result to be rigged. Juhyuk wrote in the chat that he had really gotten on everyone's nerves with his hysterics. MC said let him ban that impudent manager. Everyone in the chat started laughing, like he really banned himself. Suddenly, the manager himself kicked the capsule. The protagonist said that this person lives with him, and now he kicked the capsule and left. This is a really scary person. One of the viewers in the chat wrote that Almond is scary when angry. He would not risk rigging the result. MC continued that it turned out that it was not fake. Even the statistics manager said that he had no idea how it happened, but he definitely assured that no one interfered with the result. However, Fantasia is not some kind of dive for them. They were advertising a new product, so there is no point in them rigging the results. Suddenly a viewer donated 2001 with the text, like, let him tell you honestly, is he more talented than Electron or not? The protagonist replied that talent is a subjective thing, so his answer is no. After all, their stats speak for them. Then another donation of 2001 came with the text, like, let him tell you honestly, he has no idea what Electron can do. The protagonist replied that he really only recently became interested in virtual reality games. He is familiar with this nickname, but nothing more. He has also seen a couple of videos. Oh, right, he was surprised that he barely talks on air. In the chat, people explained that they say Electron has complexes about his voice. This is his thing. Suddenly a provocative donation came, which humiliates Electron. The MC immediately said, let Juhyuk ban him. Viewers started writing that this is a ban for a donation. After that, the protagonist continued to communicate with them. At this time, Electron herself, watching his stream, asked how much longer they could talk. After a while, the protagonist thought that it was the first time he talked so much on the stream. Apparently, it was because of the influx of new viewers. But to be honest, it was even fun. Stars often enjoy themselves when they can just relax and read comments about themselves. How does it feel? Suddenly, messages came in the chat, like, where is the answer to the question about the ambulance? Is 1001 really not money for him anymore? The MC excitedly began to scroll through the donations, and thanking, apologized, saying that he noticed it too late. He responded to the donation that he was taken away because he overexerted himself while he was in the capsule. It's okay. He just isn't recommended to play for a long time. One of the viewers noted that this is a death sentence for the streamer. The protagonist replied with a smile that everything is fine. If you exercise regularly, they say, it will get easier. He thought that this was a lie. The doctor did not say that he would get better. She simply said that sports and diet will help strengthen the body. He will believe in the best and communicate with those who support him, and also shoot a bow for his own pleasure. He really loved this job. He wants to stay in the ranks as long as possible. After a while, MC increased the rank to Diamond and said that he was taking the reward. At this point, the stream was over. He said goodbye to everyone. Electron, having watched the stream, turned off the TV and went in a wheelchair. After some time, the girl turned on the stream again. A servant entered her room with a tray and noticed that she was watching this stream again. Was she worried? The girl asked discontentedly if he heard what they were all saying now. That Almond was better than Electron. The man answered with a smile that this was nonsense. It is not that easy to achieve this player's result. She discontentedly noted that he had already surpassed 2 indicators. Firstly, Platinum according to the calibration results, and secondly, VNS. Moreover, he said that overtaking the VNS indicator meant nothing to him at all. The servant asked if this bothered her the most. Electron replied that she was annoyed by his indifference, as if breaking all records was a mere trifle for him. The man explained that there were plenty of such impudent newcomers, but did anyone remember any of them now? The girl took a sip of tea and replied that no one. He added with a smile that there was no reason to worry. He would go and finish his business. If anything, let her call. Electron, seeing that the main character in the game Battle Rage jumped to the location, asked if he went straight to the warehouse again. I wonder how long this will work. Promotion matches are a completely different level, especially for a streamer. At this time, MC, being in the game, landed in the warehouse. People in the chat started writing that this was already a familiar route. Suddenly, an opponent appeared on a motorcycle who wanted to run him over, but the protagonist deftly dodged. He saw the opponent's reaction and wondered why he dodged, but he was still smiling? The guy on the motorcycle drove straight into the warehouse and started going down the stairs. The protagonist, running after him, asked if it was possible to ride a motorcycle on stairs. Viewers in the chat answered that at the rank of Platinum, everything is different. There are also a lot of merged diamonds. When he wins in a row, he is poured into a pile with the most professionals. MC locked himself in the warehouse and began to look for Bo. Suddenly, an opponent appeared, who threw a knife at him from behind. He, reading the chat, dodged at the last moment. The guy excitedly threw another knife and shouted, "Will he dodge this one?" The protagonist caught it with a smile and thanked him for the weapon. The enemy excitedly threw another knife and shouted, "Let him not brag." The protagonist calmly repelled the attack and asked how it felt to be without a weapon. He destroyed the enemy and a system window appeared, notifying that Almond, the warehouse gorilla, committed a murder. All the viewers in the chat began to rejoice for him. Suddenly, another enemy appeared, who tried to shoot him from behind with a bow. MC deftly dodged the arrow and jumped to the side. He excitedly shouted, "How did he dodge like that?" Viewers began to write that here was the culprit of the disappearance of all the bows in the area. The protagonist hid behind the wall and thought that something was wrong here. Suddenly, one of the viewers in the chat wrote that they declared a hunt for him. He saw a post on the forum about recruiting a squad of stream snipers. The protagonist was surprised to think that this was a recruitment of players who were going to catch him. They wrote in the chat that he wouldn't go to storm the second floor because the enemy had a bow and a gun there. MC thought that this was also true. Maybe he should cheat? At this time, the enemy watching the wall noticed that the guy himself was scared. He received a message saying that he should continue watching the second floor. An argument broke out between the stream snipers. One of them asked what kind of clown the one who threw out the knives was. They had agreed to attack together. Another replied that they shouldn't have been late. Why should they whine now? Another asked who else was whining here. He had gone in alone. The stream sniper watching the main character shouted discontentedly that they should shut up. Now is not the time to drive at each other. They are defending the honor of the Electron. Let them not forget it. Another replied that this was true. They had already picked up all the bows, so they had a chance. Suddenly, an MC with a knife flew in from the ceiling, breaking the window. The enemy grabbed a bow and arrows and screamed in fear. How did he get there? The protagonist killed him and noted that it worked. People in the chat started laughing at this situation. He asked who in the chat advised climbing, sticking blades into the wall. One of the viewers answered that this person's nickname was Papa. The protagonist happily thanked him and noted that this was an unheard of catch. They call them goldfish, right? People in the chat started writing that the stream sniper turned into a goldfish. Suddenly, the MC heard sounds from the lower floor and thought that it was still unknown how many stream snipers were among them. He picked up the bow and noted that in this case, they would try this wonderful thing. After some time, subscribers already made cuts for the forum with an unsuccessful attack on the protagonist. But this is battle rage. You never know how it will end. What if the situation changes? Most of the commentators intuitively understood that as soon as Almond caught the goldfish that gave him bow, the stream sniper's song was sung. After a while, a real fuss began on the lower floors of the warehouse. All the stream snipers began to run away in fear, and more people gathered in this place. MC shoot all the opponents with accurate headshots. Suddenly, one of the stream snipers tried to run away and hid behind another player. The protagonist killed the player and thought that everyone here was an enemy, and it didn't matter who he killed. This is exactly why they come to the warehouse. He started shooting at everyone he saw. One of the players, standing with an arrow in his hand, shouted in displeasure, "Who is there with a bow on the second floor?" The stream sniper crawled out of hiding and noticed that it was a nasty rat with a bow. They need to take him down first. He's sitting on a hill and enjoying himself. We need to kill him. The opponents started trying to attack him, but MC calmly dodged all the attacks. The players started wondering, did he really dodge? What kind of person is this? Stream Sniper suggested that they just need to kill him together. To hell with everything else. The people in the chat watched what was happening with interest and wrote, like, really? All of them against one? Isn't that against the rules? What can you do? Desperate times call for desperate measures. MC thought that there were about 11 people here. Objectively, he was in a terrible situation. Viewers started writing that he needed to run. He couldn't handle that many without a grenade. The main character thought, if only he could shoot faster. In Kingdom Age, this was possible thanks to the skill system. Here, there are no skills as such. He comes up with all the tricks himself. If he wants to shoot quickly, he needs to work his fingers. Wait, maybe he should try that very thing? He remembers how he saw such a video on the video hosting AllTube as a child. Briefly and without unnecessary words, high-speed shooting. Due to the wear of the bow and the whining of the coach, he never tried it. But here everything is different, and this means that everything should work out. With such an attitude, for sure. It's worth a try, but how is it done? First, you need to load arrows one into each gap of your fingers. Suddenly, the opponent started moving towards him. MC thought that the arrows had hooked properly. The first pack of shots went. Now you need to immediately load the next one. He began to shoot several arrows at once and destroyed several opponents. The viewers in complete shock began to write, are they really in a movie? Is it possible to do this? How many did he shoot at once? The stream sniper, seeing this, in complete horror, wondered what this was all about. Maybe this is an in-game bug? He did this with a regular bow, and it worked? The protagonist looked at his hand and gave a calm reaction, like it's cool. The viewers in the chat began to laugh at his reaction. He began to load the next pack of arrows, and noted what a thrill it is when you don't have to save arrows. All thanks to their goldfish. After some time, the MC shot all the opponents and started looting them. He received 3 donations at once, in the amounts of 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 won. Among the donators was Ruby Sword, who asked what kind of a prayer house they had here. He already thought that he had opened the wrong stream. The main character thanked everyone with a smile, and answered that no, he was not mistaken. He received another donation of 1,000 won with a question. Were there a couple of remaining stream snipers among the corpses? The main character answered in bewilderment that he honestly did not know at all. All the viewers began to laugh in the chat. He stood up and noted that he did not see any more looting, so now he could go down. In the chat, people began to write that there were still plenty of arrows. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he went out right now, there would still be enough kills to stay at the top. MC thought that this is true, but still, he wants to take the top one. One of the viewers wrote that if there is a power suit there, then everyone is finished. He wondered what it is. The viewer explained that it is a legendary class item, pumps up physical characteristics. This is legendary equipment, giving a triple bonus to defense, mobility, and damage. It's just an imbalance that doesn't fit into the game setting at all. To give significance, the item was given 2 powerful characteristics, but they went a little too far, which led to the appearance of an item outside of any category. In simple words, this is the rarest thing that can be found in a warehouse. MC thought that he watched so many tutorial videos on the game, but there was not a word about such a strong random. Suddenly he heard strange sounds coming from the basement. The main character said that whoever from the viewers knows about sounds, let them tell him. In the chat, people began to write in fear that this is definitely a power suit, right? The protagonist opened the game statistics and thought that this was the rarest item, which meant it was a 100% highlight for AllTube. He saw that all the player kills were from one name, Jensen. The protagonist looked under the stairs and thought that it could be said that he was legendary lucky with this item. but not him, but the enemy. He saw how the player with the nickname Jensen, dressed in this suit, destroyed another one and looked straight at him. The protagonist looked under the stairs in surprise and, looking at Jensen, said, "This is a motorcycle man." He, indignant, ran towards him, climbing the stairs and shouted, "A motorcycle man?" The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. In the next second, Jensen hit the column in front of him and declared that he was a bomb gun. Power suit is completely imbalanced. Then he began to look around while the smoke that had risen began to settle. He asked, "Hey guy, where is he going?" At that moment, MC took aim and fired an arrow. It flew forward rapidly, but Jensen managed to dodge to the side, dodging the arrow. The protagonist, reaching for the next arrow, thought in surprise, "Did he dodge the arrow so easily?" Jensen said that his archery was simply amazing. "Hey, he's Almond, right?" With these words, he pointed his gun at him and looked through the sight. The protagonist was surprised to think that this was a heroic weapon. The next second, Jensen opened fire, and the MC, quickly running from behind the box, managed to hide. His opponent, laughing loudly, continued shooting, and Sangyun, removing the pin from the smoke bomb, said that he felt that today would not be easy. The viewers wrote, they were betting, will he die or not? Have you ever seen Almond die with a bow in his hands? Yeah, right, he would bet on death. It would be the first time he saw Almond die with a bow. Then the protagonist threw the bomb, and Jensen, pointing the gun to the side, was indignant. Did he even think of releasing smoke? He should get out, at least he will give an autograph. After that, he fired another burst of bullets at the boxes, but the protagonist had already managed to jump over the neighboring pile of boxes. The viewers wrote, he would have been a corpse if he had stayed there. This heroic weapon is just a plague, instantly crumbles any block into dust. MC thought it was good that he had left in the smoke early. Power suit, of course, gives a hefty buff, but he was too carried away by the newfound power and did not even try to use the potential of the equipment. Jensen shouted, "Mom, when he grows up, he will become Almond." The audience laughed, and one of them asked, "What, like in the movies, can't you throw in an arc?" The protagonist answered negatively, "The ceiling is in the way." The viewers wrote, "What to do then? He has a power suit and a heroic weapon. A forehead is not an option at all. What can be done? It won't penetrate." The protagonist looked away and thought that he had one idea. True, he had only seen this on video, but now you have to grab even a 0.01% chance. Then he looked in surprise at the system window that appeared and, grinning, said that this would be enough for him. One of the viewers wrote, he should listen. Or maybe the artificial intelligence has risen up against Almond? The others laughed, and the next second, a few more shots flew into the boxes where the MC was sitting, and then Jensen appeared behind the boxes, saying that he found him. Sanyun aimed an arrow and thought that he had relaxed. After that, he released an arrow. His opponent ran forward. The protagonist, turning around, thought that he urgently needed to find a normal cover. Just one that even the hero's cannon could not penetrate. He turned his attention to the column in front of him, and his opponent said that he should stop running. "Almond, he better take a selfie." Then he shot again, injuring the protagonist's leg. He ran forward, but clenched his teeth from the sudden pain. The system reported that, due to the injury, movement speed was reduced, the blue zone is narrowing. He jumped into the hole in the floor, and Jensen shouted, "Stop hiding." He continued shooting at the column. At this moment, the MC pulled the bowstring, and the audience wondered what he was doing. Shooting at the wall? Yeah. That's a weird arrow direction, Almond. He needs to get his act together. He kept aiming, breathing heavily, and then sighed and fired an arrow that went off at an angle. The viewers continued to comment on the broadcast in surprise, and then the protagonist took more arrows and fired this one again, going around the pole in front of him. The arrows went straight for Jensen, and he looked at it in bewilderment. And the next second, his head was pierced by the released arrows. The system reported that Almond had killed Jensen, 66 out of 100 players. After a while, the viewers were writing, "What did he just see? There's always a power bow for that power suit." Yeah, a regular composite bow. That bow is basically trash. The arrows were flying sideways there. Really? A bucket of arrows? The protagonist crouched over his opponent and, looking at the comments, said, "It's called a carve shot. They do it in the real world too." The viewers were surprised. Does he even understand bows? How does he know that? Is he an archer in real life too? He smiled and replied that he was not an archer. Who needs that in their time? He thought that he screwed up, and then he noticed that the manager donated him 10,000 won and attached a message. Now, the power suit is officially his. He thought that it was just in time. Then he took the suit off the losing player and said, "Right, I need to check." After a while, he stood in the suit and, looking at his hand, asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" The viewers wrote, "The first legendary." To finish off the platinum without a single legendary, you have to be able to do that. When he gets sniped, but gets a legendary, is it luck or the opposite? Then the main character said that he is on a roll today. He takes platinum too. The next second, the system reported that he went beyond the blue zone. He must urgently return to the safe zone. He was exposed to a gas grenade. The next second, a gas mask appeared on his face, and the system reported that the gas mask effect reduces the damage of poison gas by half. He waved his hand and said that he was lucky. Thanks to the gas mask, the damage is almost not felt. He thought in surprise, so easy. He looked at his hands and wondered, what is this? The body is like a feather, the feeling that the strength is overflowing him, as if he turned into some other character, such a dangerous but pleasant feeling. Then he turned to the system window and, clenching his fist, said, "This is really cool gear, right?" Viewers wrote to just look at his face, he is enjoying it. Finally, normal equipment. MC jumped in place and, jumping forward, again stretched the joints of his shoulder and thought that even jumping feels different in this. Maybe that's why the Lil is so popular? The #1 game in the world is Life is Legends. In this one, everyone feels like superhumans, superpowers, summons, fantasy entourage, everything they love. He thought that they're the whole team, each in their own power suit, and here they are sometimes without armor. It's not even interesting. Walking to the exit, he said, okay, he will slowly farm heals and move along the marks. The next second, he jumped up and ran forward, thinking how fast. The viewer wrote, damn fast. He thought that running without effort is like flying. He continued to run forward and thought, maybe he should try himself in Lyle too? Someday he will drop in there. After some time, he examined one of the houses, looked into the shelf of the nightstand. The system said, attention, in 30 seconds the safe zone will narrow. He turned around abruptly and asked, what, already? While he was farming, he did not even notice how time flew by. The viewers noticed that he was cute, and he said that it was his first time to fully farm. The system reported that his inventory was full, and he looked at the materials he had obtained and said, 5 first aid kits, 10 painkillers, 10 energy drinks, even a medical kit. You could open a pharmacy. The viewers wrote, what kind of full farm is this without a single gun? Almond only counts first aid kits as equipment. What people, is this their first time? Then MC looked at the equipment and said that it was not true. He found a helmet and a heroic vest, but you can't put it on with the power suit. Yet the viewers wrote, the problem with modern streamers, a little bit of cool stuff. Well, yes, if you could put everything on at once, there would be a complete breakdown of balance. Sangyin thought about it, and the power suit is not without flaws. Well, otherwise he wouldn't have killed Jensen, all fair and square. Okay, enough rest, time to roll them all. He punched and thought his hands were already itching. I wonder how different this would feel from what he was used to. Then he looked at the chat and asked, guys, are there no missions today? One of the viewers asked, does he want one? I wish he could be offered missions in this suit now. What did they give birth to? At this point, John Joppa, watching the stream, laughed and thought, there will be no missions. He's asking? She doesn't understand. Is he being impudent or naive? And she put her hand to her face and thought it was funny. From his entry into the warehouse to the sniper stream, it's not that easy to win in a repetitive tactic. But for the arrows to bend, she's never seen bow used like that. This is something new. She hasn't felt such excitement for a long time. Meanwhile, the main character said, yeah, 54 fighters left. He's ready to farm at least 30. She thought, this is just curiosity, right? Viewers wrote, he should spare the player's pride. He is already too strong, and also the next level play suit. MC made his way further. He fired an arrow at a player who attacked another, and viewers wrote, this is a horror game. Power suit and power bow together. Fire. Unlike a regular bow, arrows fly further and longer. Plus auto-aiming. Such a game. John Joppa said, the game balance can rest in peace. On the screen in front of her it was written, congratulations on first place. Total kills, 51. The protagonist noticed that he had increased his rank, and John Joppa threw her head back, sighing heavily. After that, she started clapping her hands and smiling, saying that he was playing well. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that his rank had increased. Viewers were writing, did he really do it? Less than a week? Does that mean that Diamond is just around the corner? He will probably break more than one record. Even stream snipers are no obstacle for him. No comment. Unreal. Seriously. Someone, they have to stop this nut. Nutcracker, he has to come and crack it for the sake of justice. MC, looking at the chat, thought that everyone was already sure that he would take Diamond in 2 weeks and break John Joppa's record. Then he smiled and said that the goals were achieved. He would end the stream. One of the viewers donated 10,000 won and asked, so Diamond is next? Viewers wrote, and indeed, he needs to take care of his health. Ruby Sword donated 10,000 won and told him to take care of himself. Fried Eggplant donated 5,000 won and wished him luck. The protagonist, with an awkward smile, scratched the back of his head and thanked them for their support. Then he said that he was turning off the stream and said goodbye to the viewers. A few moments later, he stood up from his capsule, sweat pouring down his face. Everything was swimming before his eyes, and he thought how tired he was. It seemed like he was fluttering like a butterfly in power suit. but in reality, it was like unloading sacks of potatoes. Ju-hyuk came up to him and asked if he was really tired. He answered, because the stream snipers sucked out all his soul. He said that he had already filed a report. Then he looked at his laptop and said, the stream just ended, and Almond is already in discussions. He paid attention to the title, Gum is returning to Battle Rage. And he said, he really is returning. Gum is a streamer who plays everything. He doesn't have monotonous content. He is regular, but the games replace each other every season. He thought that Battle Rage was already last season. He thought that he would not return to it anytime soon. This time it was a one-time event for the sake of it. It turns out that the manager was not lying. He remembered how Park Sung-tae's manager called him, and then he asked if he should make Battle Rage the main game. He answered yes. He thinks that this is a great option. His meeting with Almond was accidental, but isn't it obvious that his abilities are exceptional? He will definitely start breaking records soon. Ju-hyuk thought, it's true, the diamond is almost in his pocket. He smiled and said that he really understands people. Meanwhile, the MC opened a package of pudding and, sighing, said that his blood sugar was replenished, he could live. He picked up his phone and said that today's stream was a blast. He read the comments, which said that not only did the sniper stream smear him, but he also rose in rank. Seriously, he had never seen such a brutal level increase. To be honest, it was as if fate itself was favoring him. The protagonist opened a video where Jensen was shouting, Mom, when he grows up, he will become Almond. Everyone laughed in the comments, and he said that, he admits, it was funny. He thought that thanks to him, he reached a new level. Stream snipers are evil, but they can also be useful. Although this does not mean that he forgives them. Stream sniper is a stream sniper. The moment when he flies to the second floor and destroys that party of idiots is a masterpiece. Yes, he listened to the advice of his viewer. Almond is a cutie. Who gave the hint? What was his nickname? The protagonist looked at the answer in surprise. Wait, is it that same John Joppa? He thought, really? The user with the nickname Papapa, was it really John Joppa? Come to think of it, all her messages in the chat are so helpful. He thought, everything is short and to the point, is it real? At that moment, Ju-hyuk entered the room and, holding his stomach, said that he was hungry. Turning to the protagonist, he asked if they should go out to eat somewhere. He asked in response, what did he want? He answered, how about kimchi jjigae? A chain restaurant just opened nearby. Sunyin asked, chain? He thought he was for uniqueness. He smiled and answered that he received an advertising offer from them, a great chance to try the products. He asked, and he meant the edge of tradition? He confirmed it. Will they go? And drink soju at the same time? The protagonist gave a thumbs up and said he was in. After a while, they were going down the stairs, and Ju-hyuk said, damn these stairs, it's a challenge every time. And how does he climb up here in winter? It's a real icy slide. You can't get through without spikes. MC, trying to warm his hands, said he should quit. Even his granny can handle it. Then he turned to him and asked, maybe someone just needs to do some exercise? He said, exercise? Ah. Then he ran forward and shouted, okay, he'll do it. But he has to stop talking. The next second, a door suddenly opened in front of him and he hit it. Jia jumped up in fear and shouted out words of apology. The protagonist thought, deja vu. Ju-hyuk grabbed his head and said that everything was fine. He sat on all fours and, turning his head in different directions, asked where his glasses were. Jia picked it up and handed it to him, saying, this one, it doesn't seem to be broken. He took the glasses in his hand and thanked her, thinking that she looked really cute in the scarf. The protagonist approached her and said that they had started running into each other a lot lately. She greeted him and then asked if they were going somewhere together. They replied that they weren't going out. She shouldn't think that. They just wanted to grab a bite? Did she want to go with them? She asked. To eat? Where? After a while, they approached the establishment and Jia thoughtfully said that she had heard about this place. Ju-hyuk pointed his finger forward and asked, she had to? This restaurant. They continued their adoring discussion until the protagonist noticed that several people had paid attention to him, and he thought, did they really recognize him? Maybe it just seemed that way? Is this how Star Fever begins? And then he grabbed Ju-hyuk by the collar and led him to the entrance. He gave Jia a thumbs up and told her in confidence that they wanted to pitch an ad. The MC told him to stop talking, it's time to eat. After some time, they sat down at a table, and the main character, opening the menus, said, everything is so simple and it's wonderful. A waitress came up to them and he asked for 3 servings of hellish kimchi jjigae, please. She said yes, hellish kimchi jjigae. Jia added, and a bottle of soju. The worker said, will do. Then Ju-hyuk turned to Jia and asked, she seems to like hot soups, right? She confirmed this, and then the waitress came up to them again, and turning to the main character asked, he's Almond, right? Can I get an autograph? He thought in surprise, seriously? Then he smiled and said, of course you can. She thanked him and he asked her name. She said Lee Chuyang. He wrote the name down and repeated it out loud, and then the employees smiled and thanked him and said that she would keep it as a relic. After that, a few people crowded around the table, asking if they could take a photo with Almond. He thought, so many people. Turning to Joo-hyuk, it's okay, but isn't it too much? He replied that he didn't think so. The owners were only too happy. The owner of the establishment smiled and greeted everyone happily, and said that they were all booked up, they should wait a bit. Joo-hyuk added that they came for him. The protagonist replied, I see. After a while, he returned to the table and said, finally, that's it. Joo-hyuk smiled and said, well done. Okay, since Sanyeon is free, they will continue. He held a shot glass in his hand, and then they clinked glasses, and he said, here's to them. After a while, he noticed the number of bottles on the table and asked, where did so many come from? Maybe it's time to end. At this point, Jia, whose face was red from drinking, raised her index finger and said to Almond, has his popularity gone to his head? She's jealous. He replied that he didn't think so, there was still room for improvement. Joo-hyuk noticed that the two had overdone it with drinking. Then, Jia held out her glass and asked, have you forgotten who made him famous? Joo-hyuk thought he didn't like this tone. The next second, Jia lowered her head, but he managed to put his hand out to stop her from hitting the table. He abruptly called her and said, but where is she going? She's a young lady. She looked at him and said, he's just old. He was indignant that she called him by his name, and the MC, looking at him, said, that's right, Joo-hyuk's grandfather was turning around here. He was indignant. Hey, he's actually his age. Sangyun asked, what's wrong with him? He's only 28. Joo-hyuk's face distorted in surprise, and he asked, really? The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and replied that he had a discounted military ID and graduated from university a year early. He was indignant. Did he lie about being 30 years old on streams? Jia at that moment picked up the bottle and noticed that everyone had already drunk it. The protagonist replied that he was just rounding up. What's the difference? 28 or 30? He shouted, what's the difference? The MC said, he's almost 29. What's the point of shouting? He shouted, and he's 32. They're not even the same age. Jia at that moment, leaning her face on her hand, looked at the screen of her phone and said, what's there to shout about? They realized that he was old. Stop making a fuss. He shouted, just a couple of years. At that moment, Jia called the others in surprise and brought Jeonjappa started the stream. Joo-hyuk, perplexed, shouted, what? She hasn't streamed for 3 years. Just an ad and that's it. The protagonist suddenly looked at the screen of his phone and thought, is it really her? Jeonjappa really started the stream? Really? How many viewers are there? Then he was surprised to see the message on the screen, the broadcast is over. He turned away and thought, what nonsense, a bug in the streaming platform. Or was the connection lost? Jia also noticed that the stream was cut off, and Joo-hyuk, pointing at his phone, said, but it was just turning on. The protagonist, looking at his phone, asked, is it not just him? He thought, did the stream really drop right away? Joo-hyuk said that it looked like a bug, and the MC sighed. He thought that he tensed up for a second. Does he really consider Jeonjappa his competitor? If anyone finds out, they'll think he's too narcissistic. He's not an esports player, but he's not averse to fighting her on stream. He thinks that considering her as a rival isn't so bad. Joo-hyuk thought, at least it was a bug. Jeonjappa and Almond are too similar. If she really came back, it's a problem for Sangyun. Then he turned his attention to Jia, who was lying on the table, and asked what she was doing. She's overwhelmed, right? The protagonist said, the fighter's hand is tired of stabbing. Then he thought, by the way, why does he have notifications turned on? Has he ever subscribed to Jeonjappa? Well, if you think about it, her comeback is not bad. It was too long a break. After that, he put on his jacket and told Joo-hyuk that he needed to go home. He thought, really, they have similar styles. After that, he approached the employee of the establishment and asked for the bill. The man replied, no need, he can go. He was surprised. What do you mean? The old man gave him a thumbs up and said he was an invited guest to appear in their franchise commercial. They can't take money from a model. He replied, he didn't actually agree. The worker opened his mouth in surprise and asked, really? It seemed like their boss had messed up again. Then he pushed the main character in the back and he said, oh well then. He replied, it's fine. He just needs to remember their land of traditions and think about the offer again. He needs to say hello to the director. He replied, sure. After a while they went outside. Joo-hyuk, holding Jia on her back, said, he used to wonder why old people were so susceptible to flattery. It seems like he understands now. Sanyeon asked, really? Then he offered to carry Jia and he asked, why? He can do it himself. He replied, he just wants to do it. Joo-hyuk looked at him and said, he shouldn't regret it later. And then the protagonist lifted Jia onto his back and told him to fix his hood. If he was recognized on the street, they would stick around again. After that, they set off, and Joo-hyuk asked what he was trying to achieve. He was surprised. Who? Him. He asked, who else? He used to avoid touching, but now. The protagonist thoughtfully answered, he could consider it fan service. She was almost his first fan. This should be appreciated. He agreed with him and remembered Jia. He thought that he forgot who made him famous, huh? The protagonist, looking up, thought that it was jealousy because he was nice to other fans. After a while, they approached the stairs, and the MC told Juhyuk that he was next. He replied, well, he is a rat. A little later, Jia got out of bed and said that her head was bursting. She went to the refrigerator and, taking a drink, drank the contents. She wiped her lips and said that she had finally come to her senses. The next second, fragments of memory floated into her head and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She opened the refrigerator again and thought, this isn't poisoned, is it? And then she fell to the floor, clutching her head and started screaming. She thought she was crazy. Why did people drink this? Oh, right, because it tastes good. Because it lifts your spirits and your appetite. Maybe she should watch a movie? Then she sat down at the computer and thought, didn't she still have a subscription? A movie called Pandora's Box popped up on the screen, and she thought, what kind of stupid titles are trending? She turned on the trailer and thought, damn, what is she doing? She has a lot to do. I wonder if she delays the video a little, will he even notice? And why is she even trying so hard? She's just an editor. And then the words of the main character popped into her head, saying that this is fan service. She is almost his first fan. She hugged her knees and then opened the editing program and thought, well, 7 hours will be enough for her. After some time, Juhyuk woke up from a notification that a new video of Almond was released. He opened the video and said, wow. He thought, she got drunk to the point of passing out. When did she have time? And 3 videos at once. He reached for his glasses and thought, it's not that he doesn't trust her, but she didn't screw up there, right? He turned on the video and the main character said, they'll start from the warehouse again. Damn, where are all the bows? Another match about nothing. The next second, a weapon flew past his head. He managed to dodge to the side, and one of the commentators attached a time code of 2 minutes 14 seconds. Laughed, wrote, brothers in mind, really? In the video, the player shouted, damn, and he's going to dodge this? MC took out a weapon from the wall behind him and looked at the player, thanking him for the dagger. He screamed desperately, and then Sanyun stuck the weapon into the wall. He heard the players talking to each other. They should be quieter. Now is not the time to attack each other. They are protecting a part of Junjapa. They should not forget that. Then he broke the glass and appeared next to the players. One of the viewers attached a timestamp of 5 minutes 8 seconds and wrote, Goldfish, legend. The rest of the commentators noticed he had such a funny expression on his face, like in a cheap horror movie. Guys, the most interesting is yet to come. A message was attached to the timestamp of 12 minutes 51. What is even going on here? Seriously, how did he do this? Even training can't achieve this, even if you break your neck. This is crazy. A person is capable of such a thing? Juhyuk looked at the screen of his phone and said, wow. No matter how much he looks, he is simply amazed. Then he clicked on the next video and thought, what's next? The video showed Jensen, who exclaimed, Mom, when he grows up, he'll be Almond. Several inserts with this phrase appeared on the screen. Viewers wrote that they should check out the text inserts. Mom is shocked, and Almond is cute. They wrote in the chat, but he himself never said such a thing. Wow, only now I realized it. Juhyuk laughed out loud and said, it's really funny on the repeat. He thought, but this is only the first and second parts. The highlight of the program is next, right? He opened the next video and saw how the main character moves forward, said that he will slowly farm heals and move along the marks. Viewers of the broadcast wrote, what else to do with the suit? Only farm non-stop. Victory is almost in his pocket, but the third phase may not be easy. You should be on guard. MC adjusted his mask and said, yeah, damage is already being felt from the third phase, plus the gas mask is breaking. He'll try to squeeze out the maximum. Then he looked at the supplies he'd collected. The system said that the safe zone would shrink in 30 seconds. He said, well, he's not worried about his health. It's time to hit the road. He ran forward at a rapid pace, and the viewers wrote, it's crazy. All you can hear is the whistling wind. From the first person, the sensation of speed is crazy, just like a ninja. Then the system said that he'd gone beyond the blue zone. He urgently needs to return to the safe zone. He opened a can of drink, and the viewers asked how many energy drinks he had in there. Always full health. He drank the contents of the can and looked ahead, said, oh, safe zone. There were 47 players left alive. He prepared his arrows and, having passed through the zone, said, lined up on all sides. Looks like there's a fight going on there. Took a closer look and said, over there. Viewers wrote, isn't it too far? Only with 8x zoom can he shoot from here. Will he cope? It's a recursive bow. Maybe that's why? The protagonist pulled several arrows at once and then fired, hitting the player's head. The system reported that he killed Segashimon, 46 out of 100 players. Viewers expressed surprise in the chat, and the protagonist, covering his face from the light, said, with one shot, probably without a helmet. One of the viewers wrote that everything is written in the kill log, he should look. Meanwhile, one of the players hid behind a concrete wall and, looking away, thought, "Is this the same legendary suit? Time to run." So stop, he's with a bow. Maybe there's still a chance? He peeked out from around the corner and, looking, thought, at such a distance with a firearm, it's more convenient. If he kills him, the suit will belong to him. The next second, the protagonist disappeared from his sight. He thought, how did he do that? The next moment, an arrow approached his face and hit his helmet. He thought, it almost penetrated. What the hell? The suit can't boost that much. Then the arrow hit his helmet again, and the system reported helmet penetration. He thought, how did he hit it so perfectly? 2 shots. 3. The system reported that Almond killed Nidrice, players 45 out of 100. Viewers wrote, triple headshot? This is unbelievable. He's crazy. Viewers started donating. One of them attached a message. He thought he was a sniper here. The rest wrote that he had to change jobs. The rest of the donors sent messages, need spare pants, looked in the toilet. The effect is appropriate. MC clenched his fists and thanked for the donation. The suit was even better than he expected. It felt like he was overwhelmed with power. Then he noticed that the system reported that the blue zone was shrinking. He looked at the map and said that it was again unclear where they should go there. Square? Viewers were surprised. Battle on the square? The square is the simplest and most open part of the Battle Rage map. Just a giant plain. The only cover is the trading stalls and on the edges and a large fountain in the center. It's a meat grinder, which is not particularly favored by viewers. One of the viewers wrote that he is not a fan of battles on the square. A complete mess. But for Almond, a lover of thrills, this was great news. He thought the victory would be his. The viewers wrote, how lucky everything is? And the user said, if he gets 20 kills, he will get 200,000 won. Sunghyun said, with the current 45 players, it sounds doable. Then he smiled and added, 200,000 won? He is coming. He ran to the square and the viewer wrote, fate favors him. After a while, he stopped and said that it seems that he came first. The viewers wrote, in fact, he just killed everyone along the way. He mercilessly shot and supposedly first. Already 7 out of 20 kills. He is a devil. The protagonist, looking around in different directions, said, before the others caught up, he will take a position. The donor said that there are no particularly good positions in the square. Another donor asked, how about the second floor of the building on the edge of the square? The protagonist thought for a moment and then replied, he won't go, too close to the edge of the zone. A user named Papapa donated 50,000 won and asked how he liked the idea of sitting on the fountain. You can run in circles and shoot from there. He thanked her for the donation and said that it was great advice. After that, he went to the fountain, and the viewers, laughing, wrote that he fell for it. He's a monster. He should listen. The fountain is a stable zone, but he's there in full view. He thought that these were reasonable arguments, but he really thinks that the fountain is the best solution. There is cover, a decent size, it's convenient to respond to threats from any side, and the zone is located right in the center. Great, decided. Then he added, opinions of course differ, but nothing hurts, right? What's wrong with him? He'll try. After a while, one of the players ran up to the fountain and, looking around, said, great, there's no one here yet. The fountain is located in the center of the blue zone, where there is a lot of cover, so it is a perfect place, isn't it? If everything goes smoothly, you can even take the first place. But the next second, the MC already had his head in his sights, and then released an arrow, hitting the target right on target. The system reported that Almond killed Jonathel. The number of players is 16 out of 100. Meanwhile, other players noticed the noise from the fountain. They asked who was there. Several more ran forward and shouted. Their team members were taken out. Damn. His comrades shouted that he should just take his gun and that's it. Viewers commented on the video. How many of them were there? 12. Another answered him that he had no idea. He talked to 1 or 2 people during the last broadcast. He just needs to watch the clip again. There are nicknames there. Damn, bastards are right ahead. He kills one. The second one immediately shoots him in the forehead. At that moment, the protagonist prepared 2 arrows at once, then fired and thought that he needed an accurate shot. Both arrows hit the opponent's heads right, and the viewers wrote, wow, what speed. If you sit on the fountain, he is invincible. Guns will break if they get wet, but the bow will not. Sunghyun, turning around, noticed that the incoming bullet hit his suit, and he thought, from behind. One of the players continued shooting at the column, dropping it. He said, now he will destroy his cover, and they will watch him dance. The next second, an arrow flew out of the dust that rose, flying straight into his head. He asked in bewilderment, what? Meanwhile, Juek screamed in surprise, wow. The viewers of the broadcast wrote, he thought of a dirty trick. He must get a dirty trick. Shots with a suit cripple the psyche. The protagonist continued to be behind the water, and several players ran up to the fountain and shouted, he's there. Shots flew at him. He continued to run away. One of the players said, this idiot is using the pillars as a shield. It's annoying. His comrade told him to just kill him and finish him off. He can't do anything to them while he's hiding behind the pillars. And then the protagonist stopped and fired 2 arrows at once again, which flew through the water, and then flew through the passage in different directions, and again hit the target exactly. The spectators were perplexed. Wow. Is this not cheating, when he sits in cover, but can still kill the enemy? He has no words, it's just incredible. Juhyuk thought he mastered the cover shot not so long ago. Where is he moving so quickly? Probably, his skill level has reached the peak in this game. He said that this is amazing. This is what they call talent. Meanwhile, Sanyan killed the last player and, sighing, said that they did it. Juhyuk looked at the screen of his phone with admiration and said how cool. By scrolling through the angles and slowing down for a couple of moments, you can get candy. That's the power of editing. And what about the public's reaction? In the top, as expected. In the best comments it was written, dude, he's in first place and he's being modest. He should get out of here. But he didn't even try, he just ran past. Oh, he was on this broadcast. From the first person, these arrows are just mind-blowing. Wow, already 41st place on AllTube. Is this not a dream? Juhyuk, perplexed, asked, seriously? He decided to look at the comments and asked in surprise, is this not about Almond? In 41st place was a video called They Will Test the Elastic Band Together with Miho. He thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and asked, is he not even in the top 30? Has he really gone downhill already? But the channels above only have over 300,000 subscribers. What? 21st place? And in such a short time he rose to 20th place. He's just a god. Although he is the only one of the 3 who has really risen. They are in the top 20 without even 100,000 subscribers. Isn't that incredible? If the average number of video views is more than the number of subscribers, only it is growing. They have about 50,000 and so many views. Their channel is definitely moving into the popular category. He covered his face with his hands in surprise and added, by the way, 50,000 subscribers already. Is it worth celebrating somehow? Even by standards, 20,000 subscribers is also a cool number. But the combination of the talents of a streamer and an editor gave an incredible effect. A wonder girl and an editor, capable of giving a masterpiece even to a soul. Not a show-off, but a brilliant streamer. These two have incredible talent, honestly. He wondered if he had ever been so passionate about his work. Until recently, his range of interests had been rather meager. He had neither talent nor passion for his work. Society was a little more willing to acknowledge him, and he did not think that it was undeserved. They are forced to think that talent is just hard work, so why was his work worth so little? Compared to Sanyan's 30 years, his life. That's right, he is already 28. He pointed at the phone and shouted indignantly, "What an annoying guy! Lied about his age to remain friends?" The video has long been uploaded and there is still no reaction. He wrote, "Did he see the video? It's great." Then he asked, "Damn, did he fall asleep there?" Meanwhile, the protagonist was sleeping on his bed and raising his hand adjusted the pillow. After a while, the protagonist abruptly sat up in his bed as if he had been electrocuted. He grabbed his head. His face was covered in sweat, and he thought, that dream again. Whose voice asked if he didn't shoot? Who would? He understood too. They would chase him just by looking at the photo. He leaned his hand on his knee and said, "That's enough." At that moment, Juhyuk looked into the room and asked, "Son, are you still sleeping?" He got up from his bed and, walking towards the exit, scratched his head, saying, "It seems he drank too much." Juhyuk, smiling, agreed, "Apparently that's right, son." He himself gave a reason to call him that son. The protagonist, passing by, said that he could continue because all old people do that. After that, he closed the door behind him and said, "That's enough. What difference does it make if he's a year older or 3? After that, he took a shower and thought, this power suit is a cool thing. When he pulls the bowstring, it gives a completely different feeling, the bow, and so gives a special feeling of superiority, in combination with the suit. He thought, wait, is he hooked? Is he really not just shooting from bow now, but actually enjoying the game? At that moment, his heart was fluttering. This is a good sign, but the main goal is to get the diamond rank. He made a promise to subscribers. And he also met someone he admired. Work became a joy for the first time in his life. If this business works out, he will be able to continue playing. After some time, he got dressed and began to dry his hair. He looked at the screen of his phone and thought, what are they writing in the comments? He looked at the message. Did they see this ranking, Almond? He thought, is this about AllTube? Maybe Gia did something. Did they drink too much after all? Or did the last video really take off? Then he looked at the video that was posted and thought, what is this? An edit? Is this a fan video? The comment said 19th place is good, right? He asks because he honestly doesn't know. He doesn't know everything either. But if you think about the scale of AllTube, isn't 19th place incredible? And the MC thought he was seeing envious comments. Is this true? Then he said, wow, 19th place. Juhyuk, bringing a spoon to his mouth, said, exactly, son. and it was just 22 recently. He was surprised. Wait, he knew? What was that video? Why didn't he tell him? He replied that Mrs. Jia should have told him. Sungyun said, he should wait. Why is he calling Jia mistress? She is younger than him. He answered solemnly, because she is not a human, but a goddess. He should watch her video and understand for himself. He thought he was going crazy. It turned out so well. No matter how professional Jia was, she was drunk, right? Okay, he will just watch it first. After that, he sat down at the table and opened the video. After watching, he said that Jia is a goddess. Or is it his lucky star? Constellation? He is definitely blessed from above. Juyuk said, are you crazy? Does he understand now, son? He answered that he should calm down with his age hysteria. Or should he call him father too? He answered, as he wishes, son. The protagonist folded his arms and added, people of a higher position are usually addressed by their first name and patronymic. Maybe they should try it too? He answered in the negative and added, it would be better if he called him dad. Then Jiyuk slammed his hand on the table and shouted, where is his respect for his elders? Okay, he will tolerate this attitude, but only out of the kindness of his heart. The protagonist sighed and thought that he quickly gave up. However, with such a character, it is easier to become the life of the party. His quirks are quite tolerable. He has a lot to learn. Then he sent his spoon forward, but Juhyuk put his chopsticks on his spoon, pressing it to the table, and the protagonist asked, is he not going to share? He asked in response, how can he feed cereal to Almond himself? He answered, no wonder he was haunted by a strange aftertaste, but it is better to keep quiet. MC continued to break through with his spoon forward, but Juhyuk blocked his movements and asked, what is this about? Is he cursing him under his breath? After some time, he served normal food, and the protagonist thought, wow, his cooking skills have improved. Then Juhyuk adjusted his glasses and added, by the way, they have 50,000 subscribers. Maybe it's worth celebrating somehow? He thoughtfully put the spoon in his mouth and replied that he hadn't thought about it. If he has no ideas, he'll come up with something himself. The manager agreed with him. After some time, the MC looked at the screen of his phone and thought that today is the 5th day. In 2 days, half of the promised period will pass, but he already has Platinum 2. It's even too fast. But this does not mean that he can relax. He scrolled through the comments which said that he had already shot at all tube, and when he gets a diamond, he will finally take off. By the way, did they also notice how Jeonjappa cut off for a second yesterday? Was it an accident? Resin from the grave to counter Almond. He thought that he cannot give in now, otherwise everything is in vain. Approaching the capsule, he thought, why does his anxiety rise at such moments? Screw 2 weeks, he's reducing it to 1 week. At this point, Jeonjappa was watching the screen where the main character, having started the stream, said, he took the dress for 2 pretty quickly, didn't he? Maybe he'll be able to get the diamond this week? In any case, everything will be decided today. At this point, her subordinate entered the room and, calling her, asked if she would do anything in this situation. The doctor made it very clear, just a little more. She interrupted him and said that she knew he shouldn't escalate. He asked if she didn't feel the excitement of competition. She replied that she had said it all, he should leave. He bowed and headed for the exit. 5 days had passed since Almond announced his intention to advance to Diamond. MC said that their next match was for promotion. The chat was asking what was going on. Wow, got promoted in just 1 match? He should move on quickly. He said that was it. Jeonjappa turned off the broadcast, and after a while, the protagonist asked again, are they continuing the game? It was already the 6th day, and he asked, does he have a legendary sniper rifle? Of course, he expected one sooner or later, but how annoying it is. Well, it's time for him to get a weapon. Jeonjappa, carefully watching the screen, thought, will the reaction be the same? This guy's impudence is downright annoying. He is accurate and handsome. If he wants to compete, let him try. MC said that it was a bit of a shame to end the game like this, having only received Platinum 1. She thought, forgetting about luck, relying only on skill. He smiled and said, it was necessary to play a couple more rinks yesterday, she thought, and on the impeccable strategy. On the 7th day, the protagonist said that a week has passed since the application for the diamond rank. Well, they will play. The viewers wrote, it's time to break the record. But they should not escalate. He's just getting started. They mustn't let their concentration slip. Anything is possible today. Jeonjappa, who began to nervously bite her finger, thought she had a bad feeling. Today is a special day for him, and he's in perfect shape.